All right. Oh, shit. Hello, guys. How y'all doing, man? I'm back. We have a lot to talk about. I tell you, man. I don't know. I'm. I just don't know, man. Guys, I'm probably I'm considering quitting, man, because I'm not getting anywhere with this. And I don't know. I'm not getting anywhere. And it's just same thing every day. I've got to work on doing other things with my life and figure things out. Ah, I'm not really in a good place because the more and more I get to where I go, more and more I get to where I am, more and more depressed and lonely and upset I get. My life feels like it's the same thing every day. I feel like I just am stuck in the same cycle and I can't get out of it. I feel stuck in like kind of like the Groundhog Day thing where it's like he wakes up and every day's the same thing every day, or the Truman Show, and everything. It's just I have a hard time believing reality's real and everything is what we think it is, and them not telling us the truth and questioning everything. It's like I don't know, man. I just tired of life, man. I'm tired of life, and I don't see the point to anything. Things feel pointless, and it's hard to like believe in that stuff lately and to trust it. It's hard to like feel like the world is the way it is and normal, and we don't think it's gonna be, reality ain't just some illusion. It's fake because everything about this world screams fake to me, and everything people do, and it's just tiring. It's for social media and everything. People put on a persona. I mean, it's like just. I often wonder like what would happen if I like what happens when you die. Like, is there another way? Is there another reality outside of this one, or is it just You die and that's it. But I don't know. I often question everything. I have a hard time believing that we're not living in like some perspective where everything's being moved into place like pieces on a chessboard and it's all coming into fruition and it's all unfolding like it should, leading up to what's coming. And like reality doesn't feel like one giant simulation. It's just feels pointless. You don't see a point for anything. Depression and loneliness will kill you, man. It will do things to you. It'll make you go crazy. Cause a lot of problems to yourself and everything. Like I'm really struggling right now, man. I haven't wanted to do anything lately, like except sleep and well, except maybe just sleep. It's just things just feel pointless. I don't feel like it's worth it. I don't know. I'm going struggling mentally. Feel like I'm losing my mind and going crazy. I don't know what to believe anymore, what to think. Everything about reality to me just feels like it's just one big simulative perspective where everything is planned and these things are already in place and they're not telling us what's happening and they already gone into motion and they're being set up for things to come. And it's like I don't know what to believe. I believe they're lying to us and not telling us what's really going on, including about aliens and other stuff like that, UFOs. The world just feels like it's going into such an advanced age with AI and robots and all these things heading into the future that it's like and these AI data centers that it feels to me like oh this stuff just feels pointless. It's just a struggle to be like what's the point in living in a world where things are incredibly expensive, people can barely afford rent and utilities with inflation and food prices and gas prices and everything being more expensive with tariffs and everything and all these things and just I don't know what to believe anymore. Kind of lost hope in having belief in anything, man. Going through my own personal struggles, thinking about just moving on with my life to something else. I don't know what to do. It sucks. Feeling like your life is stuck in an endless cycle on repeat every day and it's the same thing and you're just like you don't see the point. Just ready I'm often ready to get to the point where I want to leave this world and I'm ready for everything to change. Ready for things to end so that this world can end and the new world begin. I just feel like we're going to see these events unfold before the second coming and the return of Christ in our lifetime before these things happen. And then, with what's going on in the Middle East, we're that close to the covenant being confirmed and everything, and Donald Trump running for a third term, and this world's getting crazy. It's getting darker by the minute, changing, and it said things would get worse before they got better. And I don't know how I feel about him running for a third term, but it's like, I don't know what to believe anymore, what to think. I don't even know what's real or what's not real. I question reality like some, like it's some kind of like beyond the veil type thing we don't know. And it's like that thing with the Matrix where Neo, like, where'd you say? Morpheus is talking to Neo and he's telling him, um, reality's what you can sense, touch, and smell, but it's beyond what we think. And it's just feels fake. Reality feels fake. Like it's just one. It's the same thing every day, and it's repeat, and it's not real, and there's a bunch of lies where we don't understand what it is. Like a lot of people believe out there, but a lot of people believe that out there the Earth is flat, and I don't know. It's just too much. Takes a toll on you. I don't know what to do anymore. What's the point? Think I'm gonna quit and move on. I just been really depressed and lonely and been struggling with a lot of things lately, man. I just want to walk away from everything and not do it anymore. Think it's taking a toll on my mental and physical health. And I just want to be like, I don't know, done with everything because it's just so pointless. I don't know what to think. Anyway, that's what's been going on with me. I just been really depressed and lonely and been struggling with a lot of things mentally. Just tired of life, man. Tired of getting up doing the same thing every day. Tired of taking medicine to have to function. Tired of going through the same motions. Being stuck in the same cycle. Staying up all day, sleeping all night. Tired of being lonely and by myself. I just got to a point where I just want to just give up on life, man. and everything feels pointless. And I've been struggling. I mean, without you guys, I probably wouldn't be wouldn't be as in good that in that good of a place. But life to me just feels like it's just one big giant simulation of the same thing over and over again. And then, only thing certain that we know of is you have to deal with taxes and you die. Death and taxes, bro. Is life just one big repeat, simulation of the same thing every day until you get tired of it and just want to quit and give up? And is death the only way out to get away from this world? I don't know. Stuff just feels pointless. I think I'm going to take a break for a while and stop doing content because I'm just not getting anywhere with anything. I'm like, what's the point? Anyway, so I wanted to tell you guys that I did an 11-hour stream yesterday, and what ended up happening was I had to edit the video. I had to edit the stream because after I was done with it, something ended up on my channel that that I didn't mean to put in the stream, and YouTube was going to flag me, or not flag me. They were going to strike me. Well, I was going to get a community guideline strike, and I wouldn't be able to upload for 1 week if I had that in my channel. So I had to get that edited out. So I ended up having to cut out a bunch of stuff that I had originally with the channel. So I ended up cutting it down to 6 minutes, 6 hours and 9 minutes for the original stream. But I did upload the full video. I did go back and upload the full stream in a video format to the channel if you want to go see it. Including everything. It was me talking about the Middle East, what was going on with like biblical stuff, Donald Trump running for a third term, and my thoughts on that, and the Democrats, and my thoughts on what would happen. My thoughts on what was if we could be able to run this country without being a purely Christian nation, and everything, and and what happened. My thoughts on what happens if we didn't have laws, how things would turn out, and what I think would happen if Trump got a third term, including gaming news and other stuff that I wanted to talk about. And then it's me playing Black Ops 7, zombies, and then multiplayer, and then a little bit of the campaign. and then I was playing the show for a bit. So it was about 11 hours. I think in total it was about 15 hours actually. 15-hour stream, but it actually ended up being 11 hours and 15 minutes. But I had to cut it down because I accidentally clicked on somebody's page. I clicked on somebody's Twitter page, and they had something in there that needed to be edited out, or else I was going to be struck down for breaking YouTube's terms of service. It would have been for nudity and sexual content because I didn't know what that was. I went to go see what that was, and I messed it up. So I had to get that edited out, and that's why it ended up being shorter than it really was. But if you want to go see the stream, it's uploaded in video format in full to the channel. I uploaded it just now a couple of hours ago, or a couple of minutes ago. So, but I had to get that fixed. Um, we have a couple of things to talk about for news. Um, it says Spider-Man will reportedly have a close relationship with the X-Men in the future of the MCU. It says finally it's peak, it's all coming together. So he's finally getting friends who won't die in his arms. Gonna hit harder when they do. X-Men and Avengers gonna have the kids struggling to choose sides. Oof, yeah, after he made that chip, it's GG's for Spider-Man. They finally jump his ass. It's probably gonna happen now because he tried to like make the inhibitor chip in Brand New Day, and they're gonna come after him after what happened with Jean Grey. This is just create a weapon to stop them, and they will be besties. Says every crossover assumes she watched 20 movies first and stopped around the second Ant-Man. He literally openly races in the comments against mutants. Laugh my ass off. Sounds like they were following the X-Men cartoon thread. I think we're probably going to see a much more closer relationship with the X-Men after the 2028 movie with Peter Parker as Spider-Man and the Tom Holland series and the Tom Holland movies after Brand New Day. It says the Spider-Man X-Men connection could be one of the most exciting parts of the MCU's next chapter. Imagine Peter Parker actually getting pulled into the mutant world. That could be huge. This is a game changer. Spider-Man's grounded storytelling could finally bring some real stakes to the X-Men's dramatic chaos. Marvel about to turn the dial up. Two studios fought over him for a decade. Now he's the one introducing the X-Men. It might happen to be that he meets the X-Men characters after the 2028 movie and beyond in the series. The next Spider-Man movie might go more into detail into the X-Men and the mutants and the new mutants, the new X-Men. Like building on that saga. You bet he will, bro. Don't, Professor, after I can't really thank any of you guys. But as for the Lady Jean, I can thank her. I hope not. Please keep the two separate. They have their own worlds. That's what Marvel does now with the series. They bring the worlds together with the multiverse, and they have the Spider-Man and other characters come into that to like make the worlds like that with the multiverse. Peter X Jean, we won. The mutants left Spidey says, of course he's our top selling superhero. Spider-Man solos the entire X-Men team Secret Wars. Probably. However, though, nobody really said Tom Holland's going to be in Secret Wars. But it has been confirmed that Tobey Maguire and Hugh Jackman's Wolverine are going to be in Secret Wars. Spider-Man is homies with everybody in the comics. Couldn't tell from the movie, thanks, Dan, right there, as he should. Peter reacts when he made the intruder ship from Mutant and Magneto to come in front of him. Looks like he's making new friends. I don't think they should mix up the worlds, but Novi Marvel, that's what they do now, and they're going to do it again with the X-Men franchise, where Peter probably meets some mutants and has some kind of relationship with the X-Men heading into 2028 and beyond with the series. And it dives more into the saga of the MCU and everything like that with the X-Men and beyond. It says Spider-Man 3 PS5 unexpected update, but not as how some have made it seem potentially, and Venom still looks set on the way. Looks still set on the way along with the next state of play. Big games coming up this fall, next year, and beyond. Well, yeah, you have a lot of games coming out in August. Omniscient Weighted Sword, Metal Gear Solid Volume 2, Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2, and Blood of the Dawn Walker, and a lot of others. Insomniac and Marvel Studio, Ratchet and Clank and Resistance is what they're good at. I don't know. I mean, the Marvel Spider-Man games have been really good, maybe except for 2. 2 was lacking in some areas, but if they take their time on 3 and they do a good job with it, it'd probably be worth playing when it comes out. But I have a feeling that I find it hard not to believe it's going to be a PlayStation exclusive for PS6 in 2028 or 2029. I'm so excited the upcoming Venom game. I think we're supposed to get the Venom game in 2027. It says Ghost of Yotei Complete Edition launches October 1st, including Echoes of Shikigara, story expansion, most wanted survival mode, new trophies, weapons, and armor. Superhero games, PlayStation, limited edition controllers over the years, Batman, Arkham Knight, Marvel Spider-Man 2, Marvel's Wolverine. It says Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald are rumored to be receiving ports later this year. Insiders Ship Shield Nick claims all three Gen 3 games are planned for September, October. That would be really cool. I definitely would play that. I wish I had a Switch 2. If I had a Switch 2, I would definitely play those. But maybe they'll be on Switch and Switch 2. If that's the case, I'll have to play them. I'll have to play the old Pokemon gens from the Game Boy and beyond. That's Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald are all from the Game Boy. Game Boy Advance SP, I think. So I'll have to play those. I'll have to play those modern HD ports. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have yet to announce the releases. Just give me Emerald and I'm good. I'm buying all 3. We're actually so back. Life update. We're so back. Nothing beats the OGs. Yeah, nothing beats the original Pokemons for the Game Boy. Or the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Advance. But if you're a big Pokemon fan, man, bro, that'd be great. Like, the only other one they haven't yet brought to Switch is the Leaf Green version. And I think I had I think I had the Pokemon Leaf Green version, like, I had that when a long time ago when I was a kid. But I don't know whatever happened to it. But I had the Leaf Green Pokemon version for the Game Boy Advance SP, bro. Releasing Gen 3 ports on the Switch 2 launch window means my adult responsibilities are officially getting put on a permanent hiatus. Gen 3 will always be my favorite, and Emerald is the best version. So you now have a fan base waiting for the Pokemon Black and White remakes. Getting Emerald so I can finally cook these and avenge Child Me. It's going to be the most bare minimum port ever, just like Fire Red and Leaf Green. So we wait till the remakes for the Gold and Silver ports, right? Pokemon Sapphire was my first journey as a kid. Go to games right here, man. Emerald on Switch, please don't be a lie. No, I prefer to play my R4 on my R4 in my old 3DS. I already own Emerald on 2 Nintendo consoles. September would make it 3, and I will pay again. Emerald was only released on Game Boy Advance. What other Nintendo console do you claim to have purchased it on? Good thing you could just buy an emulator device and play them for free right now. That is true. You can get an emulator. You can get an emulator console or handheld, and you can play the old Pokemons on it. These games are going to be massive once they break out Nintendo cutesy ethic and try to establish AAA game mechanics and simplified mechanics. They will be on a road of evolution with them that will make them the most popular games in the world again. They need to learn how to embrace change while keeping the elements that make them so beloved and classic. Yeah, it's the same games just brought to Nintendo Switch. Good, we can finally spend to Pokemon Home. Thought we can't put it back in the games. Oh, Sapphire, how I missed you. Hope there all will be a way to catch Zerachi for living Dex. Can't wait to revisit OG Hoenn. Oh yeah, bro, the Hoenn region from the old Pokemon games was classic. Like you just can't beat the classic Pokemons, man. As a matter of fact, I might play these, but I don't know if they're just for Nintendo Switch 2, if they're also for this original Switch. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald back from the dead for 20 plus years. I'm not saying Nintendo is post millennial, but that's an official optimistic view of history. This would be an insane nostalgia drop. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald in 2026. Take my money already. Can we get ports of the 3DS games though, like RSC or great games, but Oris? If it's true, then surely they would release Ruby and Sapphire together, and then Emerald would come later, like they did with the other games, the original games on the 3DS. To be honest, I doubt it. I was thinking next year for February. Pokemon Day's been asked, so they need something to make us happy for the 27th. I wish it would be true, though. I want it now. Gen 3 outperforming Power World in 2026 is wild. Yeah, but there's a lot of people playing Power World, and I'm not really into that game, but there's a lot of people that like playing Power World. But Power World is basically a copy of Pokemon. So you can't beat the original Pokemon, and it's much better than original Pokemon will always be classic and better than than Power World. Give it a try. Survival games are boring. That's alright, everyone has their own preferences. I wouldn't say that. If they release them as physical copies, I'm grabbing all three, just like I did with Game Boy. If not Emerald, it is Nintendo America and Pokemon. Nintendo is finally figuring it out. They're just printing money, yeah. Gen 3 is trash anyways, waiting for the Unova Switch game. I need this not to be a rumor, but a fact. I'm not buying a Switch 2 just for that. They better make it multi-platform. They better allow Emerald, Sapphire, and these games to be on the original Switch too, not just Switch 2. I can play them for free already on my Steam Deck. Nintendo getting no more of my money. I already got them on my Steam Deck. I really want some. I want them to announce physical copies of Fire Red, Leaf Green alongside this, stagger the physical drop, so we keep collecting low. I shouldn't be giving them ideas. Yeah, give me Emerald and I'm set for the next 20 years again. If true, cool, another way of idiots to say it should be on NSO instead of the eShop. Oh shit, Emerald was my jam. So buying all three would be $60. Wow. Probably overpriced bare minimum ports again. Honestly, shouldn't be more than like $10 considering how old these games are, and these ports have no new features or content. I mean, yeah, it's the same game brought to Switch for $60, so it shouldn't be $60. It should be cheaper than that. But knowing Nintendo, they're probably going to charge 60 for it. Oh great, I can't wait to get Pokemon Black and White ports in 2057. But we can't wait for the community to argue about prices again, even though it's literally just $20. This is huge. Gen 3 has some of the best Pokemon games ever made. The Hoenn region deserves a proper remake with modern graphics and code features. I only hope they get the Mew event in Emerald. They would make the first time shiny Mew huntable worldwide. So they're not going to add red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, crystal. I will buy them again and add them as well. Take my money. Stop giving them money. A simple Google search will show you how much they've already made off these games. Now they're going to resell that shit to you. If and when this game comes out in the fall, I'll be playing the first Wonderlock. Standard rules have been Muzzlock. But you need to talk. Battle everyone in the city or en route before you can catch your Pokemon, including battling gym leaders before getting first encounter. Emulated ROM, not an actual port. I don't care what people spend their money on, though. Emulated, it's free and has some more features. I hate being this guy, but you can literally emulate this game on your phone or your device for free. Yeah, you can. I actually was able to play one of the original Pokemon games on my phone through an emulator. Finally, Gen 3 deserves a proper remake with modern graphics. The Hoenn region has some of the best Pokemon ever designed. I hope they add color improvements too. Where the no cartridges, no buy group go. Wasn't the reason for Fired and Leaf Green because they were the definitive edition? Why not port over Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire? Okay, but there was no online on FRLG, only home servers, so what's the point? It's time. Holy well time to buy a Switch 2. They released Gold, Silver, and then later Crystal after the Red, Blue, and Yellow 3DS ports, so that makes sense. Can anyone here tell me if it would be possible that they fixed the RNG and Rimroll for this release, or is that the fever dream? Really curious. Wish they release them physically. No, I think most of these Pokemon ports are only digital. But yeah, it would be nice if they were releasing physical. Let's be honest, Emerald would be the only one being brought first before Ruby and Sapphire if this does happen. If this is true, I think I'll be the happiest person alive. They actually port Emerald, the greatest Pokemon game. I'm actually buy a Switch too. $20 for them to upload a pirated ROM to the eShop service. Why wouldn't you just get Emerald at this point? At that point, though, if their physical version, very welcome. With their digital license rental at pass. I need gold, silver, and crystal. Gen 2 first with this, and they better be available on the OG Switch. Yeah, that would be that they should be available on the original Switch. Obviously, we all know who we are going to buy. Emerald. Real one's been playing these on 3DS for years. 5 classic reported in 1 year. I believe when it actually happens, which I don't believe it will. Release all the 3DS Pokemon games and below, then I'll pay for the online BS. Meanwhile, still waiting on anything further about Coliseum. Never got to play Emerald, so I'm excited. Literally might buy the Switch 2 now only for these games. If only they'd give us Pokemon Home support for Fire Red and Leaf Green along with these. Not having to sacrifice a kidney to officially play these games would be goated. These better come to original Nintendo Switch. They'll announce Sunday at Worlds DW. I believe you guys just mentioned this in your recent podcast episode. Ports for a set price. Support's available through their stupid subscription. Probably native. I think they're native ports. I don't think they're going to be through the subscription. My art lock schedule is crying. I'm so far behind. Holy year. If Emerald drops, I'm going bananas. I hate that we might skip Johto. This is going to be 80 to 110 a year to play those other Game Boy games. Game Boy Advance games. Switch 2 and 2, and the 2 stand for that. It gets games second from older platforms. I call this back when FRLG came to the Switch. Let's go. Hopefully that fixes the ring, RNG, and Emerald. Buying all 3, cannot wait. My Emeralds don't attack me. After this, I need Gen 1 and 2 ports. So this was the rumor you were talking about. The best Pokemon generation period. It's almost September, so unlikely. If it does, my money is yours, Nintendo. Can we just make Fire Red compatible with Pokemon Home Lemon? Feel the drill, Robin. Unironically, this would get me to buy a Switch 2. People do not notice that they can just pirate it instead of giving money to a company for doing nothing but, well, Pokemon would never return to the old good days, I guess. Please, I need Pokemon Ruby again. They're going to be $30 a pop, even though these are the best Pokemon games of all time. I'm not buying that shit. The best generation is about to cook again. If these Gen 3 ports actually happen September or October, it could be huge for Pokemon fans. Prime Time is live now talking about trending topic today, plus have a chance to win Pokemon cards. Nintendo Switch 1, Switch Lite, Switch OLED, Pokemon Ruby version, Pokemon Emerald version, Pokemon Sapphire version. Best generation to ever do it. And this is me when I bought it. Nintendo be like, easy money. Yep. Nintendo realized people were having too much fun playing Emerald on mobile emulators, so they finally opened the vault. While it makes sense, make them physical and start counting the money. Please let us buy Joy-Cons based on them, gold and silver. Why skip over G and S? Yes, greatest Game Boy Advance games of all time. We want HGSS2, please. Buying Switch 2 for this. Wake me up when OR and AS are out. Best Pokemon games. Alright. It's one of the rarest PlayStations ever. Rockstar created the custom GTA 4 episodes from Liberty City's PS3 Slim for a 2010 promotional giveaway. It features a jet black and pearl snow white paint job, custom attached details, and LED backlighting. So rare, this is the first time I'm even hearing about it. Limited consoles used to be so cool. I remember getting my Battlefield 2 PS4 thinking it would be something special. Low. Nope, just a regular ass black PS4 with a copy of the game. Pay at least this, we're still thinking PS4 is long gone, but I still have that game. Too awesome to play. Display case with a glass cover and vacuum seal. Never seen this. Did they make many? I want it. The most unrealistic part of this is that he's holding a disc of GTA 6. I know it's never going to happen, but I will laugh my ass off. August 27th, GTA, and then a B grader extended trailer for Marvel Spider-Man. Yeah. Nah, that won't happen. Um, oh, that would be cool, bro. I would definitely pay for that. More classic Lord of the Rings games are set to return with remasters, according to the studio. Similar treatment to the recently announced Soul Reaver and others. I'll leave as a suggestion. These three gems that I played back in the day on PS2, and hopefully they're the ones chosen. Yeah, that definitely. I would definitely play remasters of Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, Return of the King, and The Third Age. I still have The Third Age on PS2. Vote to show you want these games to be backwards compatible at Xbox. Yeah, these games should be definitely backwards compatible. New rumors could claim the second trailer for Avengers Doomsday is set to be released this Friday. And they're saying that trailer 2 is going to put Doom, Doctor Doom uh at the front of it. So we're going to get a more detailed look at Doctor Doom for Doomsday. Oopsie. Doomsday Trailer 3 came out 3 weeks ago. They always release a second trailer after 2 to 3 months after the first trailer, might be for in-game encore. Probably. That might happen too. The last Avengers movie also had 3 trailers. They do that with event movies too. But you would think that they would release trailers closer to the release of the movie. It's D23. There'll be a trailer, whether or not it's different from the one shown at SDCC is the question, as well as it will be released to the public. I really actually hope so, as they are claiming to be releasing new footage connecting to Doomsday. A multiversal story, and Doom did not think of stealing America. Chavez Powers is crazy. If so, the second trailer will be even more peak. Of course, it's D23, not even a scoop, it's a guarantee. We're supposed to be getting more information on the Marvel series at D23. So they might announce that at D23. A second trailer in 3 weeks from first trailer for the movie coming out in December. I don't believe it. Maybe a short preview trailer with reused footage with maybe 1 or 2 new scenes. I hope we get more Cyclops action, or just after D23. Bring it on. Must be encore. My information. Thanks for credits. Last four Marvel films box office: Spider-Man: Brand New Day, 1.68 billion; Fantastic Four: First Steps, 521 million; Thunderbolts, 382 million; Captain America: Brave New World, 415 million. Mutants will reportedly appear in non-mutant projects throughout the future of the MCU, similar to Jean Grey's appearance in Spider-Man: Brand New Day. Its first generation of PS5s is starting to show a concerning issue after several years. The liquid metal used to cool the chip is degrading. According to Notebook Check, on some older PS5s, the liquid metal located between the APU and the heatsink can gradually spread unevenly, reducing cooling efficiency. Cases of overheating and console shutdowns are now being reported, sometimes with traces of degradation on the heatsink. Even on PS5 Pro, it can happen too. Here's the complete tutorial to fix that. You gotta master it. I've recently had the issue. It's enough to use isopropyl alcohol and a cotton swab to gather the liquid metal in the middle, then spread it back properly with a dry cotton swab. Shouldn't you change it instead? It's going to be degrade very, very quickly like that. The degradation doesn't go away just because you covered it with the liquid metal. The PS5 as a lit platform is cooking itself to death sooner or later. PlayStation, you will own nothing, neither your games nor your consoles in the future. Yeah. Liquid metal replacement last week. My PS5 will run for 30 minutes, then shut down. My console's been sitting horizontally for 5 years, no issues. My PS5 has been positioned vertically since November 2020. It's a practicality that thing with the video. It's indeed a well-known fact that liquid metal degrades much faster over time than thermal paste. The good Arctic one can't do that. Can't do the job. A known problem for years on consoles placed vertically. Nothing new here except for a tweet intended to make money. The console players who discover the maintenance of their hardware. I get that after 5 years with my console in a vertical position, I did the repairs and haven't had any issues since. Console fat day one setting up since the start, absolutely no problem. I had issues last summer with games like Miles Morales and Death Stranding 2. The PS5 was heating up a ton and nearly sent it in for repair, but I think if it happens again, I'll open it up and check it out. It's summer with intense heat plus a grimy console that's causing this little thermal cleaning, and it's fixed. Problem is that it's about $100 on average. The console isn't a player anymore like the PS1 or 2. It requires maintenance. I don't play a ton, and I've got the day one version. It still runs perfectly, especially with the majority of games that have pretty shitty graphics. PC, Mac, PS5, mean combat. You need to change the processor's thermal paste every 5 to 6 years on average. It heats up. It ages. Nothing special here. It just needs to hold up for GTA 6. There aren't any exclusives anymore anyway. 2 out of 3 consoles we have 2 out of 3 consoles we have this problem is repairable. Like any component that heats up, the thermal paste or other cooling system should be monitored and changed regularly. As long as it happens after the 2-year warranty, it's not a problem for Sony. Take it to your local console repair shop and get it and ask to get it replaced. It will cost you between 60 and 120 tops, or if you ever done console deep clean to purchase a liquid metal yourself, no more than $10 to $20 max. This has been a common knowledge issue for like 4 years, man. Don't act like it's new. Which is completely normal. Even on PC, you also need to do some maintenance, repaste, clean, etc. Remember when you didn't have to do any of that, and the only people that needed to were PC owners. Yeah, PS5 owners might as well just switch to PC at this point. This has happened all the timeline of history of computers. The name of this liquid metal is thermal paste. Just clean the liquid on APU and put that in the new one. I don't believe Sony didn't know this could happen. This might be a case of planned obsolescence. Download a new PS5 digital consoles doesn't fail. I just need preventative maintenance for every 2 years or so. PS5 fat perfect condition that will turn 6 in December. You just have to be careful and not forget it there. But I don't get it. This clearly isn't new. Let's say the first generation PS5 should start to show a worrying problem. Mostly because excessive using time, no rest between playing time. First, internet bullshit on this topic. Glue heat wave increases in the ambient temperature generates a generalized increased period. We open the bottle bite and you fix it. Even a PC can have that problem. The thermal paste isn't infinite. Says Catwoman and Poison Ivy TV shows were recently pitched to DC and HBO, but they passed on both. James Gunn. We can't get a Poison Ivy or Catwoman show, but they can happily greenlight a Jimmy Olsen show, and I'm not even down with that. Come on, dude. The Mandalorian's Katie Shakoff really, really wants to play a live action Poison Ivy. Missed opportunity. Catwoman and Poison Ivy series would have been way more interesting than another Jimmy Olsen show. I agree. I would really have liked a Poison Ivy or Catwoman live action show. I would watch that. They're using the Jimmy Olsen show to introduce a lot of other superheroes and villains without having to give them all origin films. There's a reason they're casting Grodd in a show about a news photographer. They fucked up the brand new. They fucked up the brand every which way. DC and HBO were like, I'm gonna pass on that one. Basically, confirmation Poison Ivy is in the Batman Part 2. Probably. This is why DC live action will be forever be a flop. Like, dude, the fuck asked for a Jimmy Olsen show. HBO, hey DC Studios, what do you guys think about us developing a Catwoman or Poison Ivy show? DC Studios, neither. Nah, we're good. Let's make a Jimmy Olsen show instead. Catwoman and Poison Ivy could carry strong HBO shows if the stories were actually ambitious. A Catwoman crime heist series especially feels like an easy win. A grounded Catwoman series exploring Gotham's criminal underworld could have been incredible. Poison Ivy could have gone in completely different psychological eco thriller directions too. But no, it says yes, give us Jimmy Olsen instead. That's the future of DC morons. HBO passing on two of Gotham's most iconic women just a green light. Another random background character spinoff is wild. Honestly, I can understand passing if these pitches weren't there. Both characters have huge potential, but DC shouldn't greenlight shows just because the names are popular. Okay, but we get a Jimmy Olsen show. How about fucking establish Batman first? Yeah, that's true. How about building on the Batman legacy with the series first before going into Catwoman and Poison Ivy? DC leadership got to completely be removed, bro. I'm tired of it. We're just never getting a competitive, competent universe. You give us Jimmy Olsen spinoffs, but won't make two hot girl shows. Can't get the WW animated series. What the fuck is going on? They probably passed because James Gunn wants to introduce Selina and Pamela directly into the main DCU film slate first, maybe The Brave and the Bold. End of DCU is near. A Poison Ivy series could actually explore a side of Gotham we rarely get to see. Our relationship with nature, humanity, and Gotham itself gives writers a lot to work with. Imagine pitching a show about Batman villains without a Batman in your universe. James Gunn is definitely the reason for all the cancellations. He hates DC. Passing on a standalone Catwoman or Poison Ivy series for HBO when they're literally two of the most popular characters in fiction makes absolutely zero sense. James Gunn, what are we doing here? How do you say no to Catwoman and Poison Ivy? Okay, this one actually hurts. Yeah, let's pass on Catwoman and Poison and do Jimmy fucking Olsen. Catwoman and Poison Ivy are two characters with enough depth to carry compelling stories. HBO passing on both says a lot about how selective the current DC slate is becoming. Seriously, just cancel the DCU while they still have a chance. They had two shots to establish a universe and failed miserably. It's time to hit the reset button. WB should focus on a brand new IP and give DC at least 10 years before trying to revive it again. That's true. What does still have a chance mean? When will it be too late? Does that even exist? Warner is already selling off. The more they spend, the more Paramount will have to take the fall, and they'll just completely stash away all DC properties because the depth is too high. The problem is that they give Gunn basically unlimited freedom to do what he wanted. Instead, they should have put strict guardrails in place. Completely fresh reboot, no holdover actors. Everyone is recast. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman are top priority. It's fucking easy shit, and they don't fucking get it. Marvel would never. Yeah, Marvel would never do that. Yeah, exactly. Bro, a spinoff set in Bloodhaven with Catwoman and her sister Sophia Falcone getting revenge on the powerful elites would have been amazing. What exactly has James Gunn been doing over there at DCU ever since Peacemaker? Canceling female projects, making one with shitty writer, but still developing a Jimmy Olsen show. But we can't get a Jimmy Olsen show. We can't get a Jimmy Olsen show. Man, watch out. Who needs Poison Ivy on the big screen? The world's already full of poison. We need Catwoman on the 70. IMAX featuring Anne Hathaway, Ultimate Catwoman. You passed on two shows we were complaining about, but you make a show about Jimmy Olsen, James Gunn, and DC Studios. Marvel doesn't let me down. Genuinely shocked after the sex of the Penguin and Clayface getting made that they didn't just immediately say yes to both of these. What do these games have in common? It has another round of layoffs has hit. Project Sirius, CD Projekt Red's multiplayer Witcher game. According to Kotaku, 9 developers have been laid off while another 9 are being moved to other projects. Project Sirius was first announced in 2022 as a Witcher spin-off which was single player and multiplayer elements. The project was rebooted in 2023 with 29 developers fired. There's a lot of layoffs happening with a lot of games. These live service projects are failing left and right. Remember The Last of Us Online. Yeah, these live service games are failing big time. And they're not working out for the companies. Naughty Dog ceases development of The Last of Us Online. Yeah, but somebody's making a multiplayer. They're making a mod, or they're making a multiplayer portion of The Last of Us Part 2 for PC. Fries in the pack. Witcher has always been a narrative-based RPG game. The combat isn't even that good, but story and world dialogue carries. Who asked for a multiplayer game? I wish CD Projekt Red would give up on multiplayer games, just focus on making the incredible single-player experiences they're known for. Yeah, The Witcher was really better for single-player, and really known more for the single-player RPG aspect of the story and the exploration and the immersion than multiplayer. So I think The Witcher should still be single-player. But I think they're waiting to. I think that's what they're doing for The Witcher 4, but I'm really 50-50 on that game. A multiplayer game about solitary monster hunters. Was Serious Pete's Fuzz ain't gonna pay for itself. It's like that people paying the bills noticed their budget exploded, that they had 3 times the employees, and then they did 10 years ago produce fewer games than ever and lost hundreds of millions. Lost them hundreds of millions. It's like you have zero clue what they're talking about. They haven't had a negative year in over a decade. Profit and revenue continued to rise despite the last major release being Cyberpunk 2077 and 2020. Wait until the current pipeline of games start releasing every other year. I'm all for making Cyberpunk multiplayer because it feels like it could fit in the world. I love co-op far more than single player, but still I don't think we need a multiplayer Witcher. It doesn't fit at all. Working for Game Corps in 2027 is a big mistake. I can't imagine being game dev wanting to work with any big gaming core in modern day. Go woke at indie studios. There's way more of them nowadays. Does anyone want a multiplayer Witcher game? I hate when story powerhouse single player games try to go multiplayer. To be honest, rarely goes well. Yeah, they did that with Fallout, and Fallout 76 failed big time because of them trying to turn it into a multiplayer game, a multiplayer online game. To be fair, what we want from CD Projekt Red is solo adventure games, not multiplayer. Other solo studios tried this and failed. BioWare with Anthem, and I prefer to see them stick to genuine genres they are good with. Other 4 years, guys, surely that will do it. Yeah, this is one isn't happening. Hopefully, the remake won't feel like any of this. Project Sirius kept folding, and 8 team developers moved or let go as a lot at this point. It feels like a revolving door. I got a question: who actually asked for this? I don't think anybody asked for a Witcher multiplayer. I think mainly people prefer the single player story driven experience of the series. And that's what The Witcher is known for. It's known for having it. It's known for the single player immersive experience. One significant development in AI is its role in personal finance planning. Leveraging AI tools to analyze for spending patterns can help individuals manage budgets more effectively and make informed financial decisions. Why the fuck does everything need a multiplayer? Cancel this waste of money project that'll just ruin the franchise more. Waste of money, instead create new IP. Sounds like something that doesn't really need to exist. Witcher Team Deathmatch. Yeah. It says Gears of War EA limited edition Xbox controllers have been officially announced. Crimson Omen designed for $84.99 and $89.99 with pre-orders starting today. It says honestly this could be the best Gears of War controller design yet. The EA limited edition Xbox controller with Design Lab will be available from September 30th through Design Lab only. Drawing from the e-holes that scarred the world of Gears of War E-Day, the controller features 3D molded, laser-etched details of cracked asphalt with red glowing cracks created by the power of an erupting e-hole. Exposing the iconic Crimson Omen beneath the surface. Blacked out FC buttons are punctuated by a transparent red X button while matching red triggers, and a transparent D-pad reflect the destruction left in the wake of Emergence Day. A dark silver metallic cog tag on the battery doors signifies never fight alone. Squared up, textured grips round out a design built for fans ready to carry a piece of Sierra into every battle. Beginning September 30th, fans can create their own Gears of War E-Day limited edition Xbox wireless controller with Xbox Design Lab, featuring exclusive artwork from renowned heavy metal illustrator Luke Parisi. The centerpiece of the design is a custom top case featuring a skull perched atop crossed lancers, surrounded by more skulls and a battle-worn detail inspired by the brutal conflict between the Cog and the Locust Horde. Fans can make it their own. Hey, baby. Fans can make it their own with upgrades such as metallic triggers and D-pads, rubberized side and back grips, and a personalized engraving creating a controller that reflects their connection to the world. Characters and legacy of Gears of War. Says it's official. Hogwarts Legacy 2 has now been confirmed by Warner Brothers. We expect games to be meaningful, contribute to segment profitability going forward as our pipeline expands, including the second installment of Hogwarts Legacy. Let us play online and do spells and shit on one another. That would be really cool. Like having an online experience, having online multiplayer or an online portion for Hogwarts Legacy 2 would be great because that game, the first one was mainly single player. But it would be great if the game had added multiplayer to it. Just give me a Quidditch game already. I don't need another 100 hours open world. Hopefully they have been working on it for the last 3 years. What are the other heavy hitters that Warner Brothers owns? We already know there'll be a boycott that help with sales. It was confirmed already 2 years ago. Hopefully it's not set in the past this time. I'm hoping it's set during or prior to the new HP series because I like the interior of Hogwarts. Nobody wants it. Warner Brothers has officially confirmed that Hogwarts Legacy 2 is in development. Eight films have now made over 1 billion since Netflix CEO has said going to the theaters is for many people is an outdated concept. Me looking for a job, me with the job, me without a job. Pokemon Winds and Waves, led by Sword and Shield DLC director, it's claimed. The claims sound like wild rumor Sword and Shield DLC director info. I'd play it. I like Pokemon Sword and Shield. Pokemon could be entering a new era with Generation 10 as the new directors were fully taking over development of Pokemon Winds Waves alongside a co-director. According to a new claim, Hiroka Tsunade and Kashuko Ichiraku will serve as their director and co-director respectively, potentially bringing in to Shigeru Omori's decade-long running overseeing new generations of Pokemon. However, it appears Omori may not be leaving the franchise entirely. The news comes from leaker Ball Guy on X, who claims Hiroki Tsunade and Katsuko Ichiraku are taking over as director and co-director for Pokemon Winds and Waves. The two names may be familiar to Pokemon fans. Tsunade previously directed the Sword and Shield DLC, while Ichiraku was responsible for the Scarlet and Violet DLC. Both expansions were generally well received, giving fans reason to be optimistic about what the pair could bring to Generation 10. The report comes after 10 years with Shigeru Omori as the helm of Pokemon's mainline generations. During that time, he directed several major releases, including Pokemon Alpha Sapphire, Omega Ruby, Pokemon Sun and Moon, Pokemon Sword and Shield, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Legends Z to A. However, Ball Guy claims Omori is a step away from Pokemon entirely and is instead supposedly working on Generation 11. His exact role remains unclear, practically given that he has since served as a producer on Pokemon Pokopia and the Beast Reincarnation. Naturally, it remains to be seen how much of an impact Tsunade Ichiraku will be on Pokemon Winds and Waves. Still, following years of criticism surrounding the franchise, some fans will undoubtedly welcome the prospect of a fresh creative direction for Generation 10. How do you feel about the change in directors for Pokemon? Share your thoughts and visual with this. The rumor reports of Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald will arrive at the end of September or October, according to new reports. I would have preferred if they were the ports of Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby. They're gonna nail us with a 50 pound charge for the three of us. I can smell it. Are they going to keep selling ROMs from 2003 that everyone has already played and can be emulated even on Nokia from 2007? No options left is often used exhaustion talking when we're tired, disappointed, or stuck. It's easy to give up, but the next possibility appears only after we take a breath, ask for help, change an angle, or try a thing that feels too simple to matter. Two questions. If the rumor turns out to be true in the end, will all the previous events that were in the originals be there? If not, if I'm not mistaken, there was a Mew event that was around for a while in the original Emerald version. Those faggots gamers lining up to pay $60 for the little game from when they were 10 years old, and then when they wonder how Game Freak and Nintendo shit in the consumer's mouth, and he asks for more. That's Nintendo. Steal my money, steal it, cause I let myself get charmed. Oh, they bring biodirectional connection with home. Damn, that's crazy. Proceeds to play emulated versions and ROM hacks on my computer and phone with several settings and QR features. If anyone here wanted to play these games for the last 10 plus years, you could have spent 3 minutes downloading an emulator and a ROM file on a shitty laptop. It's that easy. L-port, deport, delport, 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 deport. Well, I'm gonna shove it up my ass, and I don't give a fuck. I want Heart Gold, Soul Silver remakes of these. Aren't Emeralds going to be put on the back burner? Would have minded RS on Switch, but this is still great. I wonder if it can get Jirachi or something. This would dethrone Frick for me. Useless because I don't have home. How would a cloning trick be done on the front end? I was able to cheer like crazy just to realize it isn't Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire fucking shit. Goop moving this image. I play Emerald if they keep the old mechanics. There's a place no one knows exists. What? Created by Mr. Cobra AI. Huh. Alright, it says too much until the launch in Gears of War Emergence Day is already in the top 10. It says very good, how cool. They made Dom look so old and chopped. That much Dom looks like Hispanic John Cena in this art. Huge win. How did that happen? PSN source says Venom PS5 sets up leads directly into Marvel Spider-Man 3, the final chapter, part 1. IGN articles. What do you mean by chapter part 1? They're not doing a Deathly Hallows part 1 and part 2 for Spider-Man 3. I can't wait. Insomniac hackers release stolen data, leak Wolverine videos, feature projects, and more. More than 1.3 million files out in the wild. The hackers who breached Marvel Spider-Man developer Insomniac and threatened to release computational data unless they were paid 50 Bitcoin or around $2 million within 7 days have made good on their threat after Sony reportedly refused to meet their demands. According to Cyber Daily, the ransomware group Rishida released 1.67 terabytes of data made up of more than 1.3 million files, which contained a variety of videos and images showing upcoming games, Marvel's Wolverine, personal staff information, and even a contract signed by both Marvel and Sony for future projects. Videos showing early Wolverine footage and unannounced characters are now online, as is the game's cast, a list of locations, the plot, and a target release date. Insomniac's release slate up to the end of 2033 is also listed alongside estimated development budgets. The data reportedly also includes a bootable build of Wolverine. When news of the data reached First Emerge, Sony issued a statement saying it had launched an investigation and confirmed no other Sony divisions were affected. Neither it nor Insomniac have commented on the latest publication of the material. Cyberpunk Daily published a statement attributed to Rashida's spokesperson said, "We knew who we were attacking. We knew that developers making games like this would be an easy target. We were able to get the domain administration within 20 to 25 minutes of hacking the network. Sony has launched an investigation, but it would be better than the background apparently." And the re-sided spokesperson said money was the only motive for the attack. The data released includes a slide that reveals Insomniac's upcoming games list. The planned games are Marvel's Venom in 2025, Marvel's Wolverine in 2026, Marvel's Spider-Man 3 in 2028, a new Ratchet & Clank in 2029, Marvel's X-Men in 2030, and an untitled new IP in 2031 and 2032. As with all information revealed in the data breach, this release slate is subject to change. Another slideshow shows an extended roadmap and includes multiple X-Men games and a second new IP game released in 2035. Another slide details Insomniac's multiplayer ambitions, which include Spider-Man 2 Online for 2024, Wolverine Online for 2026, and X-Men Online for 2028. These release plans may now be out of date. The X-Men license team terms are detailed. $120 million is listed as development budget for each game, with $30 million earmarked for marketing. All X-Men games are meant to launch by 2035 with PlayStation, console, and PC down as platforms. Where they were supposed to launch on PC, that's probably not going to happen now. Insomniac's Venom is fully detailed. It's called Venom Lethal Protector, and it leads into Spider-Man 3 following the events of Spider-Man 2. It sounds like Venom is to Spider-Man 2 what Miles Morales was to Spider-Man, offering an 8 to 10 hour standalone experience. A Q2 2025 release window is mentioned alongside a $49.99 price point. That's probably changed now. The Spider-Man 3 and the Venom game. Another slide suggests Spider-Man 3 may launch in 2 parts, with part 1 down for holiday 2027 and part 2 pegged for holiday 2028. Multiplayer is listed to launch alongside part 1. A combo game is down for 2029. Again, these plans may now be out of date. cyber attacks are increasing concern to tech companies, with the video game industry suffering a number of breaches in recent years. In 2020, Capcom suffered a devastating data breach that revealed a number of unannounced games, including Dragon's Dogma 2 and Street Fighter 6. International law enforcement finally apprehended the ransomware group responsible in October. Last year, dozens of video files related to GTA 6 were stolen and leaked online. One of the accused hackers, Ariane Kurtaja of the Lapsus Group, was convicted of 12 different offenses following a 7-week trial in August. Some of these are out of date now, but I think some of these actually could happen. I believe that the Wolverine one was true. We could see Spider-Man 3 we could see Spider-Man 3 in 2028 or 2029. And we could see Ratchet and Clank in 2029. And then X-Men in 2030. And an unentitled new IP in 2031, 2032. As far as Spider-Man 2 Online for 2024, that's past. That game released in 2023. And we never got any DLC or anything for online for Marvel Spider-Man 2. Wolverine Online for 2026 could still happen. That still could happen in the future for the series, Marvel's Wolverine. And X-Men Online could happen in 2028. Alongside Marvel Spider-Man 3. I don't think they're going to have the X-Men games to launch on PlayStation, on PC platforms anymore, because Sony took their games off of Steam. So I think it's going to be a console exclusive for 2035 for all the X-Men games. I could see there being two parts to Marvel. I could see there being two parts to Marvel Spider-Man 3, because it's going to be because apparently it's going to be a lot longer than Marvel Spider-Man 2. And I can see Venom launching in 2027 alongside, and then that leading up to Marvel Spider-Man 3, and the first part being in 2028. And an 8 to 10 hour experience would be a really good idea for Marvel Spider-Man 3. And a 2028 window for part 1. And a 2029 window for part 2. But that's changed. That's changed now, because most new games from PlayStation cost $70. So it's more than likely that Venom's going to cost $70 when it comes out in 2027. And then we're going to get Marvel Spider-Man 3 right after that in 2028. And then Ratchet and Clank. And then X-Men in 2030, and X-Men Online, and then Marvel's Wolverine Online for 2026. That could happen. Marvel's Wolverine Online can still happen, and so can X-Men Online still happen. But as far as X-Men games launching on PC, that's not going to happen anymore, because Sony took them off. And it's going to be a console exclusive, and it's going to come out on the PS6. And Venom is going to be $70. It's supposed to come out in 2027. So I think it's going to be like this. I think it's going to be like, according to the leaks, I think it's gonna be Marvel's Wolverine comes out in 2026 in September. Um, then we get Marvel's Wolverine Online later. Then in 2027 we get Venom. Then in 2027 we get Venom. Um, for $70. And then after that, that leads up to Marvel Spider-Man 3 and Spider-Man 3 Part 1 in 2028. And then Marvel Spider-Man 3 Part 2 in 2029, then Ratchet and Clank. And then X-Men in 2030. And then future X-Men projects will be on PlayStation 5. But future X-Men projects will be on PlayStation 6 heading into 2035. Or Part 1 from Marvel Spider-Man 3 is going to be in 2027, and then Part 2 is going to be 2028, and then Ratchet and Clank, and then X-Men. Holiday 2027, and then Holiday 2028 for Part 2 after Venom. And then Ratchet and Clank. And then X-Men. So Marvel's Wolverine in September. Venom. Marvel Spider-Man 3 Part 1 in Holiday 2027. And then Marvel Spider-Man Part 2. Marvel Spider-Man 3 Part 2 in Holiday 2028. And then Ratchet and Clank and then X-Men. And then a new IP in 2031 and 2032. And then the X-Men franchise to launch on PlayStation 6 consoles in the future. So, Marvel's Wolverine 2026 September. Venom Lethal Protection. Venom Lethal Protector in 2027. Marvel Spider-Man 3 Holiday 2027. Marvel Spider-Man 3 Part 1 2020, Holiday 2027. Marvel Spider-Man 3 Part 2 Holiday 2028. Ratchet and Clank, X-Men, and then the new Insomniac IP in 2031 and 2032. And then, of course, Marvel's Wolverine Online and X-Men Online. But yeah, I think Venom is going to happen in holiday 2027 at this point, and that game will lead directly into Spider-Man 3 in 2028, and then Ratchet and Clank in 2029, and then X-Men, and then Insomniac's new IP in 2020, 2031, 2032. Venom is October 2027, and Marvel Spider-Man 3 being split into two parts won't be a bad idea. As I've stated before, the game will be split in two parts as it's their big in-game event of the entire saga and to let everything breathe instead of rushing the conclusion in story. Sony shouldn't rush Insomniac with Spider-Man 3. I'd rather have one game with a massive story similar to Red Dead 2. Spider-Man 3 should be one big game with 30 hours of story content, including side content. Late 2027 for PlayStation. That's when Venom's coming out. So that very well may lead into holiday 2027 being part 1 of Marvel Spider-Man 3 and then holiday 2028 being part 2 of Marvel Spider-Man 3. After Venom comes out in October 2027. Marvel Spider-Man 3 might be released in December of 2027 and then December of 2028 for part 2. Reports and insider timelines point toward late 2027, potentially acting as a bridge title before Marvel Spider-Man 3. Leaks suggest Eddie Brock will take the helm as the main protagonist in a darker, grittier standalone story featuring Carnage as a primary villain. Says no official release date in October 2027 has been announced for a Venom project. However, rumors and industry leaks suggest that Insomniac's standalone video game, Marvel's Venom, is loosely targeting a 2027 release window, with some internet speculation pointing toward the fall, while Sony is also developing a new animated Venom movie that remains without a set premiere date. Insomniac's rumored Venom spin-off game is tracking for a potential 2027 release after Wolverine, though Sony has not verified an exact launch date. That will probably be announced as state of play next year. So I think this is how it's going to go for Insomniac. Wolverine's going to release in 2026 in September. We're going to get Marvel's Wolverine Online after that. We're going to get Venom in 2027, fall of 2027. And then that will lead up to Marvel Spider-Man 3 in holiday 2027, part 1. And then part 2 will be holiday 2028. Marvel Spider-Man 3 part 2 will be in 2028. And then Ratchet and Clank, and then X-Men. And then Insomniac's new IP in 2031 and 2032. And then future X-Men games to be released in 2035 on PS6 and on PlayStation 6 in the future. It says Helldivers 2 Devoid of Liberty introduces a new safe team trained in several new interactions and ready to take commands from your Helldiver. Learn more about the squad and jump into the latest update today. Helldivers 2 Game Pass win. How are y'all Xbox divers liking Helldivers so far? Gears has one of the most distinctive visual identities in gaming. The team put a lot of thought into these, and I love how they turned out. Hey Xbox, if you want to know more about the August console update that started going out to users today, here's a link to the release notes. Xbox Play Anywhere 2, by the way, dispatches a number 2 top paid game on the Xbox Store, only behind number 1 NCAA college football. America Chavez will reportedly continue acting as a hero on Earth, even with the multiverse having less importance in the next saga of the MCU. One hero who can navigate the multiverse, sitting out the multiverse crossover. Got it. Blame Rusev for not including her in Doomsday. I was really hoping we would cut off the young characters they tried to set up. Don't get me wrong, I really like her as an actor, and she was a likable character, but it feels so forced, all the young Avengers characters. they have are uninteresting and feel unnecessary. Blame Marvel Studios and these so-called fans, but haters, they do not give justice to these characters, but nonetheless, I want to see them roll together. America Chavez continuing as an Earth-based hero after the multiverse saga actually makes a lot of sense. She has so much potential beyond just multiverse stories. She does. She could play a big role later on in the rest of the saga after the MCU. Feels like MCU already wasted her, so just a basic America. Who cares? Imagine giving a shit. Marvel Studios is reportedly considering adding Bullseye, Melissa Gold, and Abomination to the new Thunderbolts team in the MCU. Florence Pugh was only 23 when she filmed her first MCU appearance as Lena Bolivia in Black Widow. Today, she is the youngest cast member of Avengers Doomsday. I fucking hate Damage Control. And Jean, of course, they don't care about people, but using them, they were taking advantage of Spider-Man. Peter and Jean, screw Damage Control. They did too, made me cry, but have to hold it. What an actress. We all do. They can just face her wrath all over again. If this was a rated R movie, I would have loved to see the Damage Control Center blow up. But you don't hate Jean Grey in this movie for singing Peter and MJ. The rapist deserves death. Wanted Jean, Sentry, and Thor, please tell me who is stopping that combo. A literal god, a guy who can have a panic attack and make people essentially disappear. The Scarlet Witch and Phoenix. Good morning, Xbox fans. Just remember, we are the best platform, and Astro is doing great things for the brand. Exclusives are back, baby, and Gears of War E-Day is fire. We are Xbox. See y'all on the battlefield tomorrow for the weekend number 2 of the beta. Oh yeah, Gears of War E-Day beta comes out tomorrow. I forgot about that. It says the top 10 highest grossing films in history. Avatar 2.92 billion, Avengers Endgame 2.8 billion, A Way of Water 2.34 billion, Titanic 2.26 billion, Isaiah 2.2 billion, The Force Awakens 2.07 billion, Avengers Infinity War 2.05 billion, No Way Home 1.92 billion, Zootopia 2 1.87 billion, Spider-Man Far From Home 1.7 billion. You get it. I got a Nintendo Switch 2 today. Funny how you hate on something you don't own like it's your full-time job. You're becoming a locale trippy. Give me reasons why if GTA 6 is successful, it'll ruin the gaming industry. Give me reasons why if GTA 6 fails, it'll save the gaming industry. No one believes this stuff. This dialogue only exists on the Twitter. It doesn't exist outside Twitter. People are just idiots. GTA 6 pushed the digital-only era. GTA 6 pushed the exclusives $20 ad of a game. GTA 6 pushes exclusive missions, cars, content behind the Ultimate Edition bullshit. GTA 6 pushes no ownership agenda. GTA 6 pushes anti-consumer practices. GTA 6 pushes prices up to $80. Need more. Jeez, I just can't wait for this game to come out. It's despite being hyped, and of course, successful $80 games should be the norm in digital. $80 games will be the norm in digital. A lot of people keep forgetting the OG. They can't load. Gaming industry is already ruining itself. This game won't change anything. I'd argue gamers are hurting gaming and getting confused as to whom to blame. It literally made Sony to push digital only future just because of this game, also pushing the same agenda. Don't be dumb. I think that if if people don't pre-order GTA 6, I think it will actually help with the prices and make sure the game industry does not go to $80 or even 100. But we'll see, bro. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald could reportedly be coming to Nintendo Switch later this year, according to Inside Chip Shaw Nick. The three Game Boy Advance games are currently planned for release around September or October 2026. Nintendo and Pokemon Company said nothing, but this is just a rumor. I played all three and love all three. Emerald is absolutely the definitive version, just like Platinum is the Diamond and Pearl. How fortunate another opportunity to buy the same for the 16th time. How lucky are Pokemon fans? This is their first time releasing those games, and they are really good. What are you talking about? If remakes counted, I'd say 8-time Max, Ruby 1, Sapphire 2, Emerald 3, Omega Ruby 4, Alpha Sapphire 5, Ruby 6, Ruby Switch 6, Sapphire Switch 7, Emerald Switch 8. Haven't played this in 10 plus years, gladly buy it for $20. Classic Pokemon fans foaming at the mouth with a slight bit of hyperbole. It should be for the kids who were not born when those came out. The new fans, they say, how old are you? And why are you so upset over something that is meant for children? If this rumor is real, an entire generation is about to discover they just remembered the Hoenn map better than their home city. I had 1,500 hours in my Ruby before it got stolen. This is sad because it's true. I'm a prime example. Emulated game $0. Emulated game $60. Sold by Nintendo. I wouldn't consider this as a huge deal since the ROMs and emulator are free, fairly easy to pick up for free, especially for someone like myself who already bought these back when they first dropped. I don't plan on wasting money. They'll each cost $20 and will sell like crazy because Pokemon fans are helpless consumers with no active brain function. Cheaper than buying the OG hardware. Last I checked, emulation is free. If you're poor, these will most likely come with home support worth it over emulation. You're literally the exact type of fan I describe and must post enjoy your slot, Piggy. Some people just want to play on the OG hardware. The sad truth is, at this point, buying all 5 ROMs for $100 is cheaper than a GB Game Boy Advance. Or even an original DS with a flash card. Use an emulator. Good luck telling them that. They'll either claim it's too hard or they'll call you a piece of shit for stealing. I know, right? Emulation is a thing and offers more options for optimization. Paying for the same shit for 123 times. This and financial audit may not care and even enjoy the suffering of dumb people. Either let me purchase a digital copy outright or get the fuck out. Renting it through NSO is no better than paying the same prices on eBay or in retro shops. How sick would it be if Game Freak added the games to incorporate an actual day and night cycle? I know they're too lazy to, but damn, that would be hype. Emerald was the one I put 400 hours into as a kid, and honestly, I'd do it again. People aren't just emulating them. Most of the cattle who still like Pokemon are afraid of it. I have teenage family members who don't know how to Google it, even though I've tried telling them that. Tell them to search whenever the project on Google that site's 1% safe with no ads. That's neat. I already have them on Steam Deck though. Maybe I'll have a reason to touch my Switch again though. I wonder how they'll handle Black and White era and then possibly porting Heart Gold and Soul Silver. If they'll sell them separately, then I will identify as non-binary. It would be fun if a recompilation appears first. Easy $60 for all 3 games for me. Hoping for Crystal. Why not the remakes like Alpha, Sapphire? They're better. I managed to play these games on my shitty Sony phone back in 2016. No logical reason why anyone would pay money to play these things. A waste if they aren't in Switch Online. It says Avengers Secret Wars will reportedly feature a resistance team. Let's see. Alex Perez is back for another Patreon Discord Q&A in part 2 of the August Q&A answers. Alex answers questions from Discord Marvel members about Marvel characters and products such as Spider-Man Brave New Day and future Spider-Man movies, Werewolf by Night, Wonder Man, Thunderbolts, the X-Men, and the Champions. Hey Alex, hope all's well. Also looking forward to your detail and development history in WH and B&D on Discord. So for seeing Brand New Day, I'm satisfied that Peter Parker ended the film alive with no symbiote and on the road to victory. On the road to recovery. That being said, are the events of No Way Home and Brand New Day still critical to the plot, and certain characters' arcs of Avengers, Doomsday, Secret Wars? Alex Perez, yes, No Way Home more so than Spider-Man Brand New Day, but yes. Michael, do you personally think that Jean Grey's psychic shockwave could have affected Doctor Strange's memory spell and universe? The masters of the mystic arts probably never counted for the possibility that a powerful telepath, one that is an omega level mutant, could affect their elders' magic. Also, Jean previously shattered a memory spell in the comic Strange #6, and she's set to return to Secret Wars, where memory manipulation is a key plot element. Just something to theorize over. I don't think so, and if I had to tell you my personal opinion, I think the spell really just wiped everyone's memories clean. The best evidence aside from MJ not remembering Peter's Brand New Day is mentioned in No Way Home. Remember the full moon party at Kamar Taj. Wong doesn't, and Strange said it straight to his face. So I think those memories are just wiped, though I do think that there's a chance they could be recovered, but we'll see. Spider-Man Brand New Day, Spider-Man the Punisher, and Spider-Man Brand New Day. Chance 3225 is a Brand New Day post-credit scene a good indication that there will be a Life Raft Resistance team like in Secret Wars comics? Alex Perez, there is a Resistance team, but no word on the Life Rafts. Rats fan, with Tom Holland saying he knows when Miles will be introduced to the MCU, do you believe we may see him in Spider-Man 5? It is way too early to tell. Hello, the last time we saw Peter and Jean together, Jean said she had no one left, and Peter reasserted that she now has him. Are there plans to build on that friendship or even make Spider-Man an ally friend of the X-Men? Both characters have a history with being cloned, so maybe something could happen there. Be close friends with the X-Men after that. Hi, Alex. Awesome to see you doing these things again with Brand New Day out and being as successful as it is. It made me hungry for new Spidey projects early. But which new villains could you see debuting in Spidey 5, and what returning villains could we see in larger roles? There are so many ways the story could go. Me personally, though, since we're getting the symbiote coming up, I would love it for it to be an adaptation of the death of Jean Grey. Sorry, the death of Jean. The Wolf story mixed in with some gang war. So definitely some tombstones required here. Hammerhead, Silvermane for sure as well. You mentioned in the past how the current plan for Thunderbolts is going through a path of having the new Avengers going against the newly assembled Thunderbolts. Having that in mind, are there any chances that shell plans for Melina, who went unused in Thunderbolts, could be applied here and therefore have her going against Yelena? Kind of early to get into specifics, but I don't know if I could see her in being a part of the new Thunderbolts team. Now, again, keep in mind that a lot of this is just ideas being thrown around, so nothing is set in stone. But a while back, a couple of the ideas I heard involved repurposing Taskmaster's tech to make a new Taskmaster, bringing Abomination and Melissa Gold into the fold, and Bullseye being a neat addition too. But again, these are still ideas being thrown around. Hey, Alex, just one question this time. I understand Bob has a great relationship with Yelena and Avengers Doomsday. Does he have any cool moments with her other characters? With other characters, especially referring to you mentioning that other than Helena, only one other person is hesitant to use Bob's powers. Remember that. I do recall what you're mentioning, and he does. That person I referred to is Charles Xavier. Uh, so Lizzie says, "Hey there, buddy. Is there anything you can tell us about Werewolf by Night by any chance?" I can't. I've recently come into some neat information that points to a sequel for Werewolf by Night being in development. X-Men and mutants. There hasn't really been any real rumors or leaks going around regarding Mystique and the upcoming X-Men flick. Is she a real probability, or is she a future plan like Gambit? I'm going to be frank and tell you straight up that I'm the last person you guys should be asking for casting information about. That said, from the very little I've heard about the development of this film, they kind of wanted to deviate from the whole Magneto and the Brotherhood trope and focus on other villains that haven't been seen before, Sinister being at the top of Feige's list. So my interpretation of that is they aren't actively looking for anybody who is part of the Brotherhood for the X-Men first outing made Magneto if they want to establish he exists, but we'll see how that goes. Hello, Lizzie and Alex. Once again, thanks a lot for giving us the opportunity to ask questions this month. Forever grateful. The original X-Men are set to return in Avengers Doomsday as well as other fan favorite characters, but nothing has been said about the cast about from the X-Men First Class saga. Do you think they will return in any future Marvel project at all? I heavily doubt it. Not a single thing has been mentioned on that front. Leviathan following Spider-Man Brand New Day, we got Jean in the MCU, so I was wondering what versions of the X-Men this team personalities and story will primarily based on. From what I understand, the idea is to get the original 5 members together with some additions and basically establish a coming of age story where these characters who have been in hiding due to fear of rejection or persecutions are finally stepping out of the shadows to save the world and prove they're not all mutants are bad. But I'm sure we'll learn more about it next week at D23. Alex, where do you think the mutant saga will ultimately lead for adaptations and storylines, mainly the big Avengers X-Men stuff? There's a lot of things that we could be looking at, but I think referring to it as saga is a mistake because there are different routes these projects are planning to take, and not all of them are going to lead to some big crossover event. Some are going to lead to supernatural crossover events like Midnight Suns. Others are going to lead to a big mutant event with the X-Men solo outing, which are big enough on their own. You have the cosmic storylines with Nova and Elias and the Eternals and Celestials. So we'll see where it all leads, but I hope that answers your questions. Hi, Alex. Good to have another opportunity to ask questions following Spider-Man Brand New Day. Can we expect to see mutant characters in non-mutant related projects like Avengers films other than Storm, potentially in Black Panther 3? Alex Perez, 100%. Will the Young Avengers Champions members ever be involved in cosmic or space level conflicts in the future? First, let's set the record straight as Champions. Forget about the Young Avengers. It's just Champions. Secondly, cosmic storylines are definitely in their future. They plan to incorporate Novar and Hulking down the road. However, Vision Quest is going to be a very important project to look forward to if you want to peek at what Marvel has planned for Champions, primarily because of the show. Ultron wants to explore life, and this show really is all about father and sons connecting, whether it's Ultron with Vision, Vision with Tommy Vision, and Tommy with Billy, or Ultron wanting a son of his own. Will we ever see Kate and Alina interact together or team up with post Secret Wars? Yeah, that would definitely be like some big Tater stuff. Do you think Marvel still has plans to introduce Hulkling at some point? 100% without a shadow of doubt, they want Hulkling to appear at some point. With Marvel seemingly moving away from the live action TV side of media, what does that mean for the future of champions, especially with Kate Bishop specifically? I'm just going to copy paste this of the message from one of my sources. I really don't know where this idea of Marvel stepping away from live action TV is coming from, but that's not true. Scaling down productions definitely, but straight up canceling TV show productions is not something that either cost effective for Marvel or Disney. As long as Disney Plus exists, Disney will continue to ask Marvel Studios to produce content for its platform. It's all a matter of putting quality over quantity. As for Kate and Champions, I think they deserve a movie outing, to be honest, but at the same time, I wouldn't mind a series that would allow us to explore the mindset of these characters if done right. Hey, Alex and Lizzie, always a pleasure. With Marvel Television canceling Wonder Man Season 2, is this a significant overhaul that they release their projects like more special presentations and limited specials? There's definitely special presentations being worked on right now. Werewolf by Night sequel, Heroes for Hire, Strange Academy, but it's more of a case-by-case basis, I think. With the unfortunate news of Wonder Man being canceled, Nova being retooled into a film, and no other live-action shows confirmed to be in development beyond Daredevil Born Again Season 3, do you think Marvel is planning to shift away from live-action TV for the most part? No, just focus on quality over quantity. Hi, Alex and Lizzie. Will we ever get an Avengers movie like the first two, where there is no other team and purely focusing on the Avengers? We really should, but it's too early to tell right now. Where is Big Wheel? No, really ask. Hi, Alex. The multiverse is less likely to be a major factor in the next saga. What will America Chavez role look like? She'll be a hero on Earth. Hi, Alex. Hope you are doing well following Wonder Man's cancellation. What are Marvel's future plans for Simon? I really don't. I really wouldn't know how to answer that because it all really rode on Wonder Man Season 2. He was going to be one of the prime examples the DODC would use to convince the general public about the threat mutants pose to society. Now I really wouldn't know what the plan is with him. Hey Alex, with recent adjustments to the upcoming phases, is Marvel Studios leaning more toward open ethnicity casting calls around announced characters to expand the franchise's representation, or are they prioritizing the development of original black heroes from the comics due to cancelizations of Blade and Wonder Man shows? I don't know anything about how Marvel does their castings beyond the fact that they look for actors who have worked in Disney production within the last 5 years. Anything that involves 20th Century Fox, Searchlight, Lucasfilm, etc. It's not a guarantee that it'll get them cast, but it certainly does help. It's been a while since I last asked any new developments with Star-Lord. I heard one rumor, but it's not for me to share, unfortunately. That's all for Q&A this month. While you're waiting for the next one to come around, please consider supporting the Cosmic Circus on Patreon for access to our private Discord where you can chat with other Marvel and DC fans. I predict it's going to be Team Loki consisting of Toby, Spider-Man, Deadpool, Wolverine, and much more. The Resistance will lose anyway. Doom will be too powerful after having the powers of Beyonder and Franklin Richards. Yes, we know that Spiders and Co. are probably the younger X-Men, Young Avengers, plus some older refugees according to concept artists Shang-Chi, Star-Lord, White Vision, and Wong. Makes sense. Hopefully we can get Wolverine, Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, and Hulk team up. That would be great. Ghost Rider, Hulk, Thor, Nova, Silver, Surfer. Source my dreams. It would be funny if Sadie Sink returns as Jean, but it's a variant that has Scott Summers' powers, which means their version of Brand New Day was kinetic blast instead of body swapping. My bet is Young Avengers and Defenders, Loki, huh? Makes sense. It says Avengers Doomsday could begin with Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and Doctor Octopus battling the Fox X-Men, who may end up destroying Spider-Man's world. Tobey watching his world get destroyed. Exciting stuff. Would be nice to have Tobey as Spider-Man again. So you're telling me that they're sending an entire army to destroy Tobey's Spider-Man home. As long as Tobey's Spider-Man somehow lives. It can't, because that was cut. Tobey will always be Spider-Man. Nintendo announces a price increase for the Switch 2 about 4 months in advance for the US. Sony announced the price increase for the PS5 less than a week in advance if you want to compare something that's actually the same. Spider-Man Brand New Day has surpassed Avatar The Way of Water at the domestic box office. As COD Modern Warfare slowly approaches, let's go through all the major updates we know about the upcoming FPS game. Let's see. We're heading into the final few months before the launch of Modern Warfare 4. And before we get to actually jump in and give the game a try, there's a lot of information on there that is worth knowing pre-launch, as has been the case with many previous Call of Duty games. The build-up is all about slow reveals and in-house events like COD Next, and over the following weeks, a full picture should come into view. There are specifics regarding the additions and content included, the beta times and dates, as well as some in-game details that may be the deciding factor for those riding the fence on whether to make the purchase. In any case, it's always nice to know what an upcoming game is all about and the kind of experience you can expect to find if you decide to buy it. Additions and pre-order bonuses. Launching on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch 2, and PC, early beta access and additional in-game items. The Modern Warfare 4 pre-orders are already live now across all modern platforms we would expect, including the Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, and PC, with Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders opening August 26. It's worth noting that if you are still playing on the previous generation of consoles, then I am sorry to say you're going to be missing out on this year's COD. But those for you who aren't, you get to choose between the standard and the Vault Edition. The latter bundling exclusive cosmetic content like weapon camos on the top of the base game. Pre-ordering also unlocks several additional benefits ahead of launch, giving you access to the beta, early, and hunter killer operator skin that can be used right now in Black Ops 7 and Warzone. Finally, when October rolls around, you'll be able to play the campaign a week early, so even if you're not that interested in the extra skins, the pre-order will put the actual gameplay in your hands just a bit sooner. Modern day Korean setting says for a story, a whole new direction, a modern day Korean setting. Price returns alongside several new locations. The 2026 campaign might not be the first of it to visit Korea, but this time around the stakes are a lot higher and the reach is global right from the start. 4 erupts on the Korean peninsula as North Korea launches a full-scale invasion threatening the stability of the entire world. And you get to step into the boots of Private Park, a young soldier fighting to survive on a collapsing front line moving through Korea, New York, Paris, and Mumbai. Running parallel is Captain Price operating outside official channels on an eventual off-bit mission of his own, adding in a nostalgia factor while still offering something new for longtime fans as well. It's a modern dark reinvention of the formula, and there's a lot of room for some pretty explosive set pieces and twists as you fight to quite literally save the world. Multiplayer matchmaking says fixing issues and innovating for the future. Details, grounded combat style, open playlists, and more balanced matches. There are quite a few different details to mention about multiplayer, and the first is arguably the most important change in the entire game. The centerpiece of MW4's multiplayer overhaul is Ballistic Authority, a new weapon system that eliminates hipfire bloom entirely, ensuring bullets land exactly where you aim, which is being paired with rebuilt recoil patterns, more realistic audio propagation, improved visibility, and reduced gun smoke clutter that should all combine to deliver a gritty and satisfying gunplay experience. Adding to that is the new matchmaking system, which has already been implemented in Black Ops 7, aims to combat a lot of the frustrations around the previous skill-based approach. This means that you're going to be able to jump in and feel much less stress to compete with all your energy, and the updated weapon feel will only serve to improve the overall match satisfaction for newbies and veterans alike. Modes, some welcome returning faces. Details, standard multiplayer modes, DMZ extraction mode. It's been a long time coming, but DMZ is finally returning as Call of Duty's flagship extraction shooter mode, located in a new zone called Hyajimin, which comes directly from the fallout of the campaign Korean conflict. It combines narrative, story, missions, dynamic operations, and persistent player progression across developments, bringing it in line with the modern standards of the genre, which forcing you into an additional purchase. For the other confirmed multiplayer modes, we have Search and Destroy, Kill Block, Big War party games, as well as the usual suspects like Free for All, bringing the total to 21. When you include hardcore variations, there's also a mobility course for practicing movement mechanics, giving you more than enough places as launch to grind out those camos. Beta schedule sooner than you think. Pre-ordering gives you early access. More information will be revealed at COD Next. Although it's still over 2 months till the official launch, you're going to be able to give the game a try across 2 separate weekends, depending on whether or not you have it pre-ordered. Early access opens August 21st to 25th. Launching immediately after the Call of Duty Next broadcast, and the second open beta will run from August 28th to September 1st. Letting everyone else get in on the action. This includes betas for all platforms, with Switch 2 receiving the same access as well for the first time, meaning no matter what console you're playing on, the beta is going to be open for you eventually. And if you're someone that cares a lot about account progress, your levels won't be carrying over to launch. But specific reward items unlocked during the beta, such as exclusive weapon blueprints, operator skins, calling cards, emblems, and XP tokens will. So there's at least some additional benefit to spamming games outside of pure fun. Progression carryover, get grinding now says details, double XP tokens, and COD points will transfer into accounts for Warzone and Black Ops 7. It's always interesting when new Call of Duty drops to see how much content is going to carry over, and this time around the team has confirmed that there will at least be some currencies that will stay with you during the move. Double XP tokens from Warzone and Black Ops 7 will transfer into Modern Warfare 4, giving returning players a head start on leveling once the game launches. COD points carry over as well, though only within the same platform family, meaning progress won't transfer across, say, PlayStation or Xbox or vice versa. This isn't an unexpected move, as the same procedure occurred with the most recent release. And it's nice to see some consistency in how the wider franchise ecosystem functions over the long term. And that's it. It says top 5 characters who could defeat God, Emperor Doom, the one above all, the supreme being of Marvel, Molecule Man, the source of Doom's godhood, the Beyonders, the race whose power Doom stole, the Living Tribunal, Cosmic Authority beyond multiverse, Phoenix Force, Jean Grey, Marvel Games executive producer Keen Danny Coe on adding legacy characters like Sam Wilson to Marvel Rivals. He's a standalone character. That's why we do not want him as a costume for Steve Rogers. Captain America's big Captain America because he is his own character. Marvel Studios is reportedly considering repurposing Taskmaster's technology to create a new version of Taskmaster in the MCU. It says the cinema hand drawn its own Spider-Man Brand New Day poster after not receiving official ones. The drawing featured Spider-Man. Sorry for any inconveniences. This movie single-handedly made it a requirement to watch all Spider-Man films in sequential order. Imagine telling someone in 2018 this is what happened on the big screen. Spider-Man Brand New Day has already outgrossed Avengers Infinity War at the domestic box office. The power of Switch 2 continues to prove that no other console is required. Madden 27 Switch 2 docked. Yeah, those graphics look impressive, bro. Sucking 30 FPS yet again award. It's 60 FPS, you uneducated clown, though. Handheld win. Handheld mode will be clutch for NFL Sundays. Madden 26 Switch 2 definitely was rushed to get that game day and date with Xbox and PS5. It's great that EA actually improved on Switch 2 version for Madden 27. Madden 26 wasn't rushed, though it was one of the best third-party games on the Nintendo Switch 2. EA had more time with Switch 2 hardware, so improvements were given. Might run the Jags or Packers in this year's game. Better than Madden 26 on Switch 2. Looks good, but how about a comparison with PS5 and Xbox Series X? The Nintendo Switch surpasses PS2 and becomes the console with the most hard software sold in video game history with over 156 billion. What a milestone. Someone upon a video of a guy saying how gaming saved him from doom scrolling. Gaming keeps your mind active. There's progression, encourages problem solving, and inspires creativity. So anyway, I got into The Legend of Zelda and I'm hooked to start gaming today. So just in case anybody was still wondering why we're so against people just taking Carcana, a U.S. analytics firm, numbers for gospel, the global picture look a lot different as these sales percentages currently floating around for Resident Evil Requiem show. U.S. 22% physical, 78% digital. Japan 51% physical, 49% digital. France 55% physical, 45% digital. UK 40% physical, 60% digital. Australia 43% physical, 57% digital. It breaks my heart knowing this game will not release on disc, given that it'll likely be a PS6 exclusive post 2028. But on the other hand, this has potential to be one of the greatest Marvel games ever made, and the next gen gameplay possibilities excite me tremendously. According to IMDb, Spider-Man 3 will already have entered production. Brian Intihar and Ryan Smith will replace their roles as directors. They directed the two previous installments. The second trailer for Avengers Doomsday is reportedly releasing this Friday. If the report is accurate, Marvel fans may not have to wait much longer for another look at Doctor Doom and the massive multiversal conflict coming in the Avengers Doomsday. The new trailer could reveal more footage, new character moments, and potentially give us a better idea of how the Avengers, Fantastic Four, and X-Men fit into Doom's plan. The report also claims that tickets will go on sale worldwide alongside the trailer, making this potentially a huge day for Marvel fans. After months of waiting, the second trailer will finally give us some major answers. Would you watch the trailer the second it drops? PlayStation Plus Extra, August 2026, Helldivers 2, PS5, 40 295 gigabytes, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, PS5, 101 and 282 gigabytes, Hell is Us, PS5, 21.645 gigabytes, Vampire Survivors, PS5, 1.19 gigabytes, Umamasami Pretty Derby, Party Dash, PS4, 3.914 gigabytes, 2 Point Museum, PS5, 5.576 gigabytes, Dying Light, PS5, 40.700 gigabytes, and Metro Exodus, PS5, 70.130 gigabytes. These are all the games that are coming to PS Plus and PS Extra and PS Premium for August. August game catalog. And what appearance was Abomination the most strongest? Spider-Man is reportedly set to form a close bond with the X-Men in the MCU. I think we all know the reason. Someone saw Doomsday's opening scene and said audiences will lose their mind. It's reportedly heavy action. It's reportedly action heavy, and someone who has seen it described it as something that will make audiences lose their mind. Wolverine appears in the opening scene. The leak Black confirms Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man universe is where the film begins, with Wolverine and Deadpool arriving as Doom's occurs and start destroying that world. And action-heavy cold opening featuring Wolverine and Tobey's universe with universes literally colliding in the background described as something that makes people lose their minds. And Eyeless will be introduced in the next saga of the MCU. The Incredible Hulk director Louis Leterrier reveals that there's a much longer and darker cut of the movie. There's a darker cut and longer, obviously it's not an hour. But it's very interesting because The Incredible Hulk was the first movie sort of starting the MCU. So there were all these ideas that started many of the stories you're following now, and that was in The Incredible Hulk. PS Plus games August, Extra and Premium, Helldivers 2, PS5, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, PS5, Vampire Survivors, PS5, PS4, Hell is Us, PS5, Umasami Pretty Derby, Party Dash, PS4, 2 Point Museum, PS5, Metro Exodus, PS5 and PS4, Dying Light 2, PS5 and PS4, Premium only, Minutia Dawn of Dreams, PS5, PS4, Disney Atlantis Lost Empire, PS5 and PS4. There are less than 24 hours left until the second final weekend of the Gears of War eBay beta. Enjoy since there will be 2 long months of waiting for the launch. Mark Wahlberg was asked about Ted 3. We're doing the Ted animated series right now, but we may come back with a third film. Absolutely wild theory about God of War of the Fae. If Sikh Hyman, Egypt is there dead, it's because Kratos killed her before the Norse era. Faye, after dying, would be facing the victim of her own husband, which will make her return to Egypt to save her or avenge her. Santa Monica just slipped the Egyptian pantheon and the future of the main saga right under our noses without breaking the timeline. Do you buy this narrative twist genius, or is it too much of a wild high? I read you in the comments and we debate. We take it for granted that Kratos is a god killer by nature, but I doubt that Seek Hyman is dead. Rather, I believe she's trapped in that everyone before Kratos there were already powerful gods, so it wasn't necessarily Kratos who had to kill her, but rather she was confined by the god Ra. But suppose that Kratos was already in Egypt and did something there. I want to know where Athena is. She got away scot free in three, and never again. Bro, the game is about Faye, and she is a goddess. She doesn't need the help from Kratos for a story to be enjoyed, and if it were like that, it would be a waste. Embracer Group has confirmed the release window for Tomb Raider Catalyst between April 1st, 2027 and March 31st, 2028 during this Q1 2026-27 interim report. The next mainline adventure is powered by Unreal Engine 5 and is set in northern India. Some Nintendo Switch 2 kiosks are now warning consumers of the upcoming price increase for the system, and the U.S. price will increase from $449.99 to $499.99 on September 1st for the base console. James McAvoy says the X-Men would absolutely destroy the Avengers in a fight, claiming there were like 40 of us and like 5 of them. I could be like, take your clothes off, and they'd all be taking their clothes off. Yeah, it's one of them is half man, half robot. You just turn off the power and he's done. Then it comes from Hawkeye, the guy with the bow and arrow. We've got guns and stuff. McAvoy even imagines Professor X controlling the entire team. I can just go like sit down and they'll all sit down. I'll be like have a cup of tea and they'll all be having a cup of tea. And he finished with I could be like take your clothes off and they all be taking their clothes off. It would be a disaster. Limited edition Xbox controllers for Gears of War games over time. Personally, the Xbox 360 one will always be my favorite. Call of Duty updates. An update released earlier today that will address an issue where the FG42 Gremlin and Mammoth Bloodstone camo challenge requirements were higher than intended. Elder Scrolls 6 is the perfect opportunity for Xbox to give the platform identity back, value, and a grand resurgence. Xbox would be foolish to put this on PlayStation when Sony deprives Xbox fans of its own biggest Marvel games. No excuses. It's now or never Xbox. Crimson Moon builds gameplay overview. A third-person action adventure players can learn how gear, boons, weapon arts, and more all funnel to the game core build system, which differs from the usual class system. Coming to Xbox Series X and S, PS5, and Steam on September 1st. Marvel may already have the perfect Sinister Six lineup for Tom Holland's Spider-Man, and after 4 solo movies, MCU has introduced enough villains with direct connections to Peter that a full Sinister Six could directly realistically come together. Potential members: Vulture, Scorpion, Shocker, the Tinker, Tombstone, Prowler. What makes this interesting is that none of them need to come from another universe. They're all connected to the MCU Spider-Man mythology. Marvel has basically been building Peter Parker's rogues gallery piece by piece. Sentry and Professor X will reportedly be interacting in Avengers Doomsday. He'll reportedly be one of the few voices of caution by using Bob's powers hesitant alongside only Helena. Fun fact, Tom Holland's Spider-Man has never interacted on screen with Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow in the MCU. It's a shame how this, just mere weeks ago, I was excited for PS6 era and I couldn't wait for this era to end. Right now, I feel nothing for gaming as a whole, save for a few titles. Ever since Sony announcement had been put off, like the whole corporation buy around gaming became unbearable, and it's less about discs themselves because I have previously played physical and digital games. It's more about the lies and disrespect and the rapid greed and rapid desire to turn gaming from passion-driven, very focused art form into a mainstream, purely business-driven garbage that lacks any soul from what made gaming so appealing once upon a time. The writing was on the wall since the start of the generation, yes, but now it feels too in your face to ignore, and what's even worse is the community itself and its complacency and desire to tear each other apart over tribalism rather than holding corporations accountable for their steep decline for the past few years, and this new shift with it. Funny, just a few years ago, everyone went up in arms every boobies are too big, or why the lead is female or black, or why a scene offended some people on whatever side, and that was treated with seriousness and created by studios. And some players printed their lives and the enjoyment of games depend on it. But I guess the community never had its priorities straight. Gameplay and storytelling was never focused, but always the tribalism forced itself insert into everything. Yeah, I think if Sony keeps going down this road uh of an all digital future, more people are going to move to Xbox. Microsoft and Xbox is going to get an influx of players where they're going with this disc to digital, preserving discs and allowing you to carry them over to your library on a digital license, backwards compatibility for all generations of Xbox, including PC, and the Xbox Helix being an open PC platform that supports Steam and allows you to play your PC games. And it's going to sell much better over the PlayStation 6 for the future of consoles. And the Helix is going to outdo the PS6, and Microsoft is going to bring more people over to Xbox. Xbox is going to have more players than PlayStation. If Sony keeps going down this road, they're going to continue to keep losing fans, and people are going to move to Xbox in the future. Xbox is going to win next generation hands down if Sony keeps doing this, and if they do what they keep doing, what they're going to do with backwards compatibility and everything, Microsoft's going to win it. Spotify will start recommending AI-generated artists starting in September. It's expected for AI profiles to be reviewed by human moderators using AI detection tools to identify artists attempting to conceal AI-generated content. All right. Ow. Let's see what else we got here. Um, huh. Hold on a minute. There we go. Jennifer Lawrence will return as Mystique in Avengers Secret Wars. As it has begun, you can expect more cast. Stay tuned. We're finally getting the ultimate multiverse crossover we deserved. No. Yes, please let it be so. Claim looks unverified, and it also conflicts with long-standing reporting that Jennifer Lawrence said X-Men Apocalypse will be her last turn as Mystique, and the version that has been more widely confirmed in current reporting is Rebecca Romijn returning as Mystique for Doomsday, not Jennifer Lawrence. I still remember the old leak after the collision of X-Men and Tobey Maguire that would go to TVA, where there would be a Guardians of the Multiverse team where James McAvoy, Charles, and Michael Magneto would be in it after the Earth got destroyed. Jennifer Lawrence Mystique died suddenly in Simon Kinberg's controversial 2019 film X-Men Dark Phoenix. There's no point in her coming back in Avengers Secret Wars. Maybe her clone will be in it. Maybe. There are variants. That's what Battle World, Secret Wars are all about. It's a place where Doom manages to recover certain things from different universes, and the multiverse brings them all together into one. Probably messes up the universe and changes the worlds and brings all these characters back from different universes, and that causes the things to happen that leads up to Secret Wars. There really is no need to bring back cast back, and are they going to bring back Bryan Singer from Israel? He's hiding out there because he's a pedo. They be calling everybody Love Jen. These whole movies look messy. So I liked her Days of Future Past First Class. This is very unlikely, to be honest. She hated playing Mystique. I'd be surprised if it turns out to be true. Wasn't she killed by Jean Grey in Dark Phoenix? Doesn't seem very secret. Why would she return if she hated that role? Money and fame. Yeah, exactly. Probably more like money. They would give her more money to come back. Why would she return? Okay, is this confirmed by a reliable article? Should be interesting after this. Yes, let it happen. We active AI Scoop account energy. No official word, and J Law has been very clear about hating that makeup. She won't hate the long hours in the makeup chair. No, not fucking Jennifer Lawrence. No, she won't. This service is talking rubbish all day, then hoping everyone forgets. That's why not and why not Rebecca Romijn? Probably alternate worlds colliding in one movie. She's already official in Doomsday. As she should. Guess Mystique will be 100% CGI. I think it's fake. I think they're probably going to replace her with a new actor for Mystique. Jennifer Lawrence isn't coming back. They're going to use another actor, another character. Probably Rebecca Romijn. Rumors claim Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and Hugh Jackman's Wolverine survived the multiverse collapse. multiversal will collapse, awaken in the void, and lead the resistance into Secret Wars. How Toby and Hugh will lead the resistance to Secret Wars. When Doctor Doom triggers the final catastrophic incursion to Forge Battle World, entire timelines are wiped out, as the anchor being Wolverine and the core multiversal pillar Toby and Spider-Man. Their sheer dimensional presence pulls their falling atoms straight into the void, the only place safe from Doom's reach. To reach Battle World, God Emperor Doom rewrites history, brainwashing surviving heroes into believing he was always their savior because Logan and Peter Parker ended up stranded in the void. During Battle World's creation, Doom's reality-altering magic completely misses them. They wake up as the only two heroes who remember the truth. Waking up in the desolate void, Toby and Hugh realize they are the multiverse's last hope. Their goal for Secret Wars is set. Slip onto Battleworld, dodge Doom's Thor corpse enforcers, locate mind-washed heroes like Cap and Thor, and restore their memories to lead a final uprising against God Emperor Doom. It's so peak. The premise is sick. I'm already buying tickets. I really, really, really wish James Punisher also appears, even if it's a 2-second cameo. Just get him there, and Ben Affleck's Daredevil. Just have those two beating up some gang while the incursion happens. It would be so fucking good to have the OG Marvel movie leads. Yeah, they already said Ben is out of their price range. Unfortunately, these Hollywood bozos are just such cash wars. If I was an actor, play comic book characters, got a chance to come back as a reunion, let's do it for free. I'd do it for free. He's already a multimillionaire. What does he lose out on, really? The Void's basically the Marvel version of Cosmic Recycle Bin. Yep. Something tells me they're going to try to kill off those two characters at the beginning of the movie, and then they're going to come back because they're going to be the only ones that are going to remember it from when Doom creates Battle World and when everything changes. And then there'll be ones that are going to set up the arc for the Resistance and everyone fighting against Doom for the beginning of Secret Wars. If Doom creates Battle World, Toby and Hugh leading the Resistance will be the perfect multiversal payout. Spider-Man and Wolverine breaking into Doom's kingdom, fighting the heroes who are brainwashed, and rebuilding the Avengers from the ruins. That's cinema. This movie feels so peak already. I don't give 10 out of 10 often, but I get to see Toby, Spider-Man, and Hugh's Wolverine act on screen together. If it's for less than a minute, it's 10 out of 10 for me. The Void as in the Void, or the Void as in the Void. That's awesome, but I'm going to need Andrew Garfield Spider-Man in at least 6 more movies. What a beautiful send-off for two fantastic characters, to be honest. I need it yesterday. This one should be there, man. We've been hearing this Toby and Hugh team up for a long time, and I'm down for it. Makes sense you don't bring Toby and Hugh, even giving Toby a new suit, and kill them in the opening scene. Only makes sense as the OGs become the key to saving the multiverse and play a part in what's probably going to be the final biggest MCU movie ever. I hope this is true because holy shit. It wouldn't happen to be that Battle World is created with the within the void. I mean, it's already a natural landscape for a Battle World like landmass. So the power of friendship is going to defeat Doom's Secret Wars. I don't know about that one, bro. I was just love to see the 2002 classic slash the suit again somehow. The Incredible Hulk director Louis Leterrier reveals a much longer and darker cut of the movie exists. There's a darker cut, longer, obviously. It's not an hour, but it's very interesting because The Incredible Hulk was the first movie sort of starting the MCU. So there were these ideas that started many other stories following now on that. And that was in The Incredible Hulk. New PS5 consoles include small print confirming changes to digital over disc. PS5 owners and the game community in general still believe for Sony's decision to go fully digital and put an era of physical disc behind us. However, you're not clinging onto the minute possibility of Mammoth Corporation changing its mind. It's definitely not. So, scrapping physical discs is a huge call and comes within months of PS5's price hike. It's possible PS Plus cost increases. The Don't Kill the Disc was the release sign real sign of fight back from the gamers, and I think some of us had a hard time accepting this decision. But a new observation shows Sony is not budging. As highlighted by a Reddit user, Epsilon123, appears PS5 console boxes are now feature an updated message explaining Sony's intent. From January 2028, newly released games on PlayStation will be available for purchase on the PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital format only. Discs for games released before January 2028 can continue to be played on this console. Sadly, it doesn't look like AI or like it's been photoshopped. It's probably the final nail in the coffin for official physical media on PS5. This tells us that from January 2028, your PlayStation 5 game purchase and beyond will all need to be digital. Unfortunately, Sony's decision has been held by gamers as a recent Sony PlayStation earnings call show that digital software still dominates physical media. We got just over a year left of physical PlayStation discs. My Nintendo Switch 2 kiosks are now warning people about console's upcoming price increase. Thinking AI is the reason for price increases while it's not even real. Doing a better job at warning people than Sony. Thanks, AI. No, Sony. Spider-Man Brand New Day may secretly be proven that Captain America was right in Civil War. The movie's whole conflict around Spider-Man using surveillance to track down Scorpion is basically Peter learning the exact lesson Steve Rogers was trying to teach the Avengers. Peter was originally Team Iron Man because he was young and trusted the people in charge, but in Brand New Day he sees firsthand how dangerous it can be when governments and institutions are given too much power, and that's what makes the movie's government angle so interesting. The DODC, William Metzger, and the surveillance storyline all reinforce the idea that good intentions don't automatically make unchecked authority okay. It also connects perfectly to the MCU's history. Kingpin abused political power. Ross reportedly changed his agenda. Valentina operated from the shadows, and now the MCU is heading toward an anti-mutant movement that could once again put government agendas above individual rights. Steve said it back in Civil War, the safest hands are still our own. And after everything Peter has experienced, Brand New Day might finally be turning Spider-Man into a Team Cap guy. Funny how these two companies are collaborating now, and each one wanted to sell you a lie to advance so much in. Netflix wanted to convince you that theaters are over and streaming is the future. Take-Two now wants to convince you physical games don't make sense, and 3 years cloud gaming will be mainstream. Crazy how that works. No disc, no buy. Sean Murray says No Man's Sky will probably end at some point, but that doesn't sound like it's happening anytime soon. As people keep playing, I will work on this forever. The game has been supported for 10 years now with more than 40 major updates, and they've all been free. He joked that even if No Man's Sky eventually does end, he could come back 10 years later and make a surprise update. Feels like No Man's Sky might outlive us all. People telling him, why are you still coming out free DLCs? Don't understand that he's making the game he always wanted to make with his friends after it's no one worried about nothing. He's living the dream. But who's paying for dev costs? They probably won't do it just for some updates on Steam. In reality, every time there's an update, a ton of new players show up, so I don't think money's an issue. At some point, he can just open source it and fans will be having continuous development. I still have no clue how these people make or have any money to have two successful games and only release one and only one release since No Man's Sky. I'm just assuming the employees all work free and for the love of the game. No Man's Sky went from what happened at launch to apparently this game is never allowed to die. This is a crazy 10-year arc. Still haven't played it. Need to. It's genuinely the greatest comeback in modern gaming. The original launch would have killed any developer, but they did a complete 180. The game is catnip for your Uber normies. It got the worst tutorial in gaming. The gameplay loop is boring. The gameplay itself is just menus inside menus. A boring collectathon and waiting for you to jetpack and sprint meter to refill its cookie clicker, but it wastes more time. Games for uber normies can't even beat tutorial. Explain to Zeros 9 difference between disliking tutorial and not completing it, and which one I wrote about. Space Minecraft, hell is a cookie cutter. Cookie clicker. Sounds like you suck at using your brain, apparently. Just the brutality that people do on social media, bro, is crazy. I never trust the game. It needs too many updates. Is he ever going to do an update that makes it so the game has a point? No Man's Sky has millions of planets left to explore, and since it's on GOG, imagine this game could become an entertainment asset and passing it down to keep exploring. We're at 1% now. Imagine future when it's all explored and by descent it's true history. No. Harry spent years believing Spider-Man took his father's life, pulling off that mask to see his best friend's face left his entire reality shattered. The emotional weight of the scene may never be matched. Developer Asperus confirmed that more classic Lord of the Rings games are getting re-releases. Super Mario Sunshine will be available on Switch 2 at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. This is the first game directed by Yoshiki Koizumi, who is now one of the most influential people at Nintendo. Doug Cuckle, the voice behind the Witcher's Geralt, has hit out at AI platforms that feature his voice, saying there are people behind these voices. They are not just digital imprints. Geralt voice actor says he'd sue every AI platform with his voice on it into the ground if he could. He's right to feel that way. It's theft. On STFU, we already replaced all these pretentious pricks, replace these non-gaming activist idiots printing game journals as well. I want AI to replace you all. You activist parasites have done incredibly harm to gaming. Raise it all to the ground and start over. Yeah, I'm sure that every other voice actor is and should be right there with you. Respect for Doug standing up for the human behind the voice. Those digital imprints carry a lifetime of work and identity. Lawsuit of surprise. Well, he can't, so he can just cry more. That's the man. It's because he's a teacher mainly, and his last name really Cockle. Apparently they are. Yep, it's official. If it's official time for an angry mob. It's a shame humans' grotesque misuse of AI prints to target on AI. Everyone needs to word these statements differently so it isn't demonetizing AI, but rather the mistakes of society's misuse of it. God of War's Christopher Judge is tired of video game TV adaptations ignoring game creators. The live adaptation of God of War is on its way, with the voice of iconic God killer Kratos, Christopher Judge, as a bone to pick with the people behind game adaptations. As the actors explained, he's annoyed that these projects fail to hire anyone from the source material to work on them, as they tend to ignore the talent behind the success of those games. My problem with all game adaptations is you have the pre-existing successful property, and the first thing you do is not hire anyone associated with it. Judge said during a fan expo panel via Reddit, using HBO's The Last of Us as an example. The Last of Us loved Pedro Pascal, where they better than the game cast. I saw a stage reading they did. It was unreal. I had no idea why you don't just take that cast. That's right, especially when you're going to do episodes that are shot for shots, remakes of the game. The voice actors of The Last of Us have often been praised for elevating the story with their performances. It's not too much of a stretch to imagine Baker playing the live-action version of Joel Miller. Of course, it's not that easy, as you have various factors to consider, like availability for a shoot and contract negotiations, as well as the fact that Pascal is a bigger star in comparison to Baker. Pascal is a household name who can draw audiences to watch the series based on recognition on the recognition factor alone. Baker did appear in the series, making a cameo as a villain named James. Writing for video games and TV show. Writing for video game and TV are two vastly different things, but it wouldn't hurt to have some of those creatives around to assist when adaptation in the writers' room. As Judge explained, if you're going to adapt games and do shot-for-shot remakes of them, hiring the writers behind them would be a smart move. What do you think? And these guys have been immersed in this world for 20 years. Well, someone's going to know better. Judge said about Amazon's God of War project. The show ran into trouble recently as the original actor cast to play Kratos, Ryan Hurst, suffered a bicep tear during filming, forced to vacate the role. Former WWE star Dave Bautista is now rumored to be in talks to replace Hurst, who showed off just how shreddy he got to play Kratos. He's not wrong, though. So much of what makes these games hit is the people who never get a producer credit. Baker got a cameo as a villain. Pascal got the lead. That's the whole answer to his question. The man knows his stuff. Isn't this a unit issue as well? 100% agree. Yeah, these dudes can't come up with a more compelling story. I agree. I think if you're going to have live TV adaptations of the games, you should have the characters behind them and the writers that made those games what they were. If you're going to have the TV and movie adoptions, it only makes sense. New update on Xbox consoles available for everyone August 12th, 2026. New Xbox 360 game cards that allow you to check achievements, capture progress, and other information. If a Game Pass game needs an update, you'll be able to play it via cloud gaming while it downloads in the background. It will now be possible to restore previous cloud saves stored in Xbox Cloud from the console for now. It will only be available for Forza Horizon 6. The wish list increases to 1,000 games. It will now be possible to add titles directly from their cards. Xbox 360 achievements will now show more detailed information, and related those iPhone games will start appearing in the achievement history. New badges in the add-on management to identify if the base game or its add-ons come from a subscription. Video games slow brain aging. A 2025 study by McGill University found that game brain training for 10 weeks restored cholinergic function to levels seen in a younger brain. Action games improve attention and reaction time, while strategy games enhance problem-solving skills. Me gaslighting myself into liking a game because everyone says it's peak. What game is this? I don't know. Any games with swords, sandals, and magic in it. I was so bored. Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Red Dead Redemption 2, without a doubt, Call of Duty. I used to enjoy COD, but the playing TDM and FFA got so boring after a bit. I want a little more purpose and complexity, just narrow game mode than run around shooting anything that moves with the meta build. I haven't heard anyone call that peak in a long time. Which one? Because the only ones I think of people calling peak are the OGs, and that makes me question you. Which one? Nobody's saying peak. COD is peak, and even COD players hate COD. For me, it's Baldur's Gate 3. I forced myself to play, but I never really clicked. Someday, maybe. What's your typical genre? Pretty much everything, but lately I've been into simulation games. Same here, but lately I've been into ARPGs and survival games. BG3 for me as well, along with Divinity 2 and Wasteland 3. I want to like them so bad. I have like 600 hours into BG3 though. I fucking love it. I feel like it's good if you never played a CRPG. Heard of it, never interested in me. I love ARPGs. Solo seems much better with friends. Resident Evil 2 Remake, Arc Raiders, Baldur's Gate 3, Expedition 33. I've never been able to do it. Assassin's Creed. I hate from the moment it booted up. Tried several, hated them all, respected my friends' opinions, but something about a Ubisoft game just rubs me wrong and has for over a decade. Dark Souls 1 second half is horrendous. Silk Song, every looter shooter. I'm not 12 years old, can't relate. I don't play a single player game, and I think, but what will my friends think? Say it louder for those in the back. Liza P. Peak, obviously, Battlefield 6, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, Grand Theft Auto 6. So it'll probably be Grand Theft Auto 6. Dead by Daylight, Arc Raiders, any COD game so I can keep going on. Just not my cup of tea, but I'm going to hate everyone for playing those. If it clicks for you, then be my guest. I enjoy single player games. Don't really care for the competitiveness or casual online scene unless it has co-op campaign. None. Y'all are too worried about others. Honest for me, it was Devil's Heaven First Light. I'm enjoying the story and all that, but I definitely had to force myself to play through it for a while before I started enjoying it. Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. This game has janky combat. I could not get into it, and the settings for carrying items trying with difficulty, but the difficulty is just higher HP damage and no skill involved. Just leave me to my Elden Ring. Assassin's Creed, the whole lineup, they don't put enough time into them, and you can't make a AAA game every 8 to 12 months and expect it to be perfect. The Witcher 3, probably Armored Core 6. This was World of Warcraft to me, and its prime other MMOs were so much better than this at the time. Go see Yate was great. I don't know why I hate Yate so much. Sorry, I wouldn't know because I don't lie to myself. Disco Elysium, Crimson Desert, Marvel Rivals. GTA 5 is overrated. Ugh, I wish it went back to single player. Last great one was San Andreas. None I have never, nor will I ever play anything because everyone says it's peak. Can't even relate. Zelda by Breath of the Wild, Empty World, no story, but combat. I have no idea what people singing it. Huh, but it's peak. Yeah. Arc Raiders, Mass Effect, Arc Raiders, Pal World, GTA 6 for everyone is GTA 6, Elder Scrolls 20, Expedition 33, and Elder Ring. Good games, but I wasn't blown to pieces after playing them. None. I don't play games I don't like. Final Fantasy 14. None. If I don't like something, I say how shit it is. This has been Tears of the Kingdom and Claire Obscur for me. Any Grand Theft Auto game. I foresee people using the meme during the GTA 6 season. Dark Souls, sorry. Cyberpunk, GTA. Red Dead Redemption 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Expedition 33, Grand Theft Auto 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, Arc Raiders, GTA 5, and Red Dead Redemption 2, all popular games. Fortnite, most games really. Fortnite, Red Dead Redemption 2 is just a combat cowboy simulator. Arc Raiders, Mortal Kombat, Fortnite, so many of them. Last 3 seasons of Diablo, new realistic car games, anything that came after COD, Black Ops 3 or 4. The Witcher 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Expedition 33 and Baldur's Gate. Anyway, I don't know, I'm not going through all that. The Witcher 3, Ark Knights and Enfield, Expedition 33, Deltarune, so as combat. Red Redemption 2 for me. 2016 Doom, Red Dead Redemption, hot garbage, Marvel Rivals. Anna D. Armis is in talks to join the FCU. Who do you want her to play? Was it reported she would be featured in Doomsday? Isn't it obvious? She would have been good Rogue. She would have been a great Spider-Woman. My wife. She can be Captain America, and I love it. I always thought of her as Elektra, so maybe Black Cat. Oh my god, she'd be a crazy Mystique. Cynthia Von Doom in talks. Maybe she's been locked in. Right, I want to know who she'd be playing. I am the symbol of throwing. We have Electra. Is everyone staring in this bitch? She can't fake fight. She's already MCU too late. Mystique, Black Cat, Magneto. And she already in Doomsday. I think she's already in Doomsday. Avengers Doomsday post-credit scene. Doctor Doom kills Thanos. Mortal Kombat said this guy and fake. Mortal Kombat, this is gay and fake. Yeah, this is probably not real. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, PS5, PS4, and PS5 port. Now that would be really cool if that's indeed a real leak. I would play the original Modern Warfare 3 if it was ported to PlayStation 5 and PS4. Bro, MW3 infected lobbies bring me back for real. Striker on missions, face off was goated. Spec Ops was much fun as a kid. Split screen with my bro camping the Resistance house near B flag. I would play this 24/7 over anything. I would get that. What's the boost? I'd cry real tears if they brought this shit back. Keep it. We might get an MW2 port, but no more ports. We only want remasters. Only porting. Only port I'll be salivating for is Battlefield 3 port. Oh, I would love a Battlefield 3 port. I would love for that to come back. COD remasters is pointless when they recycle the same maps all the time anyway. No, I just think that way. There's no way it's the same playing Summit in Black Ops 1 than in Black Ops 4 6 7 at all. Same as playing the COD 4 2016 remaster and playing the same maps in New 2018 or the next one. Now imagine the Battlefield doing ports. It'll be amazing. We need it. It's like, I know it's a money grabber and there isn't a company I'd hate myself more for giving them money like EA, but Battlefield Battlefield 3 is the best FPS of all time. Save you. They can just make the multiplayer for MW2 remaster first. I mean, yeah, why not just bring the multiplayer of Modern Warfare 2 OG to PS5 and PS4 with the ports? This needs to happen like 3 years ago. I need this in my life. See, this is why AI is crap, and that's why what's sad is people believe this is legit. Damn, I'd be all over this. Yeah, impossible. But then again, I could be wrong. This is not true at all. I need Spec Ops back. I don't care. We need World at War. There has been rumors about a World at War port. That could happen. Apparently, there is a rumor game to come out in September for a port. MW2 and MW3. Now that would be cool if you had MW2 and MW3 coming to PS4 and PS5 alongside World at War. I would sacrifice my first child for this, bro. What? The PlayStation's Plus service level has improved a lot lately. Almost every month now, and you have to get at least 2 amazing games. I recommend it strongly, but I advise you to play it first before and while it's available on Plus. It's improved with the wave of cancellations, but they come back and subscribe, and it goes back to how it was before. You're embarrassing me by you received the gift Phantom Blade Zero S game. I'm on PlayStation 3 checking out what's in there, stuff I want before the store shuts down. And oh man, the crazy price difference between the American account and the Saudi one. I mean, a game is $18 on my Saudi account. I found it for half price on the American one. James Gunn's DCU so far: Weller canceled, Paradise Lost canceled, Catwoman rejected, Poison Ivy rejected. Peacemaker Season 2 lost 40% viewers. Creature Commandos put on YouTube for free because nobody watched it. Superman underperformed. Supergirl flop. Facts. Haha, I fucking absolutely live the meme, Jizz. Some of you need to discover masturbation. You have too much time on your hands. Good advice. Send me a link to your mom's OnlyFans and I'll get to work. Thanks in advance. You can't even write, man. You're embarrassing. Fucking savage. Cooked. Damn. Bro, cook that nigga. Lord Jesus, man, bro. If you see, if I was him, I wouldn't slide. I wouldn't let that slide. But damn, man, I don't want smoke, so I'm good. Bro, don't cook too hard. Point set match, whatever you know the response you need to get with a woman in your life, even if it's by paying for a not that I'll get to work. Damn. Never deleting this app. She's too busy at my house. By that, make your sister on your own mother for that, because like he said, since you don't have to work to control someone who's doing his job. And while it was at it, I sent the one of sister and his aunt. Damn, great burn. What is self-owned? Holy shit, you're retarded. Are you fucking? There was going to be a Whaler show in Paradise Lost. Why don't you start with Batman and Wonder Woman first, game? That isn't time on. That isn't time on their hands, my friend. Not even trying. He's like 50 years old. He needs to start a family. Good advice. Will DC ever gonna get him out from Infinite reboot loop curse? Not until they hire people in charge who are as passionate about the characters as a genuine DC fan base. You know James Gunn is a cook, but you just can't prove it. Are you sure? Yes. They should fire him before he buried DC. Plus, Gunn kills off Hal Jordan. Fuck James Gunn. Fact check for the quote tweets. Superman grows 618 million plus worldwide. Peacemaker season 2 views up 22 plus 22%. Whether Paradise Lost are still available, but stop falling for made up Twitter graphics. I got an example of a man who rose to the level of incompetence. Epic Fail tried to reboot DC like it was Phase 5 MCU. Both bombed out hard. I don't give a fuck about these C and D characters. Give us a Flash and Green Arrow buddy cop, get some of the Flash rogues and get back on track. So bad. I enjoy Creature Commandos though. Dude got lucky with GOTG and peddled that into a position he had no business being in. Truth made 125 million. Justice lost hundreds of millions. Whatever audience reaction. Why do you think Cinderverse? What do you think Snyderverse? Explains why he looks so miserable. Don't forget that Batgirl movie that was completely done but shelved. Very disappointing. James Gunn is not the right person to run the whole DCU. Someone's getting fired. Oh no. Anyway, how to cancel the Poison Ivy series? That should be illegal. To be fair, Creature Commandos is not free on YouTube. You have to have an HBO Max subscription. The other stuff is all correct, and Gunn is an idiot. I like Gunn, but he's terrible at managing a company. Superman's future didn't get better with Corn Sweat having her charisma and back Supergirl. Bring back Cavelli. Well, this doesn't surprise me at all one bit. After all, James Gunn was never the right man to helm DC from the get-go. Guess you could say he's a fucking hack. He sucks and is a pedo. I wish James Gunn put some more serious, not too much comedy in DCU like Brightburn. Thought Catwoman, Poison Ivy was DCU. Gunn was always garbage, including his GOTG films. LDC edit again. The Snyderverse made more money. Aquaman made more money. Aquaman, the guy that talks to fish. He should just go back to the MCU. At least his movies were getting made. If Man of Tomorrow flops, there is no saving DCU. Nobody can fix it. Not James, not Zack, not anyone. Warner Brothers should just stop funding that shit and dismantle everything except Batman and Superman. It's clear that people don't give a fuck about anyone else. Exactly what Marvel sent him there to do. Their golden goose didn't lay golden eggs. Fuck James Gunn. The DC Universe is literally dog shit. The Batman Part 2 postponed. Bring back the Snyderverse. People were invested, and we deserve two. Jared Leto's Joker got his brain fried by Superman because he cracked the joke about Darkseid obliterating Lois. We deserve to see be Aquaman so bad. Mera has to join the Justice League. Peacemaker season 2 was excellent though, minus the finale. Bring back Zack. James don't know anything about DC. Because he's fucking with a darker, broadening world and making it light and fluffy. Okay, point being, should they hire you to do his job? Flop, flop, flop. Guns DCU 2025-2026. Robin, Nightwing, Teen Titans, Black Adam vs. Superman, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, Saga, Catwoman, Solo could be so simple. Rainrot James Gunn fans will read this and still say you're wrong, and Superman did great, though. I wish they canceled Lanterns before they ruined the Green Lantern. He's a fucking asshat. He let woke take over, and it ruined the franchise. I almost wonder if Marvel sent him in to sabotage the train. Because it's just a trash universe of what he's done, which doesn't make sense because Peacemaker Season 1 was great. And all 3 GOG movies are good. Or 2. I can't really think of any DC movies outside of Batman I've ever felt to want to watch more than once. They're usually meh. If only he focused more on core characters first, like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, The Flash, Green Lantern, and then add some other characters later. But oh well. Hey, it's not all his fault. Look at the useless shit he has to work with. Honey Peacemaker is the best he has. He sucks. And he was canceled. What the fuck happened with that?
Catwoman and Poison Ivy are not really from him. It's Matt Reeves' universe. It's a terrible run. More like James Dunn. I'll compare Snyder to Gunn, where in reality DC jumped off the deep end a long time ago. When's the last time besides the Joker that DC had a hit? I remember The Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises as a kid, and after that it died. True, this DC's been a decline long before Gunn. Meanwhile, Peacemaker just stuck on the island, and no one has said anything. The hairline, I can really tell you're a 50-year-old virgin, bro. Ivy and Catwoman were Matt Reeves' dog shit, lol, so Hack Reeves has been rejected to bitch, lol, good. He's such a loser. James Gunn is a great director and Superman was good, but all of this was due. We all knew James Gunn would bring DC even further down in the hole, but Warner Brothers always make this wrong decision. Just no one knows what they are doing in that company, and yet it's still getting sequels and like a Justice League 2, a solo Batman, and Man of Steel sequel. Get rid of him already as fuck. Should just let Zack Snyder take over. Don't get me wrong, but he's not the right person for this job. Damn. Hollywood running out of actors or what? Fans demand Tom Holland and Zendaya for Disney's live-action Atlantis remake. Of course they do. That wouldn't be terrible. Would work better than her as MJ at least. To be fair, they actually be good casting for Milo and Kidda. Tom Holland and Zendaya as Milo and Kidda. At this point, Hollywood might actually do it. Tom has hacked the movie thing. He's been on every single training release film. Unoriginal casting directors. Honestly, they wouldn't make a bad pairing for those two particular roles. Sure, but Zendaya has much of a nothing burger with her acting skills and reactions. I love that you call them acting skills. I really just meant visually. I agree, she's a terrible actress. Yeah, but if Zendaya doesn't have it to portray the princess, a younger Zoe Saldana would have been perfect. But wait, okay, what Zendaya could work if she tapped into her Casey undercover self. Bro, give me Sylvester Stallone. Come on. Future civilizations will look back at an era and assume Tom Holland stay up for some sort of world leaders. It feels like Dune and Odyssey, actors are the only actors in the world. On the one hand, I would really like to see some actors besides Tom Holland and Zendaya. On the other hand, holy crap, do they look like Milo? And okay, look, it's been 20 years since I've seen a movie. I don't remember her name. Who are these fans? What happened to allowing other people to get roles? Who even are these fans? I have never met someone who cared about these people. I would have been behind this idea 8 years ago. Now that I see them too much, I hate their repetitive appearances. They're probably good people, but can these two just fuck off for several years? Another slop to suck. Just skip, yeah, sure. Though. It's like the year in 2000s when Ja Rule was in every fucking song when I turned the radio on. That and everybody finally realized Pedro Pascal was gay. He fitted. He fits. She doesn't. She would have to actually show emotion, which we know she's capable of doing on screen. When Ryan Gosling got cast in 40 different roles, you cake-ass niggers didn't say shit. Now Tom got motion niggers want to start restricting roles and shit. Get the fuck out of here. No, we don't want them in every movie. No normal person wants this. Nobody fucking wants it. I would be happy if I never had to see Zaya again in my life. I want to complain about seeing them everywhere. But yeah, that would probably look decent. Disney is seriously running out of ideas, and Atlantis live action remake is unnecessarily as the original animated movie still holds up. Or I'm just spitballing here. Maybe stop making live action remakes that literally nobody actually asked to have. Seriously, they're not great. Time to move forward. Zendaya is a horrible choice, but Tom actually makes sense, sadly. Why can't Hollywood get opportunities to newbies who are talented rather than choosing stars? they're perfect actors to push their agenda. A feminine man who's in a mixed race relationship. Tom Holland is innocent here. His last movie for Odyssey and B&D was in 2022. I mean, they do have the right look, but it's getting a little blah to have them in every movie. The one time his casting works perfectly and you complain about it. He can also play Naruto and Deku in these projects and play a young Bruce Wayne in Guns DC. The list goes on if you think about it. And The Rock plays the father, and Pedro Pascal plays the evil colonial guy. Please don't ruin that movie with a shitty cut and paste ridiculous modern remake. Wow, that's actually really good casting. Zendaya can't act. She makes every movie she's in a little bit worse. Is fans the name of a high-ranking Directors Guild member or something who identifies as they them? This actually kind of works low-key. Which fans? Sensitive people are going to be uncomfortable with the way Doom kills a specific child in Avengers Doomsday. It's brutal. Post echoes wider commentary on the industry's over-reliance on established stars and the chemistry applied by the couple's recent joint roles in Spider-Man: Brand New Day and Nolan's The Odyssey. Tarzan, what fans? Six people said some shit. Fans demanded my ass slow. you can eat them. Here's the help here's the I help you. You let me fold you like a chair. Truth behind the non-stop Hollins and Zendaya collab. She is fucking him. He has been in several huge movies, mainly with Marvel and Disney Go. So getting his wife jobs other actresses should have has become a pastime. Bro, no more of those two. We all have this Hollins and Zendaya exhaustion. So is it just me? I can't stand her, to be honest. She has only one acting style, and that's resting bitch face. Are we still? Are we really still casting the same two people every single movie, or is Hollywood just out of ideas at this point? Nah, but this will be great. While this actually is really good casting, but they kind of fit the image. I don't know of a single person that tolerates her acting. Atlantis classic Disney cartoon. This is good casting. I don't know, man. Tom Holland is a good idea for the role of Tom Holland fits the guy role, but Zendaya, I don't know. Why we give Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced a 9? I gotta go take care of stuff. Turok Origins coming to Xbox Series consoles later this year. Single player co-op campaign, both third and first person options. The Lizard Chase in Marvel Spider-Man 2 was amazing. Insomniac absolutely nailed this entire experience. This entire sequence. Stop killing games movement, especially suing Sony, claiming the company's monopoly over the gaming market is blatantly against the law. When Thor fought Hulk in Ragnarok, he awakened his innate lighting power and realized Mjolnir was the real source of power. So why didn't he use that power against Thanos in the endgame, especially when he was nearly killed by him? Probably because they nerfed his character. Bro is depressed, fat, drinking nonstop after Infinity War. Powers don't work the same when you're that cooked. That's a good question. I think I'm starting to lose interest in gaming. I have no interest in turning on my PS5, and I just feel lethargic when I turn any console on. PlayStation tells gamers to fuck themselves. A boycott and petition being dead in the water. Twitter gremlins being cunts. about people simply wanting choice and ownership, more shitty business practice from Rockstar and Netflix, more developers being fed up and angry with Sony's decision. It's just all a bit depressing, really. Gears of War E-Day open beta starts tomorrow. 4v4 versus PvP 12-player Horde Siege. August 13th, August 17th. Xbox Series X has system update development, game hubs achievements, game updates, and cloud gaming, cloud saves, wishlist, manage game, and add-ons. Josh Brolin says he returned to Thanos if Marvel called him tomorrow. Josh Horowitz. So you'd be open to coming back to Thanos. Josh Brolin. If they called me in London right now and said, let's do this, I'd be like, I'll be there tomorrow. Josh Horowitz. You trust the Russos and Donnie to make it work. Josh Brolin. Of course, I love them. I think they're amazing. GTA 6 updates. The Magic Police in GTA 6 are over, according to the internal reports revealed by GameFire and CBR. Rockstar completely redesigned the Wanted system. Buckle up, because here comes the twist. Goodbye to cops spawning out of the air. At the air, there'd be real and coordinated pursuits with coherent perimeter setups. We see low. Witnesses will describe your appearance. You have to change clothes or use masks to throw out the police. Flooring the gas pedal won't cut it anymore. Now you'll need stealth and smarts. If this is true, are we looking at the most realistic and brutal open world in history? Hit me up and I'll reply. Netflix Charlie vs. the Chocolate Factory is getting a 45-day exclusive theatrical release on November 5th, 2027. The film follows Willy Wonka's return to his factory after years in prison for turning a child into a blueberry. Voice cast includes Taika Waititi, Kit Connor, Nikolai Collin, Kate Winslet, and Helena Bonham Carter. Johnny Depp says Disney executives thought his Jack Sparrow was too drunken ass is gay. Depp replied, "Don't you know all my characters are gay?" They even got confused by his performance and considered adding subtitles because they couldn't understand his words. Ow. Are you buying GTA 6 even though you're a physical game lover? Are you subscribing to Netflix just to watch GTA 6 gameplay? Are you buying new PS5 or Xbox just for GTA 6? Are you paying the extra $20 for the Ultimate Edition just a few locked stores? If you're happy, then enjoy it. Don't let online criticism stop you from enjoying what you love. Superior Spider-Man versus Ms. Marvel, Iron Man, and Black Widow. Huh?
That was funny. When Secret Wars is ending and the world is being reshaped into one singular timeline, and Tom embraces Toby and Andrew one last time as they fade from existence. The events of Spider-Man No Way Home are reportedly crucial to the story of Avengers Doomsday and Avengers Secret Wars. And then the Green Goblin flies in and throws a bomb at him. Now they need to live in their own reality but never have the multiverse ever return. That's that's now how Wars work. That's now how Secret Wars work, though. True, but that's what I would prefer personally. That is, the original 2015 Secret Wars didn't create a single Earth; it recreated a different multiverse with the parallel Earths kept on existing. Best idea, it appears that they died, but in the post-credits scene, our Peter discovers that they're actually alive in 616 New York City, but still living normal civilian lives. And that's it. We never see them again, except maybe as a rare cameo. And then Sony announced Spider-Man 4 along with Amazing Spider-Man 3 as a final payoff. I couldn't. I could see that happening. Will crush me. What that will? That's what happens in the comics. Are all universes allowed to coexist in the multiverse? Super Mario Sunshine launch trailer definitely recommend playing Super Mario 64, Super Mario Galaxy 1, and 2, Super Mario 3D World, and Super Mario Odyssey on Switch first, but this is still worth playing. If you remember this game, you know how far Sony fell off. A September Nintendo Direct is looking very likely now. Well, the exception of 2024, there's always been a Nintendo Direct in September for the past 10 years. So yeah, Nintendo Direct will happen in September. Sources, I have no sources, but I also have no doubts about it. We just got one. They aren't giving us one in September. That was June. Nearly every year we had a September Direct. I wanted one, but it's not likely. Are you new? They almost always do a June Direct and a September Direct. And Zelda, we need to know that one date plus next year's spring titles. You know what Nintendo fanboys are. You mean the month Nintendo usually puts out a direct? No way. All I want is Persona 4 Revival. They'll put something together to keep people from complaining, but it won't be the standard direct. Every year we have a Nintendo Direct in September, bro.
Nintendo, hey, no Nintendo Direct. I think it's more likely that instead of a dedicated Legend of Zelda 4th anniversary direct, it will be, if there is a general direct in September, very likely the first 10-15 minutes will be spent on Zelda. Cleaned up by Nintendo, because they are not finalized true official mock-ups, but it gives you a great feel for what the controller looks like outside of a box. I hope it's a big general, better than the June Direct. The main premiere of Marvel Studios' X-Men is to bring together the 5 original members in a coming-of-age story. After years in hiding, out of fear of rejection and persecution, the mutants will finally step out of the shadows to save the world and prove they're not a threat. A perfect night in 2012, a perfect night in 2026. "72 days until Modern Warfare 4 Call of Duty Next, August 21st. Modern Warfare 4 closed beta August 21st, August 25th. Modern Warfare 4 open beta August 28th to September 1st. Modern Warfare 4 campaign early access October 16th. Modern Warfare 4 release October 23rd. In Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, choosing which Pokemon to use the Master Ball on is a hard decision. Here are the best options. It looks like the 3 big ones will have a mission together. Toby, Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Iron Man will have a mission in Avengers Secret Wars to find something that stops God Doom. But Iron Man's dead. How are they going to bring him back? Iron Man is Doom. Iron Man is supposed to be Doom. He's supposed to be Robert Downey Jr. is supposed to be Doctor Doom. So how are they going to use Iron Man in Secret Wars? No, it wasn't Hulk the third biggest and not Iron Man. Yeah, I was like, I don't think they're going to be able to use Iron Man because he's already dead. He died in Endgame. Speaking exclusively about cinema, it's not even close. I think it should be Hulk. The 3 big characters should be Hulk. The third one should be Hulk. The 3 big ones, they should be Hulk. Superior Iron Man should really be played by Tom Cruise just for the love of the game. Also bringing back Eric Bana. I think that's one of the main reasons they cast RDJ as Doom. He crushed the role. Negate every paparazzi or scooper saying Robert Downey Jr. was spotted near the Secret War set. If he's Doom, that's why he's on set. Then they said, and they just paint a different suit over his mocap suit. If these 3 was a trio, it's gonna double the most earned movie ever by then. Oh, so fire this team. There's no way they're gonna be able to use Iron Man in Secret Wars. This is fake. This is fake news. This is fake. This is not true. This is a rumor. They won't be able to use Iron Man. Robert Downey Jr. is supposed to be Doom in Marvel Avengers Doomsday, and Robert Downey Jr. is playing Doom. And Robert Downey Jr. was Iron Man. Marvel Studios has officially locked the casting for the X-Men movie. The full cast will be announced at Disney's D23 event this Friday. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is getting a big boost from the new Spider-Man Brand New Day move. According to Alina Analytics, the game sold around 316,000 copies on PS5 and PC in less than 2 weeks after the movie's release, generating more than 11 million. It's also surpassed 1 million daily active players for the first time since launch week, about 2.6 times more than before the movie. Spider-Man 2 has now reportedly sold more than 18.2 million copies, with over 92% for PS5. Lord of the Rings Video game fans were about to have it so good. New Middle Earth open world RPG, Hogwarts Legacy style, Lord of the Rings RPG rumored, Lord of the Rings War of the North remaster, more older Lord of the Rings games coming. Which movie do you want to see happen? Silver Surfer, The Amazing Spider-Man 3, Scarlet Witch, Marvel Studios Wolverine. Probably Marvel Studios Wolverine and The Amazing Spider-Man 3. The Amazing Spider-Man 3, in my opinion, dopest. Fucking none of them, Sony will fuck it all up with all of their other movies too. The Amazing Spider-Man 3 looks promising, but sadly the past is past. Time to move on from these movies. TSM 3 is what I want first. We have to wait. We have waited so long for it already. They've tried Wolverine a million times. Give Andrew a third shot. Honestly, a proper Young Avengers movie. Marvel has already introduced so many potential members. Now I just want to see them finally come together. The Amazing Spider-Man 3 needs to happen immediately before Andrew Garfield gets too old. Silver Surfer, but Nora in red. Amazing Spider-Man 3, then Scarlet Witch. Andrew should have got a third movie. Could have got 3. Way with him, Mary Jane and Felicia Hardy, Black Cat. None of them left out. I want a live action Miles Morales. Says him at feet. HJ hosts Spider Man maybe after Holland's 5 and 6. They'll go that route. Scarlet Witch. Social media would explode if TSM3 happened. Silver Surfer, if they play the cards right, could be a great movie. Wolverine already have a lot. Love the character. Like one based on Deadpool, Wolverine, Logan, no. Scarlet Witch, no. TSM3, much needed, I feel. The ending with 2 was cliffhanger. Scarlet or Wolverine. Silver Surfer, my second favorite Marvel character for sure. Spider-Man 4, good with any of these. Would add Inhumans movie, Toby Spider-Man 4 and Blue Marvel. Andrew didn't deserve to get the shaft. Bring him back. The best part of it in WH was his absolute excitement to be back. He deserves a proper send-off. And if Sony and Marvel were smart, they move on to Spider hype now. None of these sound appealing. Give me a fourth Spider-Man movie with Toby and have Sam Raimi return. They gotta make Spider-Man 3 so it can be, as niggas start hitting, these movies are peak fiction. Wolverine, Silver Surfer, The Spectacular Spider-Man 3, and The Sinister Six, Scarlet Witch, and Wolverine, all 4 movies. The Amazing Spider-Man 3 is my option. We already got the 2 following. The Silver Surfer. The 2 to the right, absolutely a new original movie, Wolverine movie will be badass. TASM 3, we need a conclusion. Amazing Spider-Man 3, 100%. Spider-Man 4, TSM 3. Andrew deserves to finish his trilogy. I gotta go take care of stuff. Sony announces Phantom Blade Zero State of Play, and everyone knows how that chat is going to go. Video games should be cheaper to download than to buy physical copies because there's no distribution or manufacturing. Xbox adds 6 new features in August 12th update, now available to download. So that's what Scott likes most about Gene. NVIDIA isn't a single generated fully created platform idea to finish video all in one place without jumping between 5 different tools. Here's what it actually does. So that's what Scott likes most about Gene. The part that I can't refuse to look away from the first 3 seconds when they called it. Left to chat with Wolverine. He simply admired her beauty, her face, just that. Scott's optic blasts are strong, but Gene's presence is only force that makes him forget how to aim them. I know, I forgot.
All right. Cyclops really got the cheat code, but Ro can't even hide how much he likes Jean. Jean's real superpower is never the Phoenix Force. It was that. He should be in jail for this crime. Scott Fisher got Jean's power in their chemistry. X-Men's fans are eating good. Scott definitely had a small spot for Jean. If I were if I were Wolverine, he would have answered without wasting a second point blank on what he loves about Jean. He was really honest. Cyclops got that cheat code, bro. Can't even hide how much he liked Jean. What is really beautiful is the body contrast he's wearing and the way Scott amuses her. Someone call 911. I want to report a murder case. Lol, so you think Scott's got a type, or is he just into the whole Jean package? Well, this looks like shit. Scary thing is the AI is getting better and better. What happens when it stops being shit? Triathlon asshole looks like Kiki. Here we go. Some of us have only you. Today's algorithms shall favor us. And then I swear for to be introduced in the next saga of the MCU. How it was after reordering the world's biggest entertainment. Digital future, digital gamer. PlayStation Network. Those who pre-order GTA 6 digitally is practically a senseless dumbass that will end up getting fucked all once the game is removed from their game libraries. All the money they squandered for one game, they will have nothing to show for it. GTA 6 fans explaining why a trailer being paywall is actually completely reasonable and justified. So weird to look at. GTA 6 has officially entered the double-digit countdown to release for the first time. It's as close as we've ever been. The GTA 6 intended look has a lot to live up to. Just as what it's up against absolute peak. The PC version of Phantom Blade Zero will use Lenovo anti-tamper, while PS5 version will be digitally only. PS5 version will be digital only with no physical release plan. The PC requirements recommended CPU Intel 15 i5 1600K AMD Ryzen 5 5600X, a RAM 60GB CPU RTX 3060 Ti RX 67 XT storage SSD. Required the minimum specs target 1080p 30 FPS with upscaling, while the recommended setup targets 1440p 60 FPS with upscaling. What players want? Great games, innovative gameplay, memorable characters. What players don't want? De novo software solutions. I really wanted to play this one, but no disc, no buy. When the recommended specs require upscaling, you know the performance is going to be bad. Yep. when you have to upscale something to better quality, you know that the game's already not well optimized for PC. It's not going to run very well. 1440p 60 frames per second with upscaling is as the recommended specs being basically native performance isn't even the target anymore. Upscaling just assumed now. Native gets harder and harder to do the more technology and graphics change. Either change with the times or stay in the dust. Denuvo again, junks that make the games choppy instead of so-called bypass protection. But are you dead? Asked my most hyped game after CD was this one. I'm not in a hurry anyways. I'll wait until they remove it or someone else does. Damn, recommended specs for Phantom Blade are too much on top of that. Denuvo, the performance of Phantom Blade on PC gonna be ass. The recommended system requirements aren't that reasonable considering these components are 5 years old, but the anti-cheat stuff, yeah, that would be good. That will get cracked. Don't worry though. Liaison, Algab will crack this game. One word, hypervisor. Oh, that's unfortunate. No physical release usually pushes me toward PC, but Denuvo cancels that out too. Let me know when the pirates have a vision without the pointless performance bloat. I'm happy to pay, but I'm not buying just to play a willingly hamstrung version. People that dislike Denuvo act like like their information isn't already out on the web. Upscale 30 FPS 1080p. Yeah, the game I grew up on is pretty much dead. We'll stop pointing it out when it stops being a problem. What's that have to do with the game having a dog shit anti-cheat that they pay $30K a month for dumbass women? That's not why people hate Denuvo, idiot. It makes games run even worse every time. So playing on hypervisor crack also doesn't matter then. Are you retarded? Yes or yes. Let's choose one option only. Least retarded blue check mark. What? Here. Does the PC version come with a disc? I mean, I'm not. If it Denuvo DRM causes PC versions to run bad, and the last one that ran it was 007 First Light, and it's gonna run. It's not gonna run well on PC if it's gonna be upscaled. It's not gonna be well optimized, so it's gonna have a pretty bad version at launch. They're gonna have to fix the bugs. PS5 version doesn't have physical copy, meaning you can't share the game for free with your friends to try it out and see if they're interested before buying, nor can you quickly finish the game or resell it to cheaply action game enthusiasts. You can't. I never understood why companies spend millions on Denver, The Last Dinosaur. I mean, Denuvo or no Denuvo. People who are going to pirate will pirate, and people who are going to buy will buy. They think they can stop people from pirating. People from printing. These pirates can't wait 4 years to play a game. They don't care. Dog shit optimization coupled with anti-consumer practices, they know how to ruin a good thing. 1440p 60 FPS on 3060 Ti is not bad optimization. Digital only what a bunch of fools make a masterpiece and not let anyone own it. I thought they were based like Stellar Blade and Lies of P from South Korean teams. Wukong game came out with physical. Denuvo means worst performance is shown with Denuvo is crack games in comparisons, clean games with no DRM or no buy in most cases with sell C's. When this game was demoed at an event for some time ago, people said the performance was not great. I hope they optimized it in the meantime because Denuvo certainly won't improve it. Just call it Denuvo DRM, man. Anti-temper is very vague and I'm silly exactly how they want it. A disc version could potentially be announced or released down the line, similar to what happened with Black Myth Wukong. What engine does Phantom Blade Zero use? I can just hear the four horsemen of threat interactive on the horizon. Phantom Blade Zero uses Unreal Engine 5, a team focused on optimization for lower end PCs and Steam Deck, deliberately skipping heavy features like full lumen and in favor of baked lighting. 1080p 30 FPS with upscaling is not optimization. Full point on the upscaling. The optimization claim rests more on the deliberate choice to skip full lumen and native in favor of backlighting, plus the explicit low-end Steam Deck target. That puts a GTX 1660 class card at 1080p 30e4, which is still broader reach than most heavy Unreal Engine 5 titles manage. A physical version already out for pre-order, by the way. Another Chinese soul slot. Well, I hope like Wukong they added interesting gameplay and not copy from FromSoft with some adjustments. You gotta believe in Voice 38 we trust. Fuck Denuvo. No physical disc. Denuvo equals no buy. Phantom Blade Zero looks gorgeous. Denuvo on PC, but PS5 digital only is the right call. Can't wait. They didn't say there's no physical release plan. You saying that for yourself. And boom, just like that, I'm not buying it. Oh, so it's canceled. Better than I expected. You can pre-order the physical version right now. Didn't Denuvo get fully upgraded, fully figured out by the pirates? What's even the point anymore? No disc, no play. Not made for me. Got plenty of disc-based games I prefer to play. It's gonna be cracked 5 minutes if you know where to look. The Voice 38 Resolve issue logo. Two previously unannounced DC shows are now reportedly now dead. Waller and Paradise Lost. Booster Gold canceled. Waller canceled. Paradise Lost canceled. Authority canceled. Not allowed to touch the Justice League. I think we can all agree that James Gunn's DCU is gone for good. James Gunn universe is already dead. Time to party. Gunn just has to be removed from the DCU. He can make many Guardians of the Galaxy movies he wants. No changes for the either since Snyderverse remains dead. DCU is dead, bury it. Booster Guy wasn't canceled. Same goes for Waller. Paradise Lost is a makeup. You're just making up your own bias assumptions and running with that. There's some childish shit. Laugh my ass. Snyder's sex slaves never failed to surprise me. Paradise Lost and Waller have been canceled. The current version of Booster Gold was also canned, but they're still moving forward with a Booster Gold project. It's not the one that's previously being developed. DCU fans generally hate DC and want to see them fail. He's not allowed to touch Justice League, said who want DCU, none of it connected. No one can hope. It feels like he's about to hit the road from DC. Snyderverse is dead, brother. I can only pray. James is done. Snyderverse is dead. Someone who apparently works at Netflix just leaked this picture showing the timeline event in the GTA 6 and didn't look not official. Intro 000 intro special thanks 332 402 jiggle physics 630 weather systems 821 story 10 minutes online 101 realism 1343 1401. Oh, that's gonna piss a lot of people off, and that's gonna get a lot of people up in arms. That's gonna cause a lot of controversy. That's gonna cause people to hate Rockstar and Sony even more. If that is indeed true, that it's delayed till June 2027, oh, that's gonna piss a lot of people off, bro. Franklin will return 1944 to 20 minutes. That will piss people off. That would make a lot of people mad if it says there's a delay to June 2027. This is fake, haha, you make a Netflix deal to announce a delay. I'm laughing at the people who take this seriously. Jiggle Physics getting 2.5 minutes. I just saw that. Not just that, but really, Rockstar is going to focus an entire segment of their big extended showcase even on Jiggle Physics. Like, come on now. I wouldn't even be surprised if they did that. Something they would do, but I doubt it's not. Hopefully, it wasn't a dedicated segment to Jiggle Physics that threw you off. That's what I'm saying. At least try to fake things better for cloud. These kids have gotten lazy. Dumbass Spanish speaker, you fell for the bait. Leave your Franklin and it will return. Delay online. Lull some anti-vaxxer thinking he's bait over it. Wouldn't put it past them. They literally made an ad for an ad. I'm laughing at people who take this seriously. YK, it comes out in about 2 weeks, so there's no need to drop fake information. I thought we were past that point already. These pages want especially love spreading fake news to farm engagement. I mean, they need to make money in the 2 weeks time. Franklin will return. I'm surrounded by idiots. Yeah, if that was indeed true, Strauss Zelnick confirmed that GTA 6 is on arrival. It's coming out November 15th. There's no more delays. This has to be a fake leak. This is fake to get people all up in arms, bro. This is for clout and engagement for their page. But I guarantee you this isn't true. Because like I said, if the CEO of Rockstar comes out and tells you that the game is on schedule to arrive on November 15th, I mean, it's guaranteed that it will come out in November. I guarantee you, if there was going to be any more delays, they would have told you. But it would be crazy if it gets delayed again until 2027. That will really piss a lot of people off, bro. Rockstar would confirm to Take-Two later. Investor keep it on. Rockstar confirmed to Take-Two investor call it on track for November, only for Netflix reveal to delay. That's too stupid, and the only backlash should be insane. They would totally deserve it with their silent marketing. This is just a lot of this is kind of far-fetched. It's kind of made up. Not buying it, especially the part about the delay until 2027. That's not going to happen. I mean, there's been rumors about them saying they could delay it again, but oh god, that would be hilarious. I would laugh my ass off if GTA 6 got delayed till 2027 again. If it got delayed till next year and people get pissed, I would laugh so hard at people that pre-ordered this game and were looking forward to it, and all of a sudden they put their money down for a game they put their money down for a game that's been delayed again another year. That would be hilarious. This is why I don't pre-order games, because we don't know what's going to happen we don't know what's going to happen until November. We don't know what they're going to do with the game until November. We haven't seen anything. We haven't seen actual gameplay or anything to know what to do, anything to buy the game off of. We do. They confirmed it was going to come out in 2025, and it got delayed till 2026. So that's why I don't pre-order games off of hype and not knowing anything, because it very well could get delayed again. Fake for sure. I think this picture and edit is that you want to get high impression. Of course, it's not official. Minimum 4 minutes of jiggle physics is only acceptable. People have this weird fixation on the game being delayed. Though people want it to be mad. Want it to be mad. People want it to be mad at Rockstar and say, "I told you so." Unfortunately for those weirdos, it's not getting delayed. A bunch of countries that want to hate on anything Rockstar. It's weird as fuck. They know it's not getting delayed again. Just in a small possibility, they can say, "I told you so" on August 12th. Imagine teaming up with Netflix just for a delayed announcement. Oh god, like if that's true, if people get an announcement on Netflix on August 27th for the extended trailer just to say it's delayed till next year, I will laugh so hard at the people that pre-ordered this game off of hype, knowing this happened, that that Rockstar's going to lose a hell of a lot of players to GTA 6. After that, they're going to lose money. They're going to lose a ton of money off of pre-orders. People are going to take their money, going to request refunds. Oh God, that will be the joke of the year. That would be hilarious. I will laugh knowing that I didn't put money down for a game that I don't know nothing about yet, that I haven't even seen gameplay for. Franklin will return in Avengers Doomsday. Yeah. Wait a minute, they're putting intro at the start. It's not Avenger, no need to be too hype who will return. Seriously, who buy this shit, you better seek help. If this is real, then it only makes sense that the delay mentioned is referring to online play for GTA 6. That is what is discussed just prior. I'm not playing unless they include a British share somewhere. I don't understand how people can be so gullible to believe this man. It's all fake bollocks. Take-Two CEO has literally confirmed it wasn't being delayed again, and the release date is firm. Don't believe all this nonsense. People just people trying to get views. Just people bored or trying to get a rise out of people or make people mad or to try to get people or to try to grow their page, yeah. It's to try to get clout and views and likes on their page. Surely no one is falling for this, right? Most definitely fake. Even Rockstar wouldn't last second delay their game. No brain. Ain't you tired of spreading false information? I feel like Trevor Cameo would be cool. You open your phone and see news that Trevor Phillips has died of something to write him off permanently cause Steven doesn't like Trevor. Franklin's back. They farming the fuck out of the biggest piece of media we ever seen. Fuck this clickbait ass page. They've already said there isn't going to be online. This is clearly fake. I knew it was wrong when that shit said online. We all know they said they aren't focused on online at the moment, man. This is such horse garbage. To Rockstar isn't going to talk about GTA Online with the extended look on the 27th. This foolish people shouldn't believe this garbage. This is fake announcing Franklin's return like it's the MCU and end credits scene. People believe anything nowadays, man. Bro, why would they highlight the jiggle physics and not the other important features like the new robbery system, NPC behavior, weapon system, etc.? Really just make anything up. What the fuck is jiggle physics and why would they make a deal with Netflix just to delay it? Here's your interaction, so X pays you this much, but you need to stop with the whole delayed shit. Yeah, you're full of shit. No delay is happening. It's been confirmed for the November 19th release. We have already been told to not to expect online talk for quite a while. Just shut the fuck up. You know nothing. I'm glad to have 2:30 set aside to talk jiggle physics. 2.5 minutes of jiggle physics. Nice. Let's make us all saw. All I saw was Franklin will return, and goddamn, he's the most boring GTA character we've ever had. We have had. I stopped reading jiggle physics. Jiggle physics gonna be jiggle physics gonna be off the chain, bro. Through delay in there. Are you falling for his fate with Franklin will return in Avengers Doomsday? Have me a jiggle physics. I don't know, man. I have a feeling it might get delayed again, whether that is real, this is real or not. You think they would put it behind Netflix just for it to be delayed again? Y'all got to be slow. I'm telling you, man. If it gets delayed again, if GTA 6 gets delayed again in 2027, I think that is going to be funny. People are going to be mad as hell. Franklin will return to what? Avengers Secret Wars? Dude, get a life. I'm fucking obsessed. Can you? Franklin will return. Shut the fuck up. GTA characters don't return. Do you honestly believe the writers are that corny? That's how you write a story as a kid. No, Rockstar says they don't reuse the same actors from GTA in the new games as they do the old ones. They don't reuse the same actors. There was a guy that tried to come back and reprise his role from GTA 5, and they told him no. They don't use the same actors. How many retards will actually trust anything they see before the extended look really happens? I really hope it gets delayed. I'm tired of these dumbasses, losers, clickbaiting for cloud. You're going to be crying like little bitches if it gets delayed for real. But if it gets delayed, they're going to keep up with the bait. If the game comes out, they can't bait anymore. Franklin will return to defend his house. I doubt it, but if it's true, it's insanity. Netflix wouldn't pay for this event if the announcement of the delay was being made in their platform. This is new millennial Rockstar. They would never allow jiggle physics. Faker than a Vinewood boob. Fake little GTA 6 Online isn't coming out till maybe 2027 or later, and they definitely not delay that far out. Rumors have been till February. This is likely fake, but delaying till June is such a Rockstar move moment. If they fucking delay that shit again, I swear to God, bro. Will Franklin return to defend his home? Delay to June. Little fingers crossed and might sell me a physical fucking item at that point. You really need to delete this shitty account if you lie for 20 likes. You can suck for hundreds of dollars. Fake, how do I know they wouldn't delay, wouldn't talk about jiggle physics, and would not talk about the online for 10 seconds? I genuinely can't believe you thought this was real. It's not going to be longer than 3 minutes. We're not getting any GTA 6 online info for a while. Stop pasting fake slop. More fake shit because you can't produce your own original content. Bullshit used to be believable. There'll be Rockflix Studios after the lawsuit if Netflix lets something leak. Fake. Where's the teaser for Nico Bellic DLC? Are you really posting something believing it's real? And it says jiggle physics. There's no online on launch. Single player release later that will be added on. Can purchase to unlock online. There's no way they're delaying. They would announce that on earnings call, and there's no way they're delaying. They're unknowingly lied to the investors on the release date at this point. Quit with the fake information. Why is jiggle physics only 2 minutes? Not going to play this shit. Jiggle physics and delay. Yeah, this is cap. Just look at the Netflix logo. It's purely chopped, and you can barely see the stuff. Fake ass image. Sorry, I've worked in TV, and that's not what a broadcast call sheet distributed internally would look like at all. Fake. I work in the game store in the UK, and the game will not be delayed past November 19th. 10% of the showcase, the jiggle physics, Rockstar are truly the people's developer. Surely people don't believe this. Now put jiggle physics as the first segment. So, with jiggle physics, anyone think this is actually real is an S-tier idiot. If GTA gets canceled again, I definitely will not be buying it. Yeah, but you will. But bro said delayed to June 2027. Imagine making a fake post or something like that is more horrible. Delay, yeah, 2027. Yeah, right. You want more followers to make posts, think it's legit and confirm. I would not be surprised if the game is delayed again. It's fake if, for fuck's sake, let's hope Franklin stays in Los Santos, please. Somehow Franklin return. And Avengers Doomsday. Franklin will return to Avengers Doomsday. That's hilarious. Bye. Delayed to June 2027. It's rather funny than sad, but about after pre-orders. Yeah, it's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be funny. I'm gonna laugh my butt off if it gets delayed again till 2027. Because I have nothing put I have no money invested in GTA, so I don't care. But I'm gonna laugh my fucking ass off if that happens. So it doesn't do anything to me either way if I pre-ordered it, because I haven't pre-ordered it. But take this with a massive grain of salt until we see actual verification from Rockstar themselves. This is terrible. This is terrible bait. Not official yet, hun. I think it's obvious as to why it's not official. People actually believe this shit. Delay till June had me laughing. Gave up reading after jiggle physics. Someone give this idiot a community rating. Are we sure about what is being told at the end? I highly fucking doubt it. Just fucking wait at this point. Peak watch time at 4:02. Y'all gotta be retarded if you believe this is true. Just posting for the sake of rage bait. If it gets delayed, I'm not even buying. The only reason I'm getting this because it's my last game on PS5 before I sell it after beating the game and go to PC. Fake shit. 2 minutes of jiggle physics. Hell yeah, but this is bullshit. But I need me those jiggle physics. It's a joke, I guess. Delayed till June 2027. You might get blocked for TS. Never seen something so fake in my life. It's getting delayed until February. It's getting delayed until February. February 2028. Bro. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. And it's gonna cause a lot of Rockstar, it's gonna cause a lot of GTA fanboys to be up in arms. They're gonna go where they're all gonna go burn down Rockstar. Oh me. I call it bullshit. This is a fake fanboy and not very well done. I can't wait to watch somebody react to it on YouTube. Delay source, trust me, bro. Genuine question. How the fuck have you got 43,000 followers? Delay till 2027. A delay would never be in a trailer. It'll be announced before. Here, Franklin will return. Yeah. Had me until jiggle physics. This shit is so fake. But I have a PC. Will I even be alive when it comes out on PC? Bro lost me at delayed and jiggle physics. Being a GTA 6 account and posting BS is crazy. Franklin will return in Avengers Doomsday. An account not to be followed. Delayed till June 27. I'm going to ask for a refund. Fake shit. Like your profile. They're going to announce a delay. Delay till June 2027. Delay till June 2027. Then. 11 seconds to mention online won't come out until 2029. I don't know, bro. I'd say that If it's indeed true that it gets delayed again, oh my god, that is going to make so many people mad. Peter Parker will become a close friend of Jean Grey and X-Men in the next MCU saga. Remember, there were rumors about some mutants hating Peter because of the Universal Inhibitor, which he created via the Cosmic Circus. Wanda had every reason to be angry at Thanos, but Thanos really tried to defend himself like he was completely innocent. This MCU confrontation would have been more chaotic if Wanda had heard the full argument. Those whose side are you on? It's official. The Insomniac universe is shared. Marvel's Wolverine Lorenzo takes place on Earth 1048, the same world as Marvel Spider-Man. Although it will be a standalone story, knowing that Logan, Peter, and Miles exist opens the possibility of potential cameos. Are you witnessing the start of the best shared video game? Are you witnessing the start of the best shared video game universe? Yeah, because according to the Insomniac leaks, we got a lot of it. We got these characters sharing the same universe for Marvel for the MCU, and so it's all going to tie together with the X-Men franchise heading into 2030 and then 2035. So it's with the Marvels, we're going to get Wolverine in 2026 in September, and then we're going to get Venom in 2027. Then we're going to get Marvel Spider-Man 3 in 2028. The Venom storyline leads up to the Marvel Spider-Man 3, ties into the story in 2028, part 1, and then we're going to get part 2 in 2029. No, we're going to get we're going to get part 1 in 2027, holiday 2027, and then part 2 in holiday 2028. And then Ratchet and Clank, and then X-Men, and then the rest of the X-Men series in the franchise heading into 2035. Mark Wahlberg teases Ted 3 could happen one day. We may come back with the third. Well, I'm excited. I prefer Ted any day more than Modern Family Guy since after like season 5 or 6 to like I guess season 10, the show has become nothing more than a filler show that does adult animation humor wrong. Love to see what trouble Ted gets into next after all this time. Awesome. It would be awesome, dude. Or not. Arcade Archives 2 Ridge Racers 30% off for a limited time. Discover exclusive modes and features that make this classic even more enjoyable. Helldivers 2 joins PlayStation Plus game catalog for extra and premium members, plus new update, new Devoid of Liberty update, new missions, new level cap, plus ranked titles, new Illuminate, enemies, Wretch, Crusher. Hugh Jackman and joked that he would have banned Wesley Snipes from Deadpool and Wolverine after realizing Snipes was about to challenge his record for longest running live action Marvel character. Now it's just a competition of who's going to live longer. The main premise of Marvel Studios' X-Men is to bring the 5 original members together in a coming-of-age story after years of hiding from rejection and persecution. They finally step out of the shadows to save the world and prove that not all mutants are bad. The events of Spider-Man No Way Home are reportedly crucial to the story of Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars. The Lord of the Rings War in the North from 2011 is now on PlayStation 5, Xbox, Switch, and PC. The new version supports 60 FPS support. The ability to lock on the enemy's optimization for UI and UX, gyro motion sensor support, as well as autosaves and more save slots. Season 2 of The Penguin is in limbo at HBO, may not get made. I've never seen that show, but I heard it was pretty good. In Spider-Man 3, there's an alternate cut of the final battle where Spider-Man's fight with Sandman plays out differently, and Harry's Goblin actually uses water to fight Sandman. Sony cut it. Here's the concept art that's left of it. The Avengers brawl over powering up a synthetic body until Thor uses Mjolnir's lighting to bring Vision to life, explaining that he is a new entity powered by the Mind Stone who stands on the side of life. Vision proves his worthiness by casually handing Thor his hammer, earning the team's trust for the battle in Slovakia. Sakova. When Preservation Society turned digital PC games into custom physical disc and cartridge made from SSDs and even old mechanical HDDs. Arcade games. Explained, I started making digital games into physical games last year, and thanks to Sony, it gave me a nice boost this last month. The project works with games from Steam, GOG, and Xbox app. GOG games can use their official DRM free on the offline installers, while games from other platforms will still keep their normal DRM. Some of the cartridges contain the game on external drive, so you can plug it into a PC and run the game from there. These aren't being sold, it's a personal preservation project. September and October 2026 will be the most insane month ever for video games. Imagine saying there's nothing to play. September 3rd, Orbitals. September 3rd, The Bottom of Dawnwalker. September 4th, Aminusha Way of the Sword. September 8th, Halloween the Game. September 9th, Valheim 1.0. September 15th, Marvel Wolverine. September 15th, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. September 17th, Fire Emblems Fortune Leaves. September 17th, Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War 4. September 17th, Trials in the Sky, second chapter. September 22nd, Dune's Awakening. September 24th, Control Resonance. September 24th, Silent Hill Townfall. September 29th, Minecraft Dangerous Dungeons 2. October, Ghost of Tsushima Complete Edition expansions. October 1st, Rayman's Legends Retold. October 2nd, Ace Combat 8 Wings of Thieves. October 6th, Gears of War E-Day. October 6th, Star Wars: The Galactic Racer. October Night Dragons, Dogma 2 or Dark Arisen. October 13th, Valor Mortis. October 13th, Planet Zoo 2. October 15th, Castlevania Belmont's Curse. October 22nd, Final Fantasy Resonance. October 22nd, Nintendo Switch Sports Resort. October 23rd, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. And October 29th, Phantom Blade Zero. He left out the Metal Gear Solid Volume 2 collection. Too bad the only Xbox will be able to play both. Phantom Blade Zero is it's just a timed exclusive. State of Play, Monday the 17th. Explore Sony's roadmap to eliminate buyer's choice. Normalize $100 prices. Resell old COD remasters. Trap you in all digital future. Erase gaming culture. The wildest part to me about the old Call of Duty stuff isn't that people are nostalgic for the best CODs. It's that Microsoft allows Sony to do it without getting in on it. While even buy COD if you allow your competition to essentially own it. Xbox completely deflated this generation and clearly got out of the race. They also normalized port over and called them remastered. That's also true. The Naked Gun movies are really funny. Nobody to this day has Leslie Nielsen's correct comedic timing. The man was a genius. Nobody today says Indian bot identified. The annihilation of the future PS PlayStation use game market as well. They are so busy at Sony these days. How do they do it? PlayStation is just a ball and gun couch system now, and the remotely interesting was censored or difficult to get on the console, and the monetary stronghold on devs meant that many titles available to PC never bothered with console after so many years. This will be my last Plony product. Capture the player based on the platform's availability. And are we going to forget they're about to shut down the PS3 and PS Vita stores? Shrek 5 is officially set to feature edgy humor mixed with the heart, just like its previous film, says director. You don't have to fully explain everything to your children. I have a 4-year-old and I just go, that's a mommy daddy joke. This is exactly what the animation industry needs to remember. Kids are smart. They don't need every joke sanitized or over-explained. That's good to know. Edgy humor Shrek is the best Shrek. I don't care. We're getting a certified masterpiece. Adult humor should go over the children's head completely. They shouldn't have to ask. It's evident from the twerking gingerbread man that this film won't be subtle. For me, Shrek has always been a bit more crude. I mean, the original Shrek was always about, edgy humor. Pinocchio had a fucking thong on in Shrek 2. Goat dog. Prove it. I don't know that feels on par with the Pinocchio wearing a thong joke. That specific content will go over kids' heads, but at that age, butts equal funny. I just hope Shrek 5 features plenty of jokes and gags involving animated fairy tale characters from other franchises, since Shrek is one of DreamWorks Animation's most important animated franchises, known for its many jokes and double entendres. That's cool, but we can fix the animation. I mean, they did that adult humor from first movie and jokes went over kids' heads anyways. I don't get why they're saying it now. Shrek has always been more crude. Not sure why people would suddenly have an issue with it now. I hope they came to the senses about the meme field as the goal they were supposedly planning got leaked. Kids will laugh if they're shown to laugh. They don't need to understand the joke. Please don't be the next Shrek the third person. Don't be the next Shrek the third person. Please don't be the next Shrek the Third. Please don't be the next Shrek the Third. Please don't be the next Shrek the Third. Or fourth. Actually, looking back, it was pretty good despite what everyone says. Great because modern kids movies don't do this anymore. Even I know that art shifts is weird. It still has the same charm and make the Shrek movies good. Oh, if only they had ruined the animation already. It would be weird if it didn't. Well, hopefully Ice Age 6 does the same. That actually the perfect approach to family movies because everyone deserves to be entertained, not just kids. So like a Shrek movie, edgy humor plus heart equals a Shrek formula we all love. I'm so happy they changed the plot. Just like the first Shrek. You know. Shrek has always had some crude, edgy humor from the beginning, but its ass twerking need to be there. I'm all for. Oh, I cannot wait. Okay, now why did y'all animate like shit? Brad Pitt says bad acting ruins porn for him. Bad acting drives me crazy. It's why I can't watch porn. Yeah, I'm not reading all that. Or it's just straight up poison for you guys. It gets even worse if you frequently ejaculate to it. You're lowering your testosterone and DHT. Your prolactin, cortisol, and estrogen goes up. Just a Bro wants Oscar-worthy performances everywhere. In porn, I look for story. In movies, I look for sex. What's wrong with bad acting? I don't know why, but imagining porn with Hollywood level acting sounds incredibly funny. Y'all think you read a script when making a sex tape to use later. Brad Pitt really said the acting has to be believable too. When imagine being a Hollywood legend, slamming performance standard issues. Profession versus movie. Gun guys, the gunplay is unrealistic. Lawyers wouldn't happen in a courtroom. Actors, I can't take this porn seriously. The dialogue is too bad. There is still a job with good performances. He's an unhinged run, isn't he? Who will be the lucky podcast. It's probably hard to focus on acting when you're about to. In the 60s and 70s, there were trained actors in porn. Yep, they even had movies produced by the likes of MGM. My brain to mind Hollywood Hot Tubs, which is an old softcore comedy film that's a fun watch, or some of Ross Meyer's Vixen trilogy like Super Vixens or Ultra Vixens, which was a comedy. It even has some comedy sex scenes in it, and that some of the jokes are so offensive nowadays that if you look at that kind of humor, you will laugh your ass off. A real classic, just a remastered on Blu-ray. What year is it? Does porn even bother pretending to have a plot anymore? Their acting weren't good enough for Hollywood. That's why they're doing porn. The man is right. Meanwhile, pornographic films made in the past are in the quality of movies. If the acting is what ruins porn for you, then I don't think porn is a problem. Well, yeah, well, I'm sorry, the Coen brothers don't direct the porn that I watch. He's probably a Phil who appreciated the artistic 70s and early 80s porn when it was still being shot on celluloid, so today it's just a letdown for him. Me, when I say they don't watch it, okay? If you want to watch porn, just watch those who are actually into it, enjoying it. I generally don't get why people watch people flopping on the bed with fake modes and shit. Are they even trying acting in porn? Drop the cutscenes and talking, it'll get much better. You know, the sex part is also acting. Acting like taking an action or playing a role. Claire to elaborate. I don't know. I'm not reading that. Marissa Tomei in her brilliant Oscar-winning turn, and My Cousin Vinny. The Knights of the Old Republic developers once spent an entire day proving Lucasfilm wrong over one word. According to BioWare veteran, Lucasfilm told the KOTOR team that Star Wars characters weren't supposed to say damn. One of the game writers reportedly spent a whole day going through the Star Wars movies to find every word, every use of the word. They found 3 examples by the time KOTOR released in 2020. One in A New Hope, one in The Empire Strikes Back, and one in Attack of the Clones. Even with the advanced evidence, Lucasfilm still won the argument. Dura says most uses of damn were removed from KOTOR because, as he put it, the rights holders always win. Like, they didn't say damn in Star Wars. I doubt they did. Disney Star Wars is a complete slop. RPGs used to have writing that could be considered literature. BioWare writer, look, Han Solo there says it in A New Hope. Luke says it in Empire. And Obi-Wan says it in Attack of the Clones. Lucasfilm legal. That's nice. Delete it. Nothing builds creative trust quite like spending 8 hours finding irrefutable evidence only to get hit with the rights holder. Always wins. They could have used Blaster Crypt, but I see their point. They should have been able to use damn. I would think they would be dealing with LucasArts since they were doing a game. I guess Lucasfilm saw the potential of the game and were involved. Django says son of a bitch and bounty hunter. Damn, another Dark Jedi. I try to hold him off. You get to escape pods. Go. I can only respect a man watching all the Star Wars to find swear words. I reckon considering bad words to be a bit more forgivable than sodomy, which is what BioWare cares most about these days. And fear you might follow old Obi-Wan on some damn full idealistic crusade. This sort of thing really affected the way they wrote Candarius. It just didn't sound right when he'd have to use mild language where they obviously wanted something stronger. Star Wars characters can't say "damn, Han." I'll see you in hell. Sanitized by woke activists, they deserve to go broke. I can see how the word too much could break immersion. But ultimately, IP holder has the final say. It's okay to try and convince them of your vision, but they say no, and that's a no. Be fair, this is a slippery slope to millennial writing for a grand secondary word, modern. Slang, let's peak, colloquialism, jarring. Odyssey is a masterpiece and not woke. Looks at the bottom left, T for teen. That is why the rights holders won. The rights holders won. And yet nowadays Disney Star Wars is okay with a lot more swearing, like some instances of shit and Andor among the other few other words in that show. And the British robot in Soul is said arson, said arse, all UK like. Back then they cared about language. Now they say put entire modern agendas in your game. But I guess in some universes you just want to preserve the alien feel by not including too many things familiar to us. I prefer Criff and Echolata, but damn works too. What are all uses of the word damn in the original and prequel movies and the novels up to the year 2004? Always thought it was weird that Han says see you in hell, so the concept is still there. Now it's a gay commercial consultant who has the final say. The probable say also says Star Wars never showed gore while Luke's uncle and aunt's corpse burned. You can kill people brutally, but mean words are too far. That was a great game. I don't know if I'll ever play it again, as my gaming partner passed away 6 months and if the game went free to play due to skin cancer. Stubborn artistic men used to make games better times, but if they had procreated the license to produce the game, then that's bunk in a discontinuous contract. However, if they commissioned to create a game in universe, then fair play. Oh, at BioWare, this is why Shepard says, or referred to as damn. Damn nice. At least Lucasfilm cared back then. Now, under Disney, they let any woke retard to molest Star Wars however they want. Well, I own the company. I want to talk about butt stuff. Game Grumps or something. I don't know. I can think of Damn Crusade. From Ben and New Hope. Han says, see you in hell and Empire. Jedi, I got nothing. I would delete it and then release restoration patches like SA did with Hot Coffee. Didn't Obi-Wan say the term damn fool in a new Hope? Not sure how they won the argument when damn was still used quite a bit in the game. The right expression is a blast. They let the Wookiee win. Game is rated T. No, you can't have them say a minor swear word. The rights holders were irrational then. Characters in Star Wars don't say damn over liars. New Hope, some damn for a full idealistic crusade. The rights holders always win, damn. Spending a whole day defending one swear word is the kind of dev trivia that makes lore nerds like me way too happy. Lucasfilm haven't won anything in a long time. Friggin' meatbags. Now Disney does not give a damn. One day to settle an argument is nothing. That's some pretty shit. That's impatient. There's use of the word damn in KOTOR 2, though Atan says it to the exile at the beginning on Pragus as he jokes about her putting on a new outfit. Post about new Amazon Games moves. Felt like this was an excuse to rewatch the original trilogy in full, but I mean any damn excuse will do. And now modern BioWare think men can be women. You can see the intelligence evolving. Back when Lucasfilm cared enough. These days, most of the developers won't relent making a game take 10 years to get produced or not at all, or they'd cry about it on social media and call the rights holders bigots. I wish we had devs as fucking autistic to the vision of the game. He knew his shit, lol. It's kind of funny that like this, they literally changed it due to the rights holders and being petty over the word damn. That's interesting. PlayStation is now showing only the digital PS5 version when the game is digital only. First GTA 6, now Phantom Blade 0. Miles Morales meets Prowler, Donald Glover, and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I haven't seen the Spider-Man. I haven't seen the Spider-Verse movies. Developer Asper confirms in a press release that the more classic Lord of the Rings titles will get re-releases in future. Hulk 2003 video game. The whole game before GTA 6. I missed this. I'm assuming this is a Red Hulk. The Simpsons Hit and Run 2003. I would love a new Simpsons Hit and Run game. Why did Doctor Strange hand over the Time Stone when Thanos showed up and said he allowed them to fight when he already knew the outcome? Why didn't Doctor Strange hand over the Time Stone when Thanos showed up and said he allowed them to fight when he already knew the outcome? I'm wondering what would be the incentive to get a PlayStation 6 or Project Helix at this point. The generations. Come here, buddy. The generations has shown us barely any generation will leave, increased prices and no increased quality. The most limited first party games output. More drama in corporate. BS in games. No respect for customers. 9 out of 10 games are forgettable. Too many live service and MTX. Too many studio closures, layoffs, little to no original gameplay and stories, and now aiming to end disc production. Thereby ending. Ow! Ow! That hurt, Bullet. ownership options access with relying on digital storefronts. So what exactly is not going to present other than slightly better ray tracing and frame rate, barely noticeable graphical details that hardly matter at all. While gameplay takes the backseat and feels more formal and are subdued than ever. Who else pre-ordered GTA 6 and which edition did you get? Yelena Belova and Kate Bishop will reportedly interact again in the MCU. Anticipating, oh, this is so badly, but then again, it was an interesting movie. Unlike the adaptation, the comic book connection is surprisingly limited. Stop making me like you. To catch a bus, you got to think like a bus. Kate Bishop, I can already hear Helena's voice. Her Russian accent is really funny and impressive. When Spider-Man 3, The Journey of Peter Parker finally began to enjoy success in both his personal life and his role as Spider-Man, he plans to fulfill his future with Mary Jane Watson, played by Kristen Dunst. But his happiness is threatened by new challenges and powerful enemies. Waiting for their reunion. Would be weird if they didn't. Spider-Man will reportedly become close friends with X-Men in the MCU. Grand Theft Auto 5 has sold over 230 million copies since its 2013 launch. If GTA 6 doesn't get delayed again, it's going to sell way more than Grand Theft Auto 5. Me waiting for GTA 6 to release. Probably the same 557-ish million people buying the game 4 times across multiple platforms since 2013. The game still sells 5 million copies every 3 months, so I doubt most of it rebuys. Guys, guess who was rebuying GTA 5 today? Back then, I understand, but now there's no reason we all got it, so it's new people. I lost my Rockstar account access, so I bought the game again on Steam a month ago. Who here has bought more than 3 like me? 13 years later, it's still the third best-selling game of all time behind only Minecraft and Tetris, an absolute monster. GTA 6 will set new records for a series of swell gaming in general, except other companies to follow Rockstar's innovations as GTA 6 releases. Imagine the number if they couldn't milk GTA Online and Shark Cards for 13 straight years. First game to have 17 different editions, to be frank. Minecraft has been released on everything. Skyrim, Minecraft, for real. There was a period of time it was cheaper to buy a new copy that came with a shark card than it was to buy a shark card of the same value. It's crazy they had it on 3 different consoles. I mean, it's been on Xbox 360, PS3, Xbox One, PS4, and Xbox Series X and S, and PS5. I don't think we're having a new top 1 or 2 best-selling game anytime soon. I bet they released it like 30 times. That's actually insane. Can't wait to see what GTA 6 will do. It didn't even have close to the hype GTA 6 has right now, although nobody was expecting it to be as good as it was. Rockstar the past 13 years. Yeah. They do it right. Best video game ever. 230 million copies is an absolute staggering milestone, crossing 2 decades, 3 console generations, still holding top sales charts. Proves that GTA 5 isn't just a game; it's a cultural titan that redefined the entire entertainment industry. Only GTA 6 can break the record. 230 million is just stupid. GTA 5 has basically been printing money for 13 years straight. And GTA 6 will be 2 through PlayStation 5, 6, and 7. Cancel your GTA 6 pre-order. Don't forget to cancel PlayStation Plus and Crunchyroll subscriptions owned by Sony. So they feel it in their wallet. Gamers Unite take part in the Sony boycott and don't turn on your PlayStation consoles handles from August 23rd to 30th. PS blackout. This game is the greatest. Second most sold game of all time. Let's see if GTA 6 breaks this record. Possible leak photo of Toby, OG Spider-Man. What do you think? Oh my god, people are such dumbasses. Look at his freaking emblem on his suit. It's false. It's one from his black suit. Spider got 4 legs. And how many do you think it has? What the fuck is happening? Wolverine's chin. I think it's the angle of the image is fake. He's too young. Bro, even Spider-Man's fake. I'm Spider-Man with a slingshot. And I am Iron Man. Movie is done. Maybe it's bad. Hence releases spoilers to gauge people's interest. I'm just glad the GOAT Toby is coming back. Hell yeah, he's back. Why are you fucking dweeb so obsessed with leaks? Why can't you just wait like a normal person? I hate AI shit. I hate these. It's connected to the end credits of Brand New Day. What the heck is this? It's this. It is a Chevy Chase movie. The real question is, would this photo exist if without the attention is all you need? Paper. Spider logo. Yeah, the spider logo looks way different compared to the actual spider logo. God of War the Fae is already a certified banger. Let me see. Hey, baby. Come here. Ooh, that gameplay looks really cool. The studio is great. Let's hope they keep using the formula. Time can turn an evil person into a hero and a hero into a villain. I will destroy the multiverse. 2012. I will save the multiverse. I will save the multiverse. I will destroy the multiverse. New promotional video for Gears of War EA starring Jay and Jimmy Uso from WWE. The open beta starts tomorrow. A shared movie universe featuring Hitman, Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Thief, and Just Cause officially being planned. That would be cool. When your aim is so trash, even the gun skin is disappointed. That way you fool, not that. No, not that one. The other one. Me and Cyberpunk on controller, but not mouse. The skeleton is literally me after missing the easiest spray on Mirage mid. The skin knows I'm the problem, and it just done with my shit. Skeleton, what the fuck are you doing? Go out and touch some grass, motherfucker. China always best when they make some like China always best when they make something like this. It's me. When I was the final one, and my dead teammates were like, just give Bro the book. I just plant my friend needs a skin. That's funny. Raj is a new cash, right? Rumor roundup from the Cosmic Circus. The events of Spider-Man No Way Home supposedly plays a crucial role in the stories of Avengers, Doomsday, and Secret Wars. Avengers, Secret Wars supposedly feature a Resistance team. Spider-Man will become a first friend of the X-Men. Mutants will appear in various projects that are on their own movies, though, throughout the future, similar to Jean Grey's appearance in the Spider-Man Brand New Day. Marvel Studios supposedly has no plans to abandon live-action series. It said the focus will shift toward producing fewer shows while prioritizing quality. Marvel Studios is reportedly considering adding Abomination to the Thunderbolts in the MCU. Marvel Studios is reportedly considering using Taskmaster technology to create a new version of the game character in the MCU. And Elias will be introduced in the MCU's next saga. If they gave you the option, would you swap GTA 6 for Red Dead Redemption 3 on November 19th? No. Red Dead Dream 3. You're gonna like the two. Both is good. Yeah, we'd love to. For me, yes, I've always liked it more than GTA. Truth is, that's one hell of a saga. Honestly, I prefer the GTA cheats to the Red Dead Redemption cheats, and that's why GTA is better. The truth is, that is one hell of a saga. No. Think I'm in your boat, haha. Think I'm in. Of course, I don't even doubt. I'm not interested in anything GTA 6. I hope they announce Red Dead Redemption 3 someday. They will announce Red Dead Redemption 3 probably after GTA 6 comes out. It's gonna happen someday, like it or not, Lowell. Don't even want Red Dead Redemption 3. The Vanderlyn gang story has been told beautifully and come full circle, but trying to squeeze every last drop out of the narrative weakens it. We move from Red Harlow's Red Dead Revolver to Redemption. Now give me the next Red Dead story. I couldn't get into Red Dead Redemption 2 that much when it came out. I was 12 at the time, so I give it another go. Maybe I'll start with Red Dead Redemption 1. For sure, in the instance, of course, just like GTA, I'd only buy it complete on disc for $30, $60 or less. I think we need GTA 6 first, man. It's been too long, but I'd love for them to start working on it ASAP. In the meantime, at least give us a PS5 remastered version instead too much to ask. As much as I love Red Dead Redemption, it's time for other GTA cities to get some love in the era. For Red Dead Redemption 3, I can only see a prequel, a proper prequel, and even then, I don't see much more than they can do. Maybe a Jack sequel. What are you looking for? Story or replayability? I would swap it for the middle-aged game that they planned. Red Dead 3 because I played them both. I need a third one. If I could get both, okay, but only one. I'll always choose GTA 6 over every single day. I don't like games set in modern day reality. Hell yes. No, Red Dead Redemption has a great story, but the gameplay is far worse than GTA's. I generally prefer Red Dead Redemption, but GTA is too outdated at top. So I'll take GTA. Nope, I can't wait for Red Dead Redemption 3. No, we need Bully 2 and Agent Revival before Red Dead Redemption 3. I would if I had another Rockstar game to choose from besides Red GTA 6, I would prefer Bully 2 and Red Dead Redemption 3. But Rockstar is supposedly working on those games in the future. I expect we'll see it if GTA 6 comes out in November 15th of this year. I would expect to see those two games come out maybe 2030 or 2031. Damn, give me Red Dead. Second game was dope. Red Dead 3. If Red Dead 3 was made, I'd love to get it, but sadly to say, you Rockstar is greedy as hell, and they probably make it digitally only, and cloud streaming is it only. So no, I would not be getting none of these games because that's not how gaming is supposed to be. This is why Spider-Man is greatest and strongest superhero of all time. 6 heroes to beat one villain, 9 heroes to beat one villain, 38 heroes to beat one villain, 30 villains to beat one hero. The greatest superhero of all time. No other superhero comes close. Exactly. Spider-Man keeps proving the true strength isn't about power. It's about resilience, responsibility, and refusing to give up no matter how tough things get. That's what makes him such an iconic hero. I totally agree with you. He wipes most of the Avengers. Spider-Man is truly underrated. You misunderstood. In power, mean raw strength, he's stronger than most of the Avengers. He wipes forward both Captain America and Iron Man. Check the comics. Spider-Man really said, I got this, and meant it no team, no backup, just pure chaos management. Has hundreds of villains, no superpowers, just a man amongst gods. Absolute potato. Meanwhile, President Trump took out an entire Democratic state and the deep state as well. That's why he would be considered one of the greatest superheroes of all time. Hulk can do this all day, every day. Okay, but he's one of the 38 there, by the way. The worst console generation ever released. Another way, if PS5 is in our workshop, we process up to 10 broken consoles every single day. Remember the PS5 with the liquid metal issue we reposted. This specific unit was strictly horizontal for 5 full years since purchase. So no lie, your console. So no laying your console flat doesn't save you from liquid metal degradation. For some cases, it creates even worse hotspots. To fight most frequent faults we fight daily for overheating and liquid metal failure, vertical or horizontal, broken HDMI ports, short circuits on the motherboard, corrupted and damaged internal SSDs, faulty RAM modules. Fellow techs, hobbyists, and repair guys, what's the most common PS5 issue landing on your workbench? And for the games tier, what's the craziest repair code you've been given so far? Drop it in the comments. Azel is reportedly being considered as one of the villains for Marvel Studios' X-Men reboot film. He was really cool in First Class. Decent characters, but nowhere near enough aura or threat to be the first main villain of the rebooted X-Men. Key face, one of the main villains, Kenny Reed. Great start, especially for young X-Men. Any chance of going X-Men Evolution having a full team of Havoc, Pyro, and Quicksilver. Literally, for what purpose? I can see them doing this as an excuse to delve into Kurt's parentage, but Azrael's origin isn't even canon anymore and was replaced by something way more interesting. They just need him for his son Nightcrawler. Also, Nightcrawler's father in some iteration of the comics. Brotherhood of Mutants would make more sense, to be honest. They're going to need all the help they can get. He would be incredible. He could say the next saga will be the mutant one, but the mutant and terrifying saga. Again, pass. Mr. Sinister would be better. No thanks. In X-Men First Class, he was good. Again, Hellfire Club or Mr. Sinister. Why? He'd be superb. There's one thing about Ant-Man, Quantumania, and Loki that makes absolute zero sense. We're told he remains strictly prone to the sacred timeline to prevent dangerous Kang variants from causing another multiversal war. But Kang has already tapped into the quantum realm for decades, building Inspire and fight Janet Van Dyne for long before Endgame. Quantum realm clearly has a slow passage of time. Scott spent 5 hours while 5 hours passed outside. Janet spent decades there and aged normally. Kang spent years building his empire. So how was this Kang allowed to exist if he remains what's controlling the timeline? Maybe he remains knew about Kang and deliberately left him trapped in the quantum realm. Marvel incurred fines totaling $260,000 to display a lavish Avengers Doomsday advert during San Diego Comic-Con. Gosei Ite Echoes of Sekigahara is adding new playable heavy weapons. Etsu will be able to wield a giant axe and warhammer. Do you truly believe Superman was scared of Darkseid? Darkseid. Just in Xbox game, the Elder Scrolls 6 box art physical discs included has leaked causing Xbox to go viral across social media. Xbox has taken over gaming with PlayStation any physical media and lackluster titles. Xbox has more GTA 6 pre-orders, says analysis. That means Microsoft is including supporting physical disc for next generation heading into the future. If they're releasing a physical media with a disc. The game node is just people's taking advantage of that perk. The game isn't in pre-production. These assholes are just butthurt and scared that it might be exclusive. If the game is playable from the disc, I might buy it for collection. Playable from the disc without no updates, right? No, that is impossible now, but playable without day one patch is still a thing and made playable from start to finish, even with bugs. Well, you know it's fake when the name of the game isn't even on the box or disc. More lies in another report. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Ow. Ow! Hulk and his weakness for letting redheads control him. We don't blame you, Hulk. Don't burn bridges. You might want to work there again when I leave the company. Amazon Game Studios is giving Last Ark and Throne and Liberty back to their studios to run themselves, ending its presence in the MMO genre. Wait, Spider-Man 2002 has been hiding more of every shot from us for 24 years. This is a film and it's on crowd 35-minute open format, revealing parts of the frame that were hidden in the theatrical version. Sony, where do we unlock this camera? Where do we unlock this camera? We need an entire movie like this. Donnie Yen will star in Phantom Blade Zero as the facial and motion capture actor from Moyon. Variety reports that Barbie's sequel may potentially not happen. Warner Brothers made more than 6 offers to the film's creative team, but all offers have been declined. Only 4 months remain to put a Barbie movie in active development at Warner Brothers for the rights of Mattel. Greta Gerwig, Margaret Robbie, and Ryan Gosling are asking for a specific back-end deal that David Vasilev is reportedly refusing to give them. What the world doesn't revolve around the U.S. and physical copies of Resident Evil Requiem were reportedly around 50% in some other markets, and other physical games are already dead. This must be blasphemy, witchcraft, or sorcery. Movement guys and Battle Dads, can we all agree on these terms? Fix the animation system, raise sprint speeds to 6.5 millimeters per second to 7.50 millimeters per second. Assault perk. Tie bullets to screen center for useful jump peaks with more severe visual sway. Slow vaulting, down vaulting immensely by 40 to 50%. Redo animations. Remove or delay the ability to shoot while jumping. Remove the ability to land a jump into a slider and remove the ability to jump out of a slide. To fix ground collisions with soldiers models from smoother, less jittery traversal. Am I missing anything? Are you getting The Legend of Zelda 2 console and Pro controller? It's just recently a pre-seismic leak made its way across the internet, revealing of the apparent existence of a new Zelda-themed Switch 2 console and accompanying Pro controller, proud to celebrate the series' 40th anniversary. The hardware boasts a rather lovely custom theme that includes heavy use of the iconic Triforce, along with a mix of black, green, and gold colors. We only seen the new hardware through new photos of flat pack product packaging. But as a reminder, here's what they look like. So our question is, simply, are you going to get these? Admittedly, it's a simple question with not so simple answer, especially if you already own a Switch 2 and Pro controller. Neither are practically cheap, and with a console price hike make its way to the West in September, the decision to purchase a second console is hardly trivial. Of course, you can always plug your current hardware to help you fund your new purchase, and we suspect a lot of folks will probably do this. After all, it's not like the old days where you purchase and save history is tied solely to the single console. With Switch 2, you can just transfer everything across, no bother.
Immediate reactions from the NL crowd group indicate this may well be a popular piece of kit upon its release. Damn, my mom's gonna kill me, said Gavin upon viewing the leaked photos. Meanwhile, Jim reckons the console and controls are just sexy enough for me to be absolutely consider buying the full shebang. So what about you? Let us know your thoughts by voting in the below post and leave a comment in the usual place. Standard edition was $70. Complete edition is $70. Make fucking sense. Go see Tay. Complete edition launches October 1st. HBO has rejected a pitch for Poison Ivy series set in James Gunn DCU. ICE plans to spend up to $20 million on electric shock gloves. They're designed to disrupt people's ability to react and cause pain. My HP after getting shocked by the gloves. Have to make sure you don't get shocked. Stop breaking the law, asshole. I wonder what could go wrong with this. I feel like they could have used the $20 million for something more important. People complain about this, but then demand safer, non-lethal alternatives to firearms. Make it make sense. Sounds like a cattle farm tool. That's how they get cattle to move through the chute for the slaughter. One step closer to Robo-Ice. Y'all can't complain about this and ask for safer, non-lethal alternatives to firearms. Like, which one is it? How them ICE boys are going to be moving after this. This sounds stupid as fuck, but in 6 months, everyone will probably find out that one of Trump's donors owns the company that will make these fucking things. They're definitely not going to misuse it. Is the taser gun not good enough? Kind of a downgrade. This is a DC type of shit we see in books. Just keep water bottles on you. You can't wait to see these motherfuckers electrocuted. This is just an example of men, because it's always it's men designing things to maim or kill the humans. Shouldn't the law be passed forbidding it, right? Time to start wearing rubber insulation and carrying skull and hot water. Can we make more gadgets to help detain and deport Mexicans, please? ICE agents are dumber than a bag of rocks. These are going to cause more harm to them than immigrant left my asshole. They won't use it on white people, I bet. Bro fighting against Joker. This is a violation of 8th Amendment to the U.S. Biologic sword tasers. Devices are officially called the GLOVE, which stands for Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter. This item function entirely as normal patrol gloves until an officer presses a switch to turn on their electrical mode. An expert studying the gloves describes the sharp and immediate electrical distraction as feeling like a bee sting. Actually true, DHS published a notice for a multi-million-dollar deal to buy glove devices generated a low output voltage emitter for ICE agents to force compliance through electric pulses. Civil rights groups are heavily criticizing it. Adding literal shot gloves to the field is wild. Civil rights groups like the ACLU are already pushing back hard, calling it a recipe for hidden abuse and unnecessary pain compliance. Damn, ICE really out here buying Batman shot gloves for $20 million. This timeline keeps getting weirder. Flying cars and shit. This is somehow actually real. DHS put on a notice to spend up to $20 million on glove tech for ICE agents. Horror movie Arkham Knight, Arkham ICE. Straight out of a horror movie. More wasted tax dollars. Disrupt ability to react is doing a lot of work. That sounds like a complete nightmare for anyone involved. Sounds like they're just trying to reinvent the wheel with the side of unnecessary pain. What's next? Taser boots? Just give them bean bags. This is a violation of the 8th Amendment to the U.S. Good the thugs who try to stop them deserve it. I have a bad feeling about this. No reason why ICE should be stopped. Makes sense since these tasers aren't effective nowadays. They shouldn't have that kind of power. I wish we had real life superheroes instead of these cool gadgets being handed to people like this. Pour water or throw water balloons on these dumb bugs. What if the real main villain is Beyonder, not Doctor Doom? Beyonder begins destroying entire universes, and Doom realizes he cannot stop him alone, so Doom goes to Fantastic Four and asks for their help to defeat Beyonder. They eventually join forces, but in the final battle, Doom manages to take Beyonder's power for himself, and that's how God Emperor Doom is born, setting up Secret Wars. No, Doom's going to be the main villain. Doom taking Beyonder's power is straight out of the comics. That's literally how God Emperor Doom is born, main villain for SW. Then the power corrupts him, that's why he turns to the villain. Doom didn't start incursion which destroys two universes. The idea of destroying one universe is to save the other universe. As far as we know, incursions are created by multiversal shenanigans. The more multiversal shenanigans, the more incursions, but have someone is behind them. No Beyonder till now, and if CF introduced Doomsday, that would be too much to process, since Doom didn't even get a proper background. I hate that version of Secret War, by far the worst version, in which they adapt the original Secret War. There was something special about knowing exactly what was coming on TV every night. No streaming, no scrolling, trying to decide what to watch. You just knew Cartoon Network had the evening coverage, whatever run of shows this was. Cow and Pig, Dexter's Laboratory, Iona, Johnny Bravo, Curtis Cowardly Dog, Powerpuff Girls, Ed, Edd n Eddy. I Am Weasel. Only problem is that Insomniac is the only one who actually delivers. CD Projekt Red, Witcher spin-offs, Project Sirius, multiplayer reported hit by layoffs and broader shifts in development strategy. Margaret Robbie, upcoming projects, Bradley Cooper's Ocean's 11 prequel, Tim Burton's Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, Greta Gerwig's Barbie 2, and talks, Pirates of the Caribbean spin-off, The Sims adoption producer, Monopoly adoption producer, Olivia Wilde's naughty producer, Mari Brunstein's nasty producer, Russ Glass, My Year of Rest and Relaxation producer. Ace Combat 8 download size 88.3 and 21 gigabytes, version 0.1 thousand. Standard $69.99, preload September 29th, release October 1st. Deluxe $89.99, preload September 26th, release September 28th. Release time 10 p.m. GMT. X-Men 97 Season 2 has officially ended, and I need the Season 3 trailer right now. X-Files creator Chris Carter claims that Gillian Anderson and David Duchovny are returning for Ryan Coogler's reboot. At least Gillian, I think, is going to appear in the Coogler version, and I'm assuming David will too. Oh, they're going to do an X-Files reboot? That would be really interesting. I think if Ryan Coogler brings back Gillian Anderson and David Giovanni for X-Files to support Nellie DeValer and Himesh Patel, it would actually be a great thing. I think to successfully modernize older IPs, legacy characters must be treated with respect and relevance by pushing towards the new leads. I'll be getting more information about the show at D23 this week. Worth noting, Carter admits he hasn't even seen the plot. This is speculation from the guy on the outside looking in, not a confirmation. Would love Mulder and Scully back, but late for Coogler or Hulu to actually say it. That's all you had to say. If Mulder and Scully are coming back, it suddenly just doesn't feel like a replacement for the X-Files. It feels like expanding it. I think, and I'm assuming, carry the entire weight of X-Files nostalgia on their shoulders right now. If Ryan Coogler can pass the torch to a new generation while keeping Gillian Anderson and David Giovanni as mentors, this could actually work beautifully. Assuming it's doing a lot of heavy lifting for a guy who created them. Now, X-Files is perfectly the way it was. Don't need no fucking reboot or remake. Fuck off. There are 18 episodes and 2 movies to watch. We don't need a fucking reboot. I'm sure Carter was meant to leak this, but Gillian did already say that she read the script. Coogler probably wouldn't have sent it unless there was a role. Her and both of them would be fools to turn down working with one of the top filmmakers in the world right now. The words I think I'm assuming are doing a mountain of heavy lifting here. If Mulder and Scully aren't officially locked in, it's not an X-Files project. It's a completely different sci-fi show using the name. Let Ryan Coogler cook with an original idea instead. Chris Carter, optimistic, is peak X-Files, and Mulder and Scully can't stay away. Ryan Coogler's version for the universe, so that's a wild direction. If both return, that'd be huge for X-Files fans. I love the original cast. Mulder and Scully potentially returning under Ryan Coogler's direction. The truth is out there and I'm officially set for this reboot. I know what is coming. But why? I hope they both return. I think and assuming just sound like the X-Files. DOA. I don't think we need Gillian or David in a reboot, but then been there, done that. It's over for the better now. I don't want a cash grab cameo for the sake of nostalgia. I want to feel like I'm watching TXT for the first time again, and Ryan's going to capture that essence regardless. Our returning thing, Gillian is going to appear, and assuming David will too. Breast amount of certainty gained in transit. Can't save this garbage. Fuck that show. Why? Because deep down they know it won't sell without dragging the old cast, so the fan base will be curious enough to check it out. Otherwise, they go full ghetto Malcolm X-Files. X-Files ended after season 9. Either do a new thing with zero ties to the original or don't. The second movie in season 10 and season 11 completely ruined the original continuation. He saw the backlash coming and decided to have a plan. He literally carried the franchise. How is he not being kept in the loop? They really had no backup plan for getting caught. All the GTA 6 must fail talk is annoying. GTA 6 must succeed. If the game can't be successful, then what can be said about the rest of gaming and the future of the industry? There's a lot riding on this. I have no doubt it will absolutely smash expectations, but the negativity gets tiring. I'm ready to enjoy the ride. Sony has landed itself a class action lawsuit, and the reason is a real banger. Turns out they sold the PS5 at inflated prices using U.S. tariffs as an excuse up to that point. Pretty standard stuff, so what's the issue? U.S. courts ruled these tariffs illegally, and the government's refunding Sony over $500 million. In fact, they've already pocketed 70% of that cash. The lawsuit accuses them of chasing a double dip, charging us extra for the console out of pocket, and on top of that, keeping the massive government refund in to top it all off. They're planning to kill off their physical games in 2020 to keep saving. Various lawsuits have been filed against multinationals like Amazon and Nintendo for the same reason, so it's not exclusive to Sony. They're going to apply the Nintendo one. Well, play has no limits. Play has limits. Money that should get back into users' pockets, but contrary to that, people keep giving them money with FIFA and GTA 6. I think if Sony keeps getting these lawsuits they're getting, it's really going to affect their business pretty soon. They're going to have to change. But these multi-million-dollar lawsuits that are being filed, especially with Stop Killing Games and everything, it's going to affect them big time, and Sony's going to have to turn around and change stuff in the future because they're going to start losing money. Calling it out, Peter dies in this one, and Miles takes over completely. If they replace the Marvel Spider-Man Peter Parker with Miles Morales as the main character, I'm done with the series. I'm done playing it after that. If this is indeed the final game in the series, this is the finale to the series. If they kill off Peter Parker in the Marvel Spider-Man series, you just don't have Spider-Man. If they get rid of the dude that plays Peter Parker in the Marvel Spider-Man franchise for Insomniac and they replace him with Miles Morales, I'm done. I'm not going to be playing a game that's gone woke. I'm not going to be playing a game that's gone completely woke. And at that point, they've pretty much made the game 100% woke because they've replaced Peter Parker with a black Spider-Man. And at that point, no thank you. Not doing that. Either that or they introduce a female Spider. Oh my god, dude! If they have a female Spider-Man in Spider-Man 3 or future installments is replaced with a female Spider-Man, this series is going to go downhill. They did in the last one. I think that stupid Cindy Moon character got introduced from what I remember anyway. Yeah, but she wasn't a playable character. Yellow Flash guy just was introduced at the end of the game, which lead folks to help for DLC to play as her. Okay, but she wasn't playable in 2. She would likely be in 3. Why do you not understand that he agreed and played off your point? What's the heck? But while inserting information the guy already knew, which is obviously the reason he replied the way he did. Cindy and Peter were bitten by the same spider. That's comic accurate. Miles' lore is literally him taking over after Spider-Man dies in a certain comic issue. In certain comic issues, whether he dies is a choice they won't make. Cindy gets a choice up that can happen anytime, same spider and all. She was teased, so not fully introduced, and Peter retired. Miles will be the lead. She will take Miles' position. I trust me, bro. Joke's on you for actually playing that slop, giving Insomniac money. Dude calling Silk stupid. And nobody gave a shit about Silk. She is stupid. It is a lame ass idea that further cheapens how unique Spider-Man used to be. Ain't nobody give a shit about Silk. Dude, fuck off your misogynist at large 24/7. Silk was cool back in the 2010s. The goal may be to get Miles' Spider Crew into the games. I do see another Miles game after Spider-Man 3. Yeah, they introduced Silk. How is she stupid, you piece of LARP trash? Maybe the deaf girl becomes Spider-Woman and we can't hear anything while playing, or Miles Morales then becomes blind so we can play as him. The screen is black. Oh my god, that would be terrible, and that would ruin the franchise if they did that. That would be Cindy Moon. Spider-Man 2 already had Peter pass the mantle to Miles, so there's no reason to kill Peter off. Instead, the new game will be Miles' City, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god. If they have a female Spider-Man, I'm done. I'm done with that. I'm done with it after that. They're gonna ruin it. It's going downhill after that. It'll probably make some Miles and Silk. No way they set her up last game not to use her in this one. I think you're both right, and it leads to 2 spin-offs, a Miles game and a female Spider game. Obviously, female Spider, probably a lesbian. Yeah, they'll probably make it go totally woke after that. Totally woke garbage future. Totally woke garbage future for Sony and Marvel Spider-Man. They'll ruin the game by going woke, and it'll go downhill from there. If they have a female Spider-Man, Marvel Spider-Man 3 is the last game I'm gonna play. Even if I get a PS6, which I probably won't be getting a PS6, but even if I do, I'll just have to see. But if they have a female Spider-Man, or if they replace Peter Parker with Miles Morales as with the only black Spider-Man, no, thank you. I'm good. I'm not going to be a part of that woke DEI shit. They'll ruin the series, man. Well, Insomniac themselves flat out had Peter tell us that Miles should be his replacement, so it wouldn't shock me in the slightest. That would be a really stupid way to ruin Spider-Man by getting rid of Peter Parker and replacing Miles Morales as the main Spider-Man. If they replace him with the kid, I'm not. I'm done. I'm done with the franchise after that. You can't have Spider-Man without Peter Parker. which is still stupid because Miles is a lame-ass derivative character who can't stand on his own without them having to write Peter Parker as weak and competent and having every other character associated with Peter having to tell the audience how great he is. And it ruins the whole point of the series. Because without Peter Parker as Spider-Man, you don't have Spider-Man. It will go. The whole series will go downhill if they kill off Peter Parker and replace him with Miles Morales. It'll be that woke garbage DEI crap, or that woke crap of we got to have a racial character being Spider-Man now. We got to have a black Spider-Man as the main character. And if they have a black Spider-Man and some female spider character, bro, they're just gonna fucking ruin it. Wouldn't surprise me if Sony went that direction. They've already gone that direction with the Intergalactic. That game is as woke as you can get. It's about a female monk lesbian. She looks like a dyke. With great power comes great responsibility. Unless a younger guy also gets that power, then you can leave it to him and fuck off. Yeah, man, 25 looking for retirement. Insomniac Games, you guys are trash. Yeah, why would you get rid of Peter Parker being that young in the game already? That's like saying they're going to replace Tom Holland, and the dude is still plenty young to keep making Spider-Man movies. He's going to keep making Spider-Man movies for a long time. One of the cringiest lines of dialogue I've ever seen. I hope they don't get rid of Peter Parker and replace him with Miles Morales. That would ruin the game. But man, it's 25 looking for retirement. That is ridiculous, yeah. They're ruining the series with their woke trash. Not that I'm happy about this, however, that's exactly how it happened in the comics. I wish they would just literally take the stories out of the comics and bring them to life rather than whatever the fuck they've been doing. It's the same mistake Disney made with Star Wars, one of them anyway. They got rid of the Legends material, comic lore, and replaced it with not all but a lot of BS. Won't change the fact that Peter Parker is Spider-Man and Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Exactly. And if you replace Peter Parker with Miles Morales as the main Spider-Man, you're ruining it, and you're going toward that stupid, woke, bullshit agenda crap that they're pushing, I swear. They got to have everything interracial now, don't they, to push an agenda. It's just sad. It's just sad. It doesn't change the fact that Peter Parker is Spider-Man and Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Yes. And it ruins the storyline. Funny how y'all only have this reaction to the black character and not Spider-Man Noir, 2099, Ben Reilly, etc. Because you're replacing one of the most iconic characters in Marvel history as Peter Parker, which is supposed to be Spider-Man. Spider-Man's always been Peter Parker. So if you replace Peter Parker with Miles Morales and get rid of the main Spider-Man, you're ruining the franchise. And you're destroying the Spider-Man's legacy, and you're ruining, and you're throwing in slop and everything and all your stupid crap. You're ruining Marvel. You're ruining the games. You're ruining the franchise. You're getting rid of the main character. And when you get rid of the main character and you throw all that crap in there for your woke agenda and your bullshit crap that you do, you're ruining Spider-Man. When you're replacing the main character as Spider-Man with Miles Morales, you're ruining it. So if they kill off Peter Parker, they're going to ruin the franchise, and it will go downhill from there. If that's how it ends,
That's how it really ends. They're gonna fuck it all up. And not many people are going to like it. Because Peter Parker Spider-Man, not Miles Morales. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Peter Parker is Peter Parker. Spider-Man is Peter Parker, not Miles Morales. Not in the timeline I live in. I swear, if they want to fuck it all up and change everything, of course they're going to do that for their bullshit agendas and their crap and what they're going to push. But if they're going to do that, I'm done. They're going to ruin that. If they're going to ruin a franchise I like for the sake of their agenda, I'm done. That's the last Marvel game I'll play from Insomniac. If they're gonna change everything to this woke slop, I'm done. I am done. And they get rid of Peter Parker, that's just not Spider-Man anymore. I'm done supporting them in their games because they're gonna ruin everything. You don't get rid of or replace Peter Parker as Spider-Man. He is that Spider-Man. And he always has been. And then you go back and you change it and you ruin it and you mess everything up for the sake of agenda pushing. Yes, you're ruining something that's iconic. And of course they've been doing that for years, but it doesn't surprise me that they will do that. And if they do that, yeah. But I'm done. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to support woke slop bullshit thrown in there just for agenda pushing. But that's not going to happen. But if they are literally saying that they're going to pass the future of the franchise to Miles Morales and make him the main Spider-Man of the series, you can go fuck right off. I'm not going to play your stupid agenda pushing games. Because I know what you're doing. You're pushing an interracial woke agenda. And that's not going to happen. You can fuck right off. I won't be buying your games in the future. I won't be buying any more Sony titles if they are going. I won't be buying any more Sony products or titles if they're going to start pushing this woke agenda everywhere in all their games, especially with from Intergalactic to other titles. I'm not going to be playing it. I like Miles Morales, but he just doesn't replace Peter Parker as Spider-Man, and he never will. That's like trying to say, oh, Tom Holland's a good Spider-Man, but he'll never really replace the OGs. He especially won't replace Tobey Maguire. But that's like them trying to get. That is like them replacing Tom Holland with Miles Morales as the main Spider-Man. You think if they get rid of Tom Holland and replace him with Miles Morales, do you think a lot of people are going to be happy with the franchise? No. Because people like Tom Holland. So you think after maybe 1, 2, or 3 movies and they get rid of Tom Holland as Spider-Man and replace him with Miles Morales, that's going to piss a lot of people off. They're probably going to do that, which would not surprise me. But if they're going to replace Spidey with Miles Morales, no thank you. I'm not going to support that. I mean, Sony has gone woke with a lot of their games. I can only speak for myself, but I don't really care about those characters because those ones aren't being shoved down my throat. At least I can ignore those characters. I'm not allowed to ignore Miles, apparently. Because literally, none of them are trying to be a replacement for the actual Spider-Man. Exactly. None of these are Spider-Man either. Hence the different names. If you called Miles the Electric Invisible Black Spider, people wouldn't find it so offensive. Let's see, Spider-Man Noir, different verse, different time period. Spider-Man 2099, aka Miguel O'Hara, different verse, different time period. Scarlet Spider-Man, aka Ben Riley, fuck that chasm shit, wore the mantle when Peter was retired. That said, spider fatigue is real. Only mentions well-written characters. That's like someone trying to replace James Bond with a black actor or a female Bond. They might do it in the future. It would not surprise me at this point. Nothing surprises me anymore, but the fact that they're just going to get the fact that they're going to replace the main Spider-Man with Miles Morales. That's it. That's going to ruin everything. And it's going to change things forever in the Spider-Man universe. And if they do that, I'm done. I'm done playing the games, watching the series. I'm done with Marvel. Because their whole plan is to replace Spider-Man replace Peter Parker with Miles Morales as the main Spider-Man for the future of the franchise, including maybe even the movies. I'm done. I am fucking done with the series. I'm not going to be watching that. I'm not going to be consuming and going to theaters and watching woke bullshit being shoved down my throat with agendas. You're not replacing my favorite Spider-Man with a black interracial spider character. I will just not watch it or play it. And then you will lose sales because you will go woke. You will go 100% woke. And people will not give a damn about your slop. But I will not take that. I will not take that. Plus, they'll gender swap Miles and make him trans. Wouldn't surprise me if they did. After Brand New Day, they'd be idiots not to have Peter Parker front and center. Exactly. Why not have another main story with Peter Parker as Spider-Man in Marvel Spider-Man 3? Why get rid of him that early? They've only had 3 games. Just to kill him off and replace him with some other character. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to replace Peter like this. Spider-Man would never be a mantle. Spider-Man is Peter Parker. The thing is, Spider-Man can be anybody. That's what's amazing about a character that wears a full body suit costume. Anyone can wear a mask on like Batman, Superman, Daredevil, or Ant-Man. Anybody can be Spider-Man, yes. But that defeats the whole purpose of having Peter Parker as Spider-Man, because he's the main. He's always been the main Spider-Man. So you're replacing an icon with somebody that's replacing somebody. You're replacing an iconic figure that's always been around and known with this bullshit new agenda that you're pushing. Yeah, anyone can be a masked hero, but again, no one can be Spider-Man but Peter Parker. Because he's iconic. You just don't have Spider-Man without we don't have Peter Parker. Sorry, you don't have Spider-Man without Peter Parker. Peter Parker has always been iconic to the Marvel franchise. As long as I've been around, Spider-Man's always been as long as I've been living, and I'm 29 years old, Peter Parker has always been Spider-Man. And he'll always be Spider-Man. I don't care what motherfuckers say. I don't care what they replace him with. Peter Parker will always be iconic Spider-Man. You can't replace an icon. But they're gonna do it. They're gonna replace every fucking icon on this goddamn earth for money making purposes and everything for their stupid agendas and their political bullshit. Which their whole plan is to go their whole agenda is to have this woke bullshit pushed on you in the next probably 5 years. You know, this democratic socialist bullshit woke agenda being pushed on people in the next 4 years. If we don't do something about the next election, bro, we're gonna be having to live down this crap again for 4 more years. I mean, it was bad under Joe Biden. Like, just imagine how bad it would be under another president like that, bro. But it's this new era being pushed. This new agenda being pushed. All these different agendas. Peter Parker will always be Peter Parker to me. You can't. No one can replace Peter Parker Spider-Man. I don't give a fuck if they use Miles Morales or not. I won't watch it. I won't pay attention to it. I won't even consider him part of the Marvel universe. I don't even think he's. I don't even consider him Spider-Man. I consider him a add-on character that they brought him out of the blue to push their own agenda. For perspective, they started doing this years ago. But you're not going to replace Peter Parker with Miles Morales. No, he'll never be Spider-Man. Not in the universe. Not in the universe that we live in. To people, Peter Parker will always be Spider-Man. Just like to this modern era, just like to this era of people who grew up in this time period, the modern age, the Gen Z, as I call them, the Gen Z era, or the millennials. Tom Holland will always be Spider-Man to them. And Peter Parker will always be Tom Holland. That's like trying to replace Tom Holland with a whole new different Spider-Man. That's going to piss a lot of people off and cause a lot of people not to want to watch stuff anymore or come to the theaters to pay attention. That's like replacing Tom Holland's Spider-Man with a whole different Spider-Man. Do you know it's going to make a lot of people angry? And they don't really fucking care at this point. They don't, these people do not, Hollywood in the entertainment industry does not care. The entertainment industry is all about woke and pushing agendas. They've been doing this for years. But do you think a lot of people would want to come to the theaters if they saw Tom Holland being... Do you think a lot of people would want to come to the theaters and watch Spider-Man if they knew that Tom Holland was being replaced by Miles Morales? No. It would turn a lot of people off and they wouldn't want to be interested in it because they would have to deal with all that shit being shoved down their throat. So that is like Sony replacing their golden boy Tom Holland that is making them a shit ton of money and breaking box office records for Spider-Man Brand New Day and doing really well with Miles Morales. A whole different character. They are not going to do that anytime soon with the boatload of money they're making off of Tom Holland as Spider-Man. Tom Holland's not going anywhere with how he's carrying Marvel on his back and carrying... Tom Holland's not going anywhere with how he's carrying Marvel on his back and carrying the franchise and making them tons of money. They're not going to replace him anytime soon. Tom Holland will be the Peter Parker of the modern era as Spider-Man. So you just can't replace Peter Parker. I don't care if it's a video game or not. It's just the fact that stands is Peter Parker will always be Spider-Man and be the iconic Spider-Man. Do you think if they got rid of do you think if they got rid of this generation Spider-Man, people would be happy? No. There would be a lot of people pissed off and angry in the movie against Sony with Spider-Man. Do you think that people would be pleased to have Tom Holland replaced with another Spider-Man? Because they've pretty much gotten used to him being Spider-Man since the movies have come out with the MCU. So Sony would be a fool and be stupid and an idiot and dumb to replace Tom Holland as Spider-Man anytime soon with the record numbers they're making and the money they're making off of the Brand New Day. They would be a fool. Of course, PlayStation's a fool anyway, getting rid of physical media. That's going to be the downfall of their that's going to be the downfall of their franchise and business, and that's going to really hurt them next generation with PS6, but they don't care. But no. Peter Parker will always be Spider-Man. You just can't do that. I hope that they don't kill Peter Parker. I hope that they don't kill Spider-Man off in Marvel Spider-Man 3 when it comes out for PlayStation in the future. I hope with the third franchise I hope with the third title in the franchise for Marvel, I hope they do not indeed go through with killing Spider-Man, killing Peter Parker off and replacing him with Miles Morales heading into the future for previous Marvel installments of Spider-Man. I hope the future Spider-Man franchise is not based off of Miles Morales and some random ass character. That would be stupid. Sony knows better than to do that with the franchise. But it's something tells me they've got the balls to do that. To get rid of Peter Parker in the Marvel Spider-Man franchise. And they're going to replace him with Miles Morales. Somewhere along the line, it said that they're also going to replace Tom Holland with Miles Morales in the future when he retires. Doesn't surprise me at all. When Tom Holland may be going to be making 2 or 3 more movies in the future, and maybe he's going to call it quits. And then he's going to pass over the Spider-Man. He's going to give the Spider-Man role to Miles Morales, whoever that is. But it's too early, even for a video game. It's too early, even for a video game like Marvel Spider-Man, to get rid of Peter Parker. You're making boatloads of money off of Tom Holland as Spider-Man. Why do you want to kill Peter Parker off in the games and replace him with Miles Morales? That makes no sense. Hopefully they don't do it. But it wouldn't surprise me if they did do it. Knowing they push this woke agenda. But you just can't get rid of Peter Parker. That would be suicide to Marvel. That would be suicide to Marvel and Sony. That would kill them. And they would lose sales. People would not buy Marvel Spider-Man 3 if they knew what was coming for the franchise. If that's indeed the case, Sony will lose sales because there will be leaks or there will be things about the game that people will not like. They will bomb. That is committing suicide over at Sony by choosing to get rid of one of the main reasons why people play Spider-Man. For Spider-Man. and that is Peter Parker. People play Marvel Spider-Man to play as the Marvel Spider-Man character, not Miles Morales. If they want Miles Morales, they will play Spider-Man Miles Morales, which is its own game, in its own right. And I get it. They had both Miles Morales and Peter Parker for Spider-Man 2. But it would be suicide at this point with what they're doing to not have one of each. But to replace him with just Miles Morales, that would piss a lot of people off. I hope they don't kill Peter off in Marvel Spider-Man 3 when it comes out. That would suck. If he dies, that would suck. It would ruin things. But I wouldn't be surprised if Sony went ahead and did it. But you just can't replace. You can't replace Peter Parker. Doesn't matter. I'm done with Insomniac. After seeing what they did to Wolverine, I'm done. Unless something absolutely massive occurs and Wolverine is completely different from the previews, I'm done. Or Peter becomes a villain and Miles is only able to defeat him with MJ's help. Then Peter dies and Miles takes over. Nah, he's not. Peter Parker's not going to become a villain. He's going to be. They're going to find a way to kill him off or get rid of him somehow and replace him with Miles Morales and its agenda. They're going to kill him off. Try to think of something stupid enough for them. Haha. Are you a writer? Insomniac because your ideas are dog shit. They could go disappear Spider-Man route for that. I hate myself for even thinking that. Why would that ever happen? That's literally Spider-Man 2. Peter will come out as a trans spider. Miles will come out as a black sexual worker. MJ will step on one and bang the other. God, that would really that would be the end of it, bro. That would be career suicide for Sony if they decided to do that. But it would not surprise me if they made the characters like that. It's either that or MJ becomes Spider-Girl or something. Oh God. Please no. Or did he just get the Poochie treatment? Poochie died on the way back to his home planet. I have to go now. My planet needs me. And the box office dies with Peter. Exactly. If you kill off Peter Parker as Spider-Man in Marvel Spider-Man 3, the franchise dies with Peter Parker. And that's suicide for Sony. That means that the movies probably won't sell as well as they used to. And that also means the games aren't going to sell as they're not going to sell as many record numbers because there will be no Spider-Man. There'll be no official Spider-Man. You'll ruin the franchise. Don't forget the 2 unskippable mandatory MJ missions that add nothing to the story and completely take you out of the whole Spider-Man immersion. I don't know why people brought part 2. Why people bought part 2 to begin with. It was garbage. I think the director self-inserted herself as Mary Jane. The director self-inserted herself. Is Mary Jane fucking ugly? It's woke nonsense. Wouldn't surprise me that they could do a 180 and do a Spider-Verse where you get to play different versions of Spider-Man. That could be interesting. Yeah, a multiverse of Spider-Man. I don't know. I wouldn't want that. They would have to completely reboot the Spider-Man franchise then. But can they continue to emulate Peter if they kill him? Whatever both props up. Miles Morales undermines Peter in his legacy is what they'll do. Perhaps Miles will start dating MJ, impregnate her, and dump her once his kid is born. Dude, that would be totally. That would suck. That would totally ruin the franchise, and I would stop playing it at that point. It would be done. I would be done. It's gonna be completely woke as fuck. I think it will too. I think it will be too. Also, Miles Morales is now gay. And Multiverse Gwen Stacy Spider Woman steps in for further mandatory wokenizing of the franchise. And they have a makeout scene right before Peter passes. Leak of Peter's final moments. Peter dies, Miles heavily wounded, MJ takes a full lead. Rewatching the Spider-Man trilogy, the original Miles wasn't needed at all, and in fact he's the worst Spider-Man, but we aren't ready for that conversation. MJ is going to have a dick, maybe. That probably could be a possibility. Calling it now game will be digital only, so I won't be giving a shit about it. Either that Mary Jane takes over somehow with Spider-Man powers. Yep, and then Miles Spider-Man and Silk Spider will be the playable characters, and Silk Spider will be saving Miles constantly while he struggles to be a competent Spider-Man. At that point, I'll be done with the franchise. Peter will probably die halfway through when you get to play as Miles or Silk for the rest of the game. Then it's a fight to see what oppressed minority saves who at the end. Yeah, I mean, if there's supposedly going to be two parts of the Marvel franchise, the Marvel Spider-Man 3 game, when it comes out, according to the leaks, the Insomniac leaks, they very well could kill Peter Parker off. And have MJ or Silk or Gwen Stacy. Yeah. How is Peter a joke? Miles was in less than half the story. It was mostly Peter in black suit arc. Y'all just bandwagon the hate. Peter will probably do. Okay, I already read that. Wouldn't surprise me if it happened in the opening act or possibly the midpoint, shortly before the end of the game. I think it'll happen like midway toward the end. If there's two parts to this story, they're definitely gonna finish it on a high. They're definitely gonna be some kind of big climax to the end of the game for Marvel Spider-Man 2. And in part 2, they're definitely going to end his character arc with something. So I have a feeling it could happen the midpoint or at the end of the game, which could take place in part 2 if there are 2 parts to the franchise. That shit is cringe as fuck. Why are there 2 Spider-Man and why is one black? There ain't no Puerto Rican in that. Peter is going to get the flu and die off screen. Something strange is going to happen to him and he's going to die off in the game. Sony's going to kill him off. It's just, I have a feeling they're going to pull off another big move I feel like they're going to pull off another big thing to piss off more and more gamers over at PlayStation. They don't give a damn, bro. Sony has already proven they don't give a damn, and they're going to pull another thing in the future that's going to piss gamers off. You're probably right, and I hate it. I'll say this: mechanics and gameplay is fantastic in these games. Even the story is shit. Still the best Spider-Man web swinging we have gotten since Spider-Man 2 on PS2. Other than that, I don't think you can argue with that. I thought the gameplay in the web swinging was much more improved compared to the original Spider-Man games. Pretty sure they already said Miles going to be Spider-Man. This one, Pete already retired at the end of 2. Well, I haven't really played the rest of Marvel Spider-Man 2, so you would hope with the dog shit that was 2 that people would just avoid it. Miles is so ham-fisted and stunned anyone gives it the time of day. Maybe I'm still on my bet that MJ is preggers with someone else's kid. Preferring Miles for his maximum cringe. And guilts Peter into quitting Spider-Man to raise the kid with her because something white privilege something. Wouldn't surprise me. Shit is never happening. They go fuck around and pretend like they go honor the Miles fan base with something extraordinary, then just drop a standalone movie. Not getting rid of no Peter for Afro Latino and no post 2026 when Neurotic and the rest of the brain rot still exists. More like he retires. The whole B plot of 2 was Peter's life was getting in the way of him being Spider-Man. Not only that, the game's going to force you to use suits like this to remind you constantly what. They turn MJ fully butch and Spider-Gwen grows a beard. Worse, they make you save a faggot like they did in the previous ones, couldn't finish the game. Spider-Man 3, Peter, Miles, you're a better Spider-Man than I could ever be. It's up to you. Now. Also, bang Mary Jane while you're at it. I know she's not that pretty, but take one for the team. It's a possibility, bro. The second game sucked because of Miles. You can tell he was shoehorned in, and they had to tear Peter down to make Miles look good. If you have to tear the better character down to make a new character look better, it just submits how shit the newer character actually is. Then Backlash will happen, and glorified DLC game will reveal that the one that died was Ben Riley, and real Peter Parker is out there somewhere. Doesn't really matter to me since there's no chance I'll buy a digital only PS6. They do seem to follow the Ultimate Spider-Man run minus the stun gun being stronger than Spider-Man's fist. MJ's new face has been a pretty good video game series. Game would be a dud then, and the Insomniac rep would be even more in the gutter. The Pete Logan team is up
team up is needed eventually. They should split him up and him and Miles up, though, do their own things like comics. Nobody buys Miles crap without Spider-Man being present. See also Miles comic books that sell like bottle farts. I know they'll never kill him off though, so I want him out of my Peter games. Didn't buy a second one because of wokeness. Won't buy Wolverine because of wokeness. Wokeness Studios, and can't not wait not to buy Spider-Man 3. Gamers as a community need to starve the fuck out of wokeness in games and get this Rainbow Invaders fuck out of our territory. I've already figured Peter won't be a main part of the game anyways. Maybe expect for the final battle against Norman is all. Can't wait for Peter to die without being able to team up with another hero ever. Minus Miles. Like, seriously, how cool would it be to see Spider-Man and Wolverine fighting side by side? Totally fine with that. My only problem in this game is if they try to make Silk playable, that's way too convoluted. And this game needs to be heavily focused on Peter. I'm totally fine with Miles being playable. They had a perfect balance in the first 2 games. Me too. It would tank the studio and they never be able to bastardize a Marvel game again. Sure, if the standards are abysmal. Calling it out, Peter dies and Miles gets crippled, so he has to use crutches. Then that Black Death girl will become Penny Parker for some reason, and then something police are the real villain and not the super villains. They're going to do Superior Spider-Man. Doc Ock is going to steal Peter's body, kill Peter and his crippled body, and then team up with Miles to kill Norman as Green Goblin. This was the theory that I had. If I recall, the second game ends implying Doc Ock and Norman are going to team up. Spider-Man 2 was the first Spider-Man game I not only never bought, but also never played. I'm sure Spider-Man 3 will be the same. Miles' game is boring as fuck, though. Peter Lee is much better. Doesn't matter. They didn't get my money for 2. They're not getting my money for Wolverine and Spider-Man 3 either. What sucks the most is that this Peter was only given one real game. Out of the hundreds of comics, they're going to pick the only alternative reality where Miles actually plays Peter. So Holland gets to be the Spider-Man that dies in the first Spider-Verse film. I don't think that will go over well. No, it will not. But it wouldn't surprise me if they did that. I'm only ever playing the first game, so I'll never know. Mary Jane actually becomes the Crimson Chin and kills Peter Parker in one hit. Pretty sure we mostly play as the female Spider-Woman Silk, who also happens to be a lesbian. Miles takes over after transitioning. This will impart a more impactful message, and the choice will be owned. Spider-Man 2 is spending as little time as possible as in it. Then I'll be out after this one. Peter is my Spider-Man. Then MJ turns trans and gets a girlfriend. God, I hope not. That would be so fucking lame. Nobody really likes Miles. Killing Peter off or sidelining him would be a huge mistake. Peter is literally invincible now in the story. He has the anti-venom symbiote bound to his DNA, so no, he won't die. Miles should be the main Spider and Peter the backup. I don't think Pete's Spider-Man needs to die. So what? Miles Morales has proven himself. Unlikely they kill off the most popular single character in fiction, though. They've already retired him. Didn't he retire at the end of Spider-Man 2 or something? Or Mary Jane becomes Spider-Man. Miles tops him off during his final moments as he fades because of woke. Kinda hope not. Miles was okay, but I would stop playing them honestly if they did. Well, hopefully, then there'd be no reason to play their dead games. Peter dies a couple hours in, just past the refund part. Harry to Miles is the MC for the last 80% of it.
Is it bad that this is even the worst thing I've walked in on? They're gonna do it in the movies for certain. I don't know if I want to play another Spider-Man by Insomniac. I don't know, man. I hope they don't kill Peter Parker off and replace him with Miles Morales. That would suck. And that would ruin the franchise, and that would be suicide for Sony, and that would piss people off even more, and that would literally destroy Sony's business hands down after saying no to physical discs in 2028. That would ruin the franchise heading into the beyond. That would tank Sony for real. That would tank Sony, and that would be career suicide for them if they got rid of Peter Parker as Spider-Man. I also think that's going to happen, but he will get killed by mutated Norman Osborn. Doubt it. I see this being the final game of specific Spider-Man storyline. If they make more, it will likely to be explore their own version of the Spider-Verse or a complete reboot. But have their own game, and they will share two ending the trilogy. Hope I'm wrong though. Now, plot twist: Peter Parker was always his family line. Peter died many years ago. Is there any property with Miles where this doesn't happen? They should have Peter's dead body stolen by Mossad so they can anal taser his sperm out and use it to get Spera pregnant. And MJ will be even uglier. Nah, they're gonna add another one for Spider people, and a new game, Spider-Verse Insomniac game is coming. I don't know, bro. I don't know about that one. I mean, it's probably true. And that means somewhere down the line they're gonna get rid of Tom Holland and replace him with Miles Morales. They're already hinting at what they're gonna do for the Sony Marvel MCU universe with Spider-Man. They're telling us what they're gonna do in the game with the later with Tom Holland Spider-Man later on in the series when he retires, or when Tom Holland is no longer Spider-Man for Sony. Sony's no longer making money off of Tom Holland with Spider-Man. They're going to get rid of him and replace him with Miles Morales. Phantom Blade Zero is currently the top seller on Steam. Google has apologized to a man whose Lord of the Rings movies vanished from his library. They say he still owns the films, but his YouTube links are still asking him to pay. Marvel could never write Nightcrawler today. Mm. Yeah, this would cause a lot of backlash and controversy in today's day and age. Definitely.
First trailer for Neely, the upcoming Reacher spinoff, premiering September 16th on Prime Video. Ooh, they're making a Jack Reacher spinoff. I would definitely watch this. I like the original. Huge MCU leaks Spider-Man, X-Men, Werewolf by Night, and more. Spider-Man is reportedly expected to become close friends with the X-Men following Brand New Day, a sequel to Werewolf by Night, reportedly development at Marvel Studios. No Way Home is reportedly more important to Avengers Doomsday Secret Wars than Spider-Man Brand New Day. A Resistance team is reportedly part of the story, though there is currently no word on the Life Raft. Marvel is reportedly considering a future Spider-Man 5 storyline inspired by death of Jean the Wolf, and Gang War, potentially featuring Tombstone, Hammerhead, and Silvermane. Sinister is reportedly at the top of Kevin Feige's list of potential villains for the first MCU X-Men movie. Marvel reportedly wants the original 5 X-Men members with some additions and plans to tell a coming-of-age story about mutants emerging from hiding. The X-Men are reportedly excited to appear in non-mutant-related projects, including future Avengers stories. Marvel reportedly has several special presentations in development, including Werewolf by Night 2, Heroes for Hire, and Strange Academy. Marvel reportedly wants to introduce Hulking at some point in MCU. The Champions are reportedly being positioned for future cosmic storylines involving characters like Nova and Hulkling. American Chavez is reportedly excited to remain a hero on Earth as the MCU moves away from making the multiverse its main focus. Chris Evans talks about reuniting with Sebastian Stan in Avengers Doomsday. Really love working together so much, and I guess I can't give too much away. This is tricky. This is so tricky. I was about to start really talking. You almost got me. Steve and Bucky always had the best chemistry in the MCU, so this is perfect. He is not Tom Holland. Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis partners with Intel. Intel has advanced a partnership with Crystal Dynamics to optimize Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis on PC. The game will feature full XeSS3 at launch, including super resolution, multi-flame generation, and Xe low latency. Intel will also be the official launch partner. Andrew Garfield says he was fired from Starbucks for sitting down too much. I would just sit down, and my boss would be like, "You can't sit down." I'm like, "Man, really? Come on, where is this coming from?" We didn't have any customers really because coffee wasn't a thing yet, especially in the Wilson and Green Sandburys. Me looking at the alternative timeline where my decision goes the way I thought it would. It's August 27th and GTA 6 gameplay finally drops. Tobey Maguire thought throughout the years from Spider-Man to wherever life took him. Which era is your favorite? Here was the benchmark results for Gears of War E-Day for my PC, RTX 3070 and 5800 XT. It's my PC doing fine or getting too old for modern AAA gaming. Damn, game looks really good. Graphics wise, it looks really good and it's running really well. when you've been talking to bro for 5 minutes, but your mic's been muted the whole time. Yeah. And it's always during the deep combos that I laugh my ass off. Me yesterday on Fortnite, and when someone speaks perfectly as if replying sometimes, average fuel reactor experience everywhere goes fast blur. Bro to bro, let's connect. Ass off. Me realizing I can invalidate anybody's opinion on the horror media just by using the SpongeBob roller coaster gif. Every time I have Moxie remind them of this. What the fuck is that? Oh jeez. It's 2005 and you're about to start the greatest adventure of your life. Getting called cute by a pretty girl. Xbox should really talk about these things more. Backwards compatibility with 3 previous gens, physical and disc, free backwards compatibility upgrades, free cloud saves, Microsoft Rewards integration, quick resume. A new Avengers Doomsday teaser could be releasing alongside tickets going on sale this Friday. Director Louis Rittero says Captain America was originally set to appear in The Incredible Hulk. It was a little ahead of his time, so he didn't do it, but Captain America was in it, and the opening was actually quite interesting. It was set in the North Pole. Metro 2039 single-player FPS coming to Xbox Series consoles will be playable on the Xbox show floor at Gamescom. Looks pretty amazing in action. What are you most excited for in GTA 6 exploring Vice City, the story and characters, open world NPCs, GTA 6 Online? In Spider-Man 2002, Norman Osborn's polished smile was created with dental prosthetics, while the Green Goblin kept William Dafoe's real teeth. Sam Raimi used the subtle version detail to visually separate Norman from the Goblin. How to prepare for the worst hurricane in 10 years. Which of the 4 main Xbox sagas is your favorite? Do bully like age feel at high isn't having the best first day of school? Let's be honest, this is actually the weakest version of Jean Grey ever portrayed on screen. Batman Begins 2005 video game Passage to Gotham. A dedicated page for the superhero action title Marvel Spider-Man 3 has appeared on IMDb. The game received an official in production status. This event confirms previous leaks regarding future plans of Insomniac Games. The project listing games directors Brian Intarhar and Ryan Smith, voice actor Yuri Lowenthal returns as Peter Parker. An official announcement from Sony Interactive Entertainment has not been released yet. Development is at an early stage, and official release is expected around 2028. Currently, the Insomniac Games team is fully focused on delivering the Marvel Wolverine action title for consoles worldwide. Scarlett Johansson will return as Natasha Romanoff, aka Black Widow, in Avengers Secret Wars. She will reunite with Florence Pugh, Melina Bolivia in Battleworld. The movie will mark her final appearance as Natasha, a character she previously played for 11 years. Alright, I'm done. I'm gonna go brush my teeth and I'll be right back, and then we'll do this. I'm gonna play some Spider-Man 3. Some Spider-Man 2. I'm gonna see how it is again. I haven't played it in a while. Um, oh,
Colorado Rockies taking on the New York Yankees. With Chris Singleton, I'm John Schaffner. Okay, Cindy, let's get right to it. Quite the win streak on the line coming into this one.
Yeah, they seem to have a force field around them lately, but anything can happen. Looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us today.
First pitch coming your way next. And taking the ball for the Yankees, Max Fried. He's got one of the best ERAs in the league this year, which is just a polite way of saying good luck scoring.
Yeah, but he's got to deal with the scoreboard operator. Keep it clean, I'll bring snacks.
He's basically allergic to giving up runs. Somebody get this guy an antihistamine.
Yeah, he treats a base runner like a pest problem. Quick spray, gone in seconds.
Hunter Goodman, batting with one down, takes a strike. Here in the Bronx, just getting settled into this one. Fried will look to follow up an excellent performance last time out, tossing a shutout. Drilled in the air out towards right center. Grisham is there, makes the catch.
Hey, man, 4 pitches, 2 outs. That was an excellent base.
That one close for the ball. Ball one.
That complete game shutout in his last start is so rare nowadays, Boo. In 1983, that happened 180 times across MLB. In 2023, there were only 21. Not a lot of pitchers who can do what he did.
2 down, nobody on. This one in the air, right field. Oh, nice launching grab.
Hey, holding your breath on that one. Such a kind of play. He stumbled a little bit, but kept his concentration. Nice catch to end the inning.
Trent Grisham stepping in now for the Yankees. High fly ball, right field. This could go the distance. Home run. He's led his homer in an incredible season. And he gets a lead to first. It's 1-0.
And clearly, it's not like he's just stringing singles together during this streak.
Hammer base hit.
Love how he let that one drop there. He trusted his hands. Nice job of running that away.
Jazz Chisholm Jr. now. Homer to the ball game yesterday afternoon. That one is absolutely well to. Bangs out the wall. Relay to second. Bag is in there. That makes it a 15-game hitting streak. And there's some buzz about it now, Siggy.
It's nothing crazy, but it does say a lot about how well he's seeing pitches and really making solid contact, barreling up the base.
Now that's smacked to right center. And that's a base hit. George scores. It's an RBI single, and they lead by 2.
That hit carries a little extra meaning, but it keeps his hitting streak going. He is dialed in at the dish right now.
I don't think there's a more confident hitter in all of baseball right now. Looks like he's expecting a knock every time he steps to the plate. Next to hit, Austin Wells. And he's through for a hit. In to score from third. The throw in there safely.
Well done, drives in the run. Well, it was a ground ball, but it was absolutely hammered through the infield. That's not one you're excited to get in front of if you're an infielder. You know what he used to say?
In the air, right field. McCarthy moving under this one. And there's one down. As we take a look now at the New York Yankees lineup. Coming off a big one in their game yesterday, Aaron Judge. in the box as he fouls off the first pitch. 2 on, 1 out. This one in the air, right field. That's a base hit to one scores. To third, and it's out easily. Now at the plate, Jose Caballero.
I'm liking what I've seen from him at the bench lately. Hits in each of the last 6 games.
Foul ball. 4 runs already in the frame here in the second game of the series. Line drive, base hit. Rounds third, headed to the plate. He'll score easily. It's an RBI single, and it's 5-0.
Runs through the RBI. Pretty much a model swing on that one as he ripped it into the opposite field gap. And I'm sure he could be watching that one back on video because that's the kind of swing you want.
And he can't come up with it. The underhand flip out with room to spare, and that's the inning. Back at Yankee Stadium, top of the second.
5-run lead after their first at bat. That is huge at this point, but you've got to keep the attitude to keep your foot on the gas. Don't let that team back in this ball game. Cruise to the finish line, but do it with intention. He doesn't get a knock right here. That pitch he just took is going to eat at him for a while. You might not see another pitch like that from a top-level guy like this.
In the air to left center, Bellinger under it. And makes the grab. And there's one down. See Tyler Freeman to hit. Hitless yesterday as they only pushed across 1 run. Freed, he has a reputation, I don't know, maybe a knack for working himself out of tough situations that he finds himself in. You know, you like that in a relief pitcher, but when you have it for a starting pitcher, a guy that can get out of a tight spot, that is pretty valuable. Fights that one away. The count remains 0-2.
And you don't see the skipper rush to get somebody up in the bullpen as soon as he starts to see some signs of trouble. This guy's earned a longer leash, and because of that, confidence grows with the players and teammates playing behind him that when things get a little rough out there, they know he'll find his way through it.
Maximus notches the day. And a foul ball. How much of the ability to do that in a tight spot is the mental approach?
I think it's very much being able to have laser-like focus, slow everything down, stay right in that moment, pitch to pitch execution, and focusing on that catcher's mitt.
Low anxiety. 2 down, rolling on. Slang and a miss, second out. That's the third out. Nothing doing for the Rockies. Still looking at that 5-0 deficit. Back in the ballpark, Plays with his second shot as he takes ball one. To the right side, Freeman. And the inning is over. Down in order, going to Yankees. They hold a 5-0 lead. Back in the Bronx, on to the third inning. Ezekiel Tovar digging in for the Rockies. In the air, out towards left center. One down. Every day during batting practice, these outfielders get about 10 minutes of balls in the gaps. They practice this, and when the game comes, they make the play perfectly. Late with the swing is in. Goes down looking for the strikeout. That was pretty nasty. Now he's challenging the call strike. And that one was indeed a strike. Still one challenge left for them. Next to hit for the Rockies, Tomoyuki Machado. Not getting the results he's wanted at the plate recently. Only 2 hits over the last 5 games. Swings over the top of someone that fills up the strike zone, so he doesn't give up a lot of walks. But because he's in the zone so much, a decent amount of hits occur. And I don't know. Ground ball, and that's through the infield. Here comes Wells.
Legends.
In comes the Robert single. Swing, he beats it.
Wasting no time is
I'm not really here to talk about
just a triple and home run away from a cycle. Seriously,
but I wanted to talk about that. I wanted to talk about why I think Trump winning, why Trump winning the presidency in 2028 for a third term could change forever the way we think about the way things are run in this world.
Run his first time through. Ground ball left side.
Depends on who his competition is,
And there's two down.
if I'll vote
he's
for
got
him.
to get ahead early in the count and then be
But
able to mix
I-
up his speed, add and subtract some
I
velocity.
can't do that.
Command is the big key.
I can't vote for somebody who's going to break the Constitution or go against the law.
Line play off to the left. Runner at second, two down. Here in the last half of the third.
Then people are going to be like, well, if you love America, you're going to vote for Trump again. He says he loves America, but I've been wondering if he just likes power more than he likes America. But
They get 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 left.
Uh-huh.
On to inning number 4. Gives the Yankees 7 and the Rockies nothing.
y'all tell me, would you vote for him for a third term? If that White House correspondent there, I don't know if he was like telling the truth or not, or if he was trolling. But it's like, if you're a Christian, and I'm not one to question people's beliefs. If you're a Christian, as you believe in God, you should start looking
You have a really good day out there in the mountain.
And he's got
the
it.
Bible
He swings through.
for what's coming.
Every pitcher wants to run support and having a lead is
And
nice,
to
but
tell
it can be
me,
challenging for some
does
pitchers
this
to
match the description of the
keep
beast?
to attack instead of trying to be too
And possibly being
quick.
able to change the law
Hitters
and times
simply said, this
of
guy's
things
playing
in
in
the
the
future.
right now. Just
Because it sure does to me.
head to toes in terms of the sync of his body. That's his fifth strikeout of the series, and we're just 2 games in. So
Does it match the description of the beast?
out of him, his at bats are just a little tough to watch right now.
I'm like the beast.
Swings through that one out in front that time.
You don't have to really believe. You don't really have to be that big of a believer in God to be like,
Foul off. And they'll do it again. The Rockies,
he's not
a
Christian.
lot of ground to make up. Top
He's
half
as
of
far
inning
Christian as
number
you
4.
can get.
Strike 3.
And the man
Good 3-run start to this series for him.
could represent the
3
beast.
strikeouts in the first game yesterday.
He's as anti-Christian as you can get.
Clearly got a great plan for how to deal with this guy.
Is he the anti-Christ? Time will tell.
At the plate with 2 away, swings through that one.
But is he an anti-Christ? He's an anti-Christ. It's not the
Swing and a
anti-Christ.
miss, and that's strike 2.
Not yet. But only time will tell.
Swings
When all the events that transpire is going to happen to him, it's like,
So 12
what man has survived all that?
back after this.
Is he supernatural? Is Trump supernatural? Is he the son of Satan? Is he the devil? Is he the chosen one of the devil? Is he the one to bring chaos and wreckage to the world that will take
Where hits have landed.
Will he forever change everything if he gets into power for a third term?
Very dominant with that fastball inside.
Will Trump,
Conscious of that.
will his
Outer half of the plate to work with.
will his presidency for a third term officially set up the return of Christ and the beginning of Armageddon? Will Trump officially set up the fires? Will Donald Trump officially set in motion the end time perspective of Armageddon? Will he be God? And will Magog come back in the future? And will he set up an army to try to destroy God? It's something to think about.
Two down, nobody on. We're here in the bottom of the fourth.
But I often wonder, people say Trump is the Antichrist. He could be. He really could be. And I have not thought about that. But I'm like, yeah, there's something to think about. Let's see. If he wins presidency in 2028, if he's the beast, he'll get 7 years, and then the last 3.5 years. So,
In the air, left field. Beck on his way over. Pulls it
1,
down. He
2,
makes the
3,
catch. And that's the third out. No runs, no hits, no errors.
2035.
We go. It's the Yankees 7
One,
and the Rockies nothing. We go for
one,
Sean
two, three,
McVay
four,
on
five.
MLB The Show.
No, 2034. I'm sorry. And then 3 years. 2038 will be could be the official return in the second time. That would be interesting. That this man will be the person that will set in motion the events of the Gog Magog War and the beginning of whatever the end the end time scenario.
It's a highly disappointing performance at the plate to this point.
But
This
I
one
don't
popped
know.
up. Foul ground first base side. Now there's one away. The heater can be a tone setter for a
I
pitcher.
wouldn't vote for him for a third term.
It goes the other way. If he turns a tone setter for the offense. They just haven't been able to do much with it in this one. Freeman goes 5 feet 11 inches.
Life under Trump, see,
And they went out and made a trade for him last
life
season.
under Trump for a third term would be very chaotic and reckless, and it would be interesting, and it would be very bad. I have a feeling. If he gets a third term, it's going to be chaotic and reckless, and there's no telling what he'll do
Surratt space is empty. This is Willie Castro.
and what he can get away with.
First offering is fouled off.
I wouldn't vote for him, man.
There's a strike. This offense has just been locked down.
But he did come out of nowhere. He did come in his own name, and he did
And
he did proceed to say he's the chosen one.
so 5 perfect innings in the books. You're watching Major League Baseball.
The one that will fix everything in the world. Sounds like the Antichrist to me.
Back for more from the
Who else?
Cubs.
Who else can fix everything in the world?
MVP candidate so far this season.
That's Christ, right? I mean, you just can't help but compare Trump to biblical context. You can't. Like everything he's done and can sort of like
In the air, left field.
compare to
And it drops in. And aboard on the leadoff single.
biblical perspective. It's so blatant.
That one foul.
Like him being able to do the stuff he's done
Good job of simply
does point to biblical context.
and the numbers back that up. Double-digit hits and 0 strikeouts. Now the ball is well hit.
But I don't know.
And he flies to the deepest part of the park. No doubt about this one. Home run. He's one step closer to
Just tired of the way the world is, bro. It's become crazy the last couple of years. It's changed so much.
It's 9-0.
It's not for my age, but we live in a world now basically way different than it used to be, and it's not the same. And we're about on the road to the end times. I mean, we are. I think we're living in the last days of what the Bible predicted, and we're living in the end times. And in my opinion, it's just everything, all the events that are unfolding right now, including in the Middle East, is setting up for the return. And I think we're going to see it. I believe we're going to see it in our lifetime. I don't know, man. There are days I wake up and I'm like, I'm just ready to go home. Home is meaning like I'm ready for the world to be. I'm ready for this world to end and for the new world to end, which is supposed to happen. And yeah, I tend to be a Christian, but I'm like, bro, it's just I can't help but look at Trump and be like, he is he could be the antichrist. He fits all the categories, all the characteristics. And him running for a third term, and Trump running for a third term or running for a third time, very well is the beginning of the conclusion of the end time scenario. It could set up what's coming. We're not we're uh we're not that far away from it. So those people that don't believe we're living in biblical end times, I don't know, man. I hate to tell you that, but I think we are. 21st century, all the stuff that we predicted and talked about in the Bible has happened in our reality, has happened in our time. And the advancements in technology that was talked about too. The rise of technology and the rise in how everything is going to be much more together. All these things have happened in our time. The only thing that has not happened yet is rise of one man being able to rule the world, take over. I The world's changed so much, bro. Not the way it was when I was younger, and I don't know. I just don't know if I can deal with it anymore. I'm just tired of the reality of the way things are. Got crazy. It's got crazy ahead in different last couple of years. I'm just tired of waking up alone, depressed, and by myself all the time. I often wonder what I'd be happier with right before. And I'm like, oh well, what comes after if I what comes after in life if I decided to just quit? Like to just quit reality. What comes after? Am I dead or am I going somewhere else or am I going to be shocked when I wake up in some bleak hate it.
Two down, the opening eye. After the top half of the sixth.
I don't want to do that, but I feel depressed,
Strike two.
and I don't see anything. Not the Flyers
Even for the skippers.
with life. I don't see anything anymore. I don't see the ending.
So he's
And to me, the last couple of years, reality has gotten darker and darker and darker. We live in, we live in, we've been, we have lived, we've been living in some dark times.
and there's a new pitcher on the mound. Number 58.
And it said that everything would get worse before it got better.
Numbers stack up with some of the best in the game. Back to the top of the eighth.
Even, reality has gotten more and more interesting, chaotic and crazy, and we're all divided. We're all divided now on everything in this country, America.
He knows his way around the bases, Chris.
And I don't know which way.
More runs this year.
That's why it's like we need,
Hit on the ground to the right
we
side.
need.
And foul ball.
Oh,
Struck him out.
need.
That's not the best two-strike fastball I've seen, but it certainly got away with the location there. You know, sometimes as a hitter, when you're down in the count, you're so focused on a pitch or painting a ball.
They won't tell us the answer. I don't know. It's like reality can just feel weird sometimes.
Runs in the series. And they add to their lead. Chris, he's already
Under Trump, everything's gotten more chaotic, more reckless, and more interesting. What's going on in the Middle East, and including the tariffs and everything. Everything's gotten more expensive, and inflation's at an all-time high. And it's like with everything getting more.
3, 2, 1, go!
Standing in is the power hitting second baseman.
Oh my God, this dude never gets away.
And first pitch fastball is in for a strike.
Under Trump, everything's gotten more chaotic and more reckless and more interesting. What's going on in the Middle East?
This is number 2 tack on the road. If I need to tack on the road,
Mom, you think I could get
I said school supplies and nothing else.
also need school supplies, I need pens, I need paper. So we got pens lying around everywhere. Oh hell, I got some paper left in the tray too in the printer. You can use that.
Oh, what do you think about these people who punch me? Paper clean. All these smiley faces. Yep. 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 Honey, you need a new bail? I gotta get you some new socks. Hey, you need some new briefs? Oh, crap.
Dad, what am I gonna do about clothes? I need some new clothes for school. I jacked money. You know, her cousin gave me a bunch of his old shit for you.
Ain't this really cool? Shit, misfits for my little misfit. This is number 2 tack on the road. If I need to tack on the road.
Mom, you think I could get
I said school supplies and nothing else.
also need school supplies, I need pens, I need paper. So we got pens lying around everywhere. Oh hell, I got some paper left in the tray too in the printer. You can use that.
Oh, what do you think about these people who punch me? Paper clean. All these smiley faces. Yep. 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 Honey, you need a new bail? I gotta get you some new socks. Hey, you need some new briefs? Oh, crap.
Dad, what am I gonna do about clothes? I need some new clothes for school. I jacked money. You know, her cousin gave me a bunch of his old shit for you.
Ain't this really cool? Shit, misfits for my little misfit. This is number 2 tack on the road. If I need to tack on the road.
Mom, you think I could get
I said school supplies and nothing else.
also need school supplies, I need pens, I need paper. So we got pens lying around everywhere. Oh hell, I got some paper left in the tray too in the printer. You can use that.
Oh, what do you think about these people who punch me? Paper clean. All these smiley faces. Yep. 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 Honey, you need a new bail? I gotta get you some new socks. Hey, you need some new briefs? Oh, crap.
Dad, what am I gonna do about clothes? I need some new clothes for school. I jacked money. You know, her cousin gave me a bunch of his old shit for you.
Ain't this really cool? Shit, misfits for my little misfit. This is number 2 tack on the road. If I need to tack on the road.
Mom, you think I could get
I said school supplies and nothing else.
also need school supplies, I need pens.
Including the tariffs and everything. Everything's gotten more expensive, and inflation's at an all-time high. And it's like with everything getting more expensive, people can barely afford it. It's like, I don't know, man. I mean, it's hard to live. And it said that would be a thing in the Bible too, that everything would become so expensive and so hard to do that a loaf of bread would cost you half a day's wage to afford, and you would have to work like two jobs because everything would be so expensive.
Foul ball still 0-2.
But I don't know.
This one chopped up the
Reality is just
on the first. And 2 away to
I
start
feel
the
like
seventh.
maybe things were better back then.
Doyle digging in
Like
for the Rockies.
around like I feel like things were definitely cheaper back then. That's for sure. Like, I feel like maybe
The
around
Sox have been very aggressive early in the count, but when you're down, not only be a little more patient,
the
take some
'90s
pitches
to the
to see if you
2000s,
can
things
extend
were
those
better
at-bats
then.
and get some base runners on.
They were definitely cheaper. They were good,
2 down, don't let it go.
and things were better. Movies,
Swing and a
TV,
pop-up.
games,
Foul territory for the catcher. That one
better
is
than.
foul, and he'll see another.
And now it's like I don't know. Season passes,
Got him swinging.
you don't see nothing but this $70
The
days.
perfection continues. 21 straight have been retired. Watching Major League Baseball exclusively on the show. Welcome back. Stadium on the ball game about the win streak, and once again, they're cruising in
Better.
this one. Well, this thing is
Movies,
loaded.
TV,
Top to
games,
bottom, they've got contributors everywhere. When all of it clicks, it's
better
not
than.
for anybody to slow down.
I got the weekend off. What do you want? It's Memorial Day weekend. You're. Hello? Hello? No, 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 no. What is it? It looks like a Bonnie Blue meetup. We got glizzies on glizzies on glizzies. Well, I can't handle fingers anymore, and the kidneys are starting to look like boxing gloves. You know. Yeah. Whatever you're.
The extra bases.
Yeah. Frank, you gotta be able to do something. I've already told you I got this weekend off. He does not use me on Memorial Day weekend. Good luck. I can't do it anymore. Have fun, buddy. Yeah, hey, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Let's rally. I got the weekend off. What do you want? What day is it? It's Memorial Day weekend. You're. Hello? Hello? No, 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 no. What is it? It looks like a Bonnie Blue meetup. We got glizzies on glizzies on glizzies. I can't handle fingers anymore. The kidneys are starting to look like boxing gloves. You know. Yeah. Whatever you're. Frank, you gotta be able to do something. I've already told you I got this weekend off. He does not use me on Memorial Day weekend. Good luck. I can't.
Right now for this team, clearly it's the long ball. Good hitter gets pitch recognition early. He saw exactly where that was going to be. The challenge, not get over anxious and come out of your swing. He stayed on it and got all of it.
And they're out of the dugout now, and he'll make the move to dip into the Rockies bullpen. Number 58 done for the night. And as he heads off, we'll step aside for a minute. Back with a new pitcher after this break.
Now,
Renning Bernardino comes on now.
I think it's got to be a little tough coming in out of the pen when your guys are trailing so big on the scoreboard. Just doesn't have the same intensity to it, but he's going to find a way because these batters count the same for the stats, obviously, regardless of the score.
Ben Rice, the next to hit.
And it may be a long shot, but a triple here will get it a cycle.
And we're down the right side for the foul. Baseline center field. This to third. Castro. Off balance fielder one.
Are you even scared of anyone? Me? Hell no. No.
What's up, Marky Daddy?
Won't you bark for me?
Bases empty after the double play. Max
do that, you're not supposed to be able to do that. This isn't supposed to happen.
Tap it
Oh,
out up the middle.
are you taking your belt off? Is that for me? Because I'm good. I have a belt. Oh, it's for you, all right. Now bend your ass over. I'm gonna turn that ass crazy. Now bark, boy. All right. What's that? Bark, boy. Get your ass on. Hey, Bama. Yep. Are you even scared of anyone? Me? Hell no. No. I'll bark for daddy. Once you bark for me. No. I said bark. How'd you do that? You're not supposed to be able to do that. This isn't supposed to happen.
I was like, I don't know. Season passes, DLC nothing but this, $70 games, subscription services, Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, premium and extra, Sony raising the price of PS Plus, also price hike, everything, the next generation is still supposed to be like $1,000. Xbox going with open PC with Xbox Series, um, where being very expensive and RAM prices going up.
Still a ways to
Um,
go, but this is close stuff right now. And first offering is fouled off.
distant, they're they making Sony making it to where all your discs there's no disc anymore, and it's just a code in the box. Everything being more expensive. I don't know. Gaming, movies, reality, inflation. I feel like we haven't had this much inflation, or prices haven't been this expensive under the president in a long time. I don't know. I don't know if that's Trump's fault or if that's Biden's fault, but somebody's fault. And things have not looked that things have been not been that expensive since a long time. Some people can barely afford the cost of living. I don't know, man. It's just I don't know how people deal with that. Trump definitely has, in my opinion, made everything more expensive with tariffs, but it's like I don't know. Some people can't even afford the price of food. Feels like things have gotten more expensive as we've gotten older. We're living in that time period where everything's just getting more and more harder to. It's getting more harder to live and pay rent and afford stuff and inflation and everything. And we're getting to a point where it's getting to an endpoint where people cannot afford stuff. They cannot afford enough money to pay for stuff. Where in the future things will get so expensive that yeah, a loaf of bread will cost you a day's wage.
That's in there. 3-2 now.
And it's just no telling. Life just seems like it was more simpler back then, easier, and it wasn't so expensive. Gaming wasn't incredibly expensive either. Now gaming has gotten totally expensive. You can barely afford anything. The price of a movie ticket costs you a lot of money too. Grocery prices, gas. I don't know. I don't know if it's just living under Trump for the last 4 years after him being in office a second time, or if it's just Woody Real.
Foul off left side.
Hard.
Runners scoring position. Nobody
Dwight
out.
Fisker's hard,
Bottom of
man.
the
I ain't gonna lie.
inning. A
I don't
swinging
know,
miss
man.
as he chases way out of the zone.
He
Stirring
seems
the
to see
Colorado
through.
bullpen. Jaden Hill driving at center ball. He looks to be
It's
ready to make
impressive.
some. See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1-2. Don't miss it. Deep.
And
This pitch gets away. Slims the first. One gone to the bottom of the eighth.
I don't know how I feel about everything, man, but it's just getting there real quick and rapidly.
So up next for New York.
Pacing yourself to the same place, doing the same thing every day, being alone in the press.
Fires it to the plate. Safe at home. And the runner
And
scores
for a
from
change,
second.
man.
And
You
the
hate
lead
having to do the
continues
same
to
thing
grow.
every day. Be pressed, be gone, be alone. Have to take medicine to be able to actually function. And I hate it. And just the whole concept of
McCarthy takes it
just
in for
seeing
the
no
out.
point.
Two-way down.
And everything getting more expensive and worse in the economy and the world and everything is looking like it's changing
He's already over in
rapidly.
this game.
We're heading into the age of AI and technology and robots and just the evolution of things heading forward. By 2030, we're going to have data centers everywhere and we're going to have Tesla robots and everything and stuff in the future. And
As we head to the ninth.
technology is going to, AI
Back at Yankee Stadium. And all eyes
and
on the
the
mound
advancements
as
and
he
everything.
begins
It's
the
just
ninth
the whole
inning.
world
He's
changing
on a
rapidly
perfect
and
game.
heading into a future where we don't know what's going to happen.
I'll tell you right now, every player defensively is on their toes like
I
never
mean,
before.
we're living in the end times and we're living in the last days. We're living in the time of information and technology.
They have the opportunity to put this picture in the history books.
And what the
Oh, that's 5 straight strikeouts.
and the rise of AI and everything, where we don't know what's real anymore.
Everything
And
allows a
it's
guy to
just,
attack hitters. Such an important
I
mindset
don't
to
know what
have
to
out
think.
there on the mound. Hot
I don't know what to think.
Caballero.
I don't know who I'm going to vote for next election.
And there's
2028. I don't
Six
know
left in the
who to
26th
vote for as
inning.
president for the first time in my life. I'm like,
This is
I am
awesome.
very
On the verge of
iffy about who
baseball
to vote for.
history here and
I was
certainly one
very
of the most dominating pitching
questionable. I was on the
performances
fence.
we've
I was
seen.
very on the fence in
Everyone locked in
2024
right now.
who to vote for too. I didn't know who to vote for. I was going to skip the election in 2024 and not vote at all. But I changed my mind. But I was very, I was
This one in the air right field.
questioning
Made the catch. And
who
it
to vote
wraps
for.
up the perfect game.
And now I don't
So
know who to
now
vote
back
for
to
at
the
all.
top of the order.
Heading into
And here's
2028.
the first baseman, Eduardo
This
Julian.
world's getting interesting. There's like, oh
That
crap.
one finds the zone.
You need
That's
to
strike
start
one.
reading the Bible again to figure out where things are going to unfold because that's the only way we're going to understand where we're going.
And out of it.
I might start doing that. I might start reading Revelation a few more books a day. I'm gonna pay close attention in 2028 in the next election and see where things go. I think it's going to lead. I think it's very much going to lead up to what's going to happen in the Bible, Revelation. And I'm paying close attention to the next election, and I'm going to see what's going to happen on that world. Our world is changing rapidly with AI and technology, and we'll have robots in the future pretty soon, and we'll have data centers everywhere. I mean, they got cameras now, bro. They got SWAT cameras. Like they've got SWAT cameras everywhere, recording people and everything, and they're suing. They're suing people. They're suing for these cameras, and they're recording everything people are doing, and they're basically messing with their privacy, man. We living in the day and age of the beginning of smart cities and the evolution of technology, and then being able to control whatever we do, and then building these cities, and then building these things, these perspectives in the future of surveillance and being able to tell you, it's like 19 1984 basically. It's like Orwell's 1984. And what did Orwell tell you in 1984? The Big Brother's always watching you, and everything. And they pay attention to you 24/7. And guess what Big Brother was? It was a communist. Big Brother was a communist perspective. Big Brother was a communist nation, and that's exactly what it was. They changed everything. They rewrote everything. They made it where you couldn't access stuff. Privacy was like there was hardly privacy wasn't even known. There was no privacy. You were spied on 24/7 and watched. And they changed and they changed words of how you look at stuff. And it was against the law to do certain things in 1984. You would get arrested. And Wilson, sorry, and his main character worked in the department of I forgot what it was called. Anyway, so I believe we're living in the beginning of the Orwell future that he talked about in 1984, where it's like, okay, we're about to hit. I don't know if you guys have heard of the game. Was it? I love that game, but it was a good it was a good representation of our reality heading into the future in the next couple of years. But what was it? It was Quantic Dream. Detroit Become Human. Detroit Become Human was a representation of a futuristic world where people were like controlled through this chip that they put in their head, and they were like it was this technological experience, and people were living with robots. Robots were doing everything, and robots were taking care of everything, including the children and everything and stuff. And they were like in like this futuristic age, and it was Detroit Become Human, and that's another interesting perspective. And then robots became like rogue, and then they started attacking the humans, and they had this all-out fight, kind of like the Matrix, and it was very interesting. But it was a clear representation of our reality. They made it in 2017. I feel like now we're living in that era where it's like, I don't know, like we're living in that era. We're living in that adventure. We did we people didn't see what they see now, and now they see it, and they're like, okay, we're definitely living in that time period. Like, oh wow, that's crazy, bro. And everything. 2017, and now we're like, oh, you know, and the biblical age, and we're living in the biblical age of where everything has advanced so much. It's like in the future we'll be having flying cars and robots and stuff like that. I'm like, we're not that far away. I really like the representation of 007 First Light because it was like a representation of how AI controls the world and the AI computer Thea and everything, and how they made the representation of it. And this AI computer controlled like stuff across the globe and the different locations and everything, and made where it was a perspective, and they were trying to capture that thing in the computer, and they were trying to shut down Hyperion. Hyperion was uh, this global computer, and I just like the representation of the first light of AI. The Dallas Seven First Light was like the story was about this AI project that they were using through MI6, and it was very interesting. And the representation of this thing and how powerful it was and how it advanced. I don't know. It's like, and I love Devil Seven First Light. That was a good game. I finally beat it. If you haven't seen it, it's up on my channel. Devil Seven First Light on my channel. I streamed it for get this 16 hours. Streamed for 16 hours. I really am nuts, bro. I swear I am crazy in the head. But 16 hours, and um I finally beat the game, and I just love it. I love everything about it. The works. over a decade, and I love the game. I love everything from the combat to the gadgets to being able to outsmart your enemies and bluff people to using to taking out enemies with stealth to using basically Bond using his instincts and skills with combat, like with shooting, to the overall feel of being able to explore MI6 in QLab and all the other places in the Bond movies, to just being a demo agent at MI6 was awesome. It was awesome. I loved it. It was like being inside of a Bond movie. It was literally literally like you were inside of a 007 movie. It was so awesome. First Light is a I highly recommend playing First Light if you haven't played it. It's a really good game. Yes, there are some
Now it's going to be Jazz Chisholm Jr. with
there are
reigns of the
some
series and one of them
drawbacks to playing First Light. It's a lot like Hitman. Yeah, it was made by the same company. IO Interactive made Hitman, and there are a lot of elements that are similar to Hitman, but it does a really good job separating Bond from the Hitman franchise. The 007 franchise is actually a lot different from the Hitman franchise. So it's not exactly like Hitman, but it has similarities. But it's still a good game. And it takes the instincts and reputation and smarts and everything that 007 has as an MI6 agent and working as a spy to put you in the shoes of Bond and have to think like him, which is really cool because it's like strategy based, like it's like a strategy and difficulty based game where you got to outthink and outsmart your enemies and and plan out your stuff. But it's fun. It's fun to just beat the crap out of enemies. It's fun to smack them with objects, like just throw objects across the room and then knock them senseless. It's just fun. It's fun to just to disarm or shoot guns out of enemies' hands. It's cool to be able to play. It's cool. First Light is a really good representation of 007, but if you haven't played it, it's basically
Hunter's career wins on the mound, and of course has the Cy Young to his credit.
um
And
it's
celebrating
basically
there
James
for a
Bond's
second.
origin
That is
story about how he
Mr.
becomes the
Patrick
MI6
Johnson
agent.
calling the balls and
How
strikes.
he
Pretty
becomes
standard
a
zone
part
for
of the
Johnson.
Devil
Sometimes
program
you might get
as
a
an
little
MI6
bit
agent,
jumpy, a little
and
excited,
he goes to
stands on, but
train, and he
usually
becomes
you
a
at
part.
least
He
feel
becomes
like
a
the pressure on
spy,
the mound
and
is
then
starting to hit. And that's important
you have
because
to track
you
down
need guys like
009 and all this stuff, and Agent Beta and other future missions, and
looks like he's just
some of these
sizing
people
it
were
up there.
behind MI6, and they were like former agents, and
Sometimes guys just want to sit there
it's
talking
a
to
really
you.
good game.
Later on in the game, that may be a pitch that he turns on.
I don't want to
That one's
spoil it
fouled
for
off.
people, but it puts you in the shoes of feeling like
Only
Bond
two down.
and
This one popped
having
up.
to
Foul from first base
plan
side.
out your moves.
And makes the grab. And they're two down. Well, it's just not carrying the first tonight.
It's fun.
Now, you would actually say that to
It's
your
fun
teammate in the dugout.
strategy
No,
wise.
I'm not that cool. But someone would say it to me. And I'm sure
It's a
Cloud
little
admits that
slow
before.
and
Willie
cumbersome,
Castro at the plate
and
with
it
two
takes
away.
skill to
Swings through
play.
that one.
And it's not one of those fast paced games. You have to plan it out. You have to be careful, strategic, stealth based, but it's fun.
Got him swinging.
And
Nothing doing
I
for the
like it.
rookies. And it
It's
remains
probably not for everyone. But if you like strategy and difficulty and some sort of skill level to it, you'll like First Light.
back to Yankee Stadium.
It's a little hard. I got my butt kicked in a couple of the levels, but you get used to it after a while,
This one in
and
the
you
air
learn.
center
You
field.
you learn and you adapt, and you learn and you adapt, and you figure out how to
One pitch and one out.
play it and skill wise Bond's moves as you go through levels and missions, and you get better gear and gadgets as you go through different missions.
Got him and chase one upstairs there. Holtby launched
But
a
you learn
homer in
how
his
to be
most
able to
recent
play
game.
strategy through Bond. and you learn how to be able to use combat better. You learn how to be more skilled in playing combat, like block and parry,
Jason
take out
Dominguez
his.
stepping in now for the Yankees. Hit in the air.
I love First Light. I thought it was a little bit. I thought the game was a little bit short. It could have been longer,
Nothing across here this
but I like it. I highly recommend playing it. I got it for PlayStation 5, but if I didn't get it for 5, I would have got it for the PC. But it's still a good game if I for it.
That's the
I don't know, man.
throw first. And one away at the top of
I'm
the
tired of
third.
a lot of things. I just feel like in the next couple of years, we're gonna have robots walking around and data centers and things like that everywhere. I just don't know, man. We're living in some crazy times leading up to what's coming, and
Fights it off. You'll see another.
everything's more expensive than ever, and food and gas, and
Swings through it for the catch.
inflation,
He picks up his fifth strikeout on the hill. Not the best
can barely
location for
afford
a
a lot of
fastball to
things.
start great, but when you're pumping high 90s,
Gaming platforms, highly expensive. With the price hikes in the consoles, being at $1,000 possibly, and then Xbox being open PC systems, with Steam or without Steam, and extension like this, and and an all digital future, and this is PlayStation,
Rockies are down quietly.
and Sony raised the price of PS Plus now. Just a lot of stuff's gonna happen just when people over to Xbox or PlayStation because of the digital thing and Microsoft putting back compatibility and full back compatibility with the previous editions of the game. And Xbox is doing a lot of things that gamers wanted, including bringing Xbox and 360 games to PC via backwards compatibility in October. Xbox going to win a lot of these over to Xbox, including marketing for Gears of War EA, which looks really good and very smooth, and it looks like a really good game. I'll probably get it. I've seen the open beta footage for early access for Gears of War EA, and it looks really good.
Looking to be aggressive all the way, and it paid off for him in a big way. When you're working with this kind of velocity,
I might play a game when it becomes open beta. Right now, you have to pre-order Gears of War EA.
keep that hitter off balance. Clearly not fooled by the location or the velocity. Here's all
Stuff like that, and then Modern Warfare 4 is coming out October 23rd. And
back to the dugout after hitting the line drive and finding
for Revolution, and then Fable remake next year.
you feel like you've done everything right.
That looks real sick.
Baseball, not everything is in your control.
I think he probably from Ubisoft. We got the definitive edition of Ghost Recon Wildlands in 4K 60 for kids on Xbox. And Ghost Recon Future Soldier for free on Ubisoft Battle.net. I mean, sorry, Ubisoft Connect. My bad, not Battle.net. That's Activision Blizzard. Yeah, Ghost Recon Future Soldier for PC for free on Ubisoft on Ubisoft Connect. And selling games for it, so I don't know. And there's a bunch of games coming out in August for free. I mean, not for free. Around August. One is Dog Walker, Reduce the Rate of Sword, Service Collection Volume 2. No, next generation could be very interesting the way it's coming. And I have a feeling that with the RAM prices and the hardware issues and stuff, next generation consoles are going to be incredibly expensive. So recording play on the PS5 and Xbox Series consoles over the Helix and the PS6, and that those consoles are still going to be relevant for the next 6 years
Well, here's a good
because they're going to be
opportunity sitting in the
expensive.
gun scoreboard after that leadoff hit. And Andre Woodard
I
coming
just
up
don't
with
know
the
where it's
call,
going.
and this
I
is
just
should
don't
be
know
good
where
to
Sony's
go.
going to be taking.
Caballero.
I just don't know where things are going to go next generation with
That's the
Sony.
first out in the
They
top
know
of
the
the
physical
order.
media and disc by
So
January
now
2028 is the backlash they're getting, and
and next will be the
it's
cleanup
probably in
hitter,
the future for
Ronald
them. But
Doyle. This guy is just filling up the strike zone right now.
there's
So
just
looking
no
at the top
telling.
1-2 hole, you better be ready to pull the trigger on the first pitch.
Things just don't feel like it used to be. I want to go to second and Carlson. I haven't been there in a while. I will be there.
Now a pop-up on the infield. Bellinger settles
I want to go
underneath it.
there and look around and see what they got.
Number 2.
So that was a pitch he
But
crushed.
I don't know, man.
Unbelievable that he missed it right there. I'm telling you,
Just had a lot
he's
going
going to
on
be
for me.
frustrated
I'm
with the
sorry I didn't stream yesterday, guys. I was really tired. I went to the pool.
Swing. Strike 1.
I swam yesterday for a long time, and I didn't get home until
Under in the
around
third.
7. And I was exhausted
On
by
the
the time I
first,
got home, so I went to
James
bed.
thrown 4 shutout innings.
I
So
went to
1
bed
run for Colorado.
early. And I didn't record.
Back in the order.
I didn't stream yesterday. I was
Up
busy
now,
with
the
stuff,
leader in home
doing
runs.
other things.
Every
It didn't
swing
feel like
looks like a
streaming.
rocket launch.
That's why I didn't get on yesterday.
know what's coming.
But yeah, go check out my Deadlift 7 First Light stream. I
And the lefty would be a
I
walk.
put the whole game. And there's spoilers there if you haven't played First Light, but
That's a foul ball.
if you want to go check it out, go check it out. But I streamed me play. I streamed me playing Erasmus First Light and I beat it. If you want to go check it out, I finished the game. I also picked up Black Ops 7 at Best Buy. I picked up First Light, picked up Black Ops 7 at Best Buy. I'm going to be doing Black Ops 7 First Impressions next. Probably going to try the campaign, and then we're going to do some zombies, and then I'm going to try the multiplayer, see how it is.
Let's break down the stat.
But I picked up Black Ops 7, and I'm going to play it, see how it is, if it's any good. Because I've heard people have I heard people have mixed reception and mixed reviews on Black Ops 7. Some say it's good, some say it's not. I don't know. Some people are 50-50 on the game, but I haven't played Black Ops 7. But I heard some people say it wasn't very good. But I wanted to try it out, see how it was for myself, see if it was worth it. But a lot of people gave it a lot of negative. A lot of people gave it negative reviews, said it wasn't very good. And the campaign was okay. But I wanted to try it for myself. Yeah, go check that out. I don't know. Tell you sometimes without you guys, things would be a lot harder. Appreciate you guys supporting me and stuff and doing that. But it's just difficult, man. I'll get over it. I'm just going through a hard time right now. Not easy. But I'm just struggling, going through some stuff. Being alone and depressed and by myself. I'll get over it. Hopefully, and things will get better.
And we're back with a
Tired
series
of
that's
shit.
very much in play. See, sizable lead, so keep those
Oh
brooks
no,
in.
it's just got
It can really send shockwaves through a clubhouse, boys. One team surging forward,
I'm
the
sick
other
of things.
searching for answers.
I don't know. But
Got the back going too soon. It's strike 2.
I got some stuff I want to talk about.
Struck him out swinging. And that's 6 Ks for him in this one. And here's a look at how he's using his pitches in this one.
Excuse me.
This is Willie Castro. He's 0 for 1.
Yeah, I didn't think about getting on here to stream today either because I had a bad headache. My head was hurting me since I woke up. another reason why gaming is going to get more expensive, as I was saying, heading into the next generation, is Sony is going to raise the price of PS Plus because apparently their game Soros did not sell well, or it did not do well. So Sony's saying they're going to make up for it by raising the price of um. Let me find it. Hold on. Well, they had it. Guess I must have never saved it. All right, but never mind. I have to find that in a minute. But it says that the Black Panther 3 movie. It says that Tina Herrera will return as Namor, including Mabel Cadena as Namora and Alex Lavanelli as Adatuma. Um, Says William Dafoe has reportedly closed a blockbuster deal to return as Green Goblin in Avengers Secret Wars. It says marking his ultimate multiversal swan song. It says David Ellison has agreed to sign written contracts with movie theater chains that will guarantee that he'll release 30 movies a year if Paramount buys Warner Brothers. Yeah, there's been rumors that Paramount's going to buy Warner Brothers. If this is truly his final appearance, William Dafoe deserves one last terrifying Green Goblin performance. What a way to close the chapter. We should see the return of Green Goblin and Doc Ock, Ultimate Secret Wars. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man is also making an appearance in Secret Wars. They're saying he's going to kill someone off for sure. He almost killed Tobey Spider-Man in Spider-Man No Way Home. I'm sure he's offing some, yeah, something like that. just everything. Read your couch bio. You show up as Iron Patriot. Maybe. Green Goblin, returning for one final multiverse for William Dafoe last alone to carry home movie. Green Goblin's first villain to combat the Avengers in Secret Wars since most of us are familiar with him. It'll probably be him and Doctor Doom for Secret Wars. Oh, can't wait to see. He's actually one of my favorite Marvel villains. Defoe is Green Goblin Secret Wars. I'm not ready for that last one. Defoe's Green Goblin one last time in Secret if True Secret Wars is about the absolute payoff. Williams was the only actor I can see play Green Goblin just like J.K. Simmons and J.J.J. So I think he should go out with the bang. William Defoe. Returning as Green Goblin for Secret Wars was insane. If this is really his final multiverse appearance, the enormous he, I hope he comes back to this full Goblin suit. That would be excellent. No, it's the parody account, but I'm choosing to believe it. And anyway, Defoe's Goblin one final time is too funny. Doom is finished. I don't know. I mean, it's probably a rumor that it's more than likely that he's going to come back, but it would be really cool to see him come back as Green Goblin. I would watch that. You go back to Formula League after created Goblin style match, but it would be a Power Rangers villain. Also, we said he's going to be a very annoying, not the moving page version of the Randy Ruby Runs. Nostalgia Maze. Basically, version of Doomsday is not the end for Toby and Defoe. It's all planned to keep them around for Secret Wars. Yeah, Toby Maguire and Green Goblin are returning in Secret Wars. Paying Goblin on a flying wheelchair or what? He's like 100 years old. He was old way back then. Rather than as Green Goblin, I like Steve Thurber, Stevie World ahead of Osborne. Deep down in Marty. Until Green Goblin in No Way Home, you know. Amazing effort here to go up against the hero of Osborne. It's fake, but how funny would it be if he just showed up a few minutes with Spider-Man again? Just, Avengers. Yeah. That's my Green Goblin event there. Event there. deal, so he will be in Doomsday or Secret Wars. Osborn was sure he played his character. He played his character, so he better go die. Better go hard, die like a G. Definitely die in the movie. Rose Bill will ever see a run like this by the back. I mean, I think it's a rumor because he was already in No Way Home. But that would be really cool to see Green Goblin come back in Secret Wars. I would watch that. I hope that's true. Because if he is, that'd be really cool. And you bring back Tobey Maguire Spider Man and Andrew Garfield Spider Man in Secret Wars. That will make that movie work. That will be a banger for Avengers Secret Wars when it comes out. Yes, if he could kill a Reed Richards variant, he did. And then he gets the home cure.
Four seam fastball. Low inside.
Holland's best role. Because my biggest take is that Cherry is much darker than people expect from Tom Holland. That's part of what makes it interesting. This could potentially mean some people have no idea how to make a movie until you get in budget because they contractually have to make movies. I got ideas for a horror movie if you want to start. This will mean a new pair movie in theaters every 12 days or something ridiculous. When you hear all that after how we treated a movie yet, let alone only people that did a Paramount movie. 30 movies a year is not attainable, and this is nothing but a struggle for them. Paramount would rather get into lawsuits with the theater chain than make market 30 movies a year. Don't fight it. Yeah, it's just not possible to make 30 movies a year. That's forever, and I just don't see that happening. But yeah, I mean, if they somehow strike a deal, that makes sense that they would make 30 movies a year. Because that'd be part of the contract. The contract intended to address objections from critics who agree that such a large-scale merger could grant Ellison excessive market control and lead to a reduction in the number of films produced for the big three. Despite ongoing legal challenges surrounding the merger, Ellison expressed the viability of the acquisition. I love it. Everyone just accepts they said 30 movies and put it in writing. That's a guarantee 30 movies. But what if you wanted to abide by contract, you get all the streaming stuff to theaters first for one show and then films you don't get working with that. 30 a year. I'm sorry, let's get ready for 22 films which should have never seen the light of day. An actual merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers sounds like an absolute antitrust monopoly syndrome. The DCU under Ellison's evergreen was saying it needs sequels to DC Prime. This is a project. Ellison said his night fire that was in DC Studios. long ago, but Marvel stole their stuff and Sony don't use it. David Ellison after movie number 3. It's the same guy who took Avatar A movie out of theaters. 30 movies a year sounds great until I've never watched it. A franchise cast rabbit out. AI assisted film quality every time so matter. AMC going to walk the court from this 30 movies guarantee. It's just Ellison keeping the lights on so they can keep charging $20 for popcorn for your extra full exclusivity is a scam. The audience is already voted. During the era of mass production produced sloppy. You thought the Minecraft movie was bad. I mean, yeah, movies have basically become like remakes, remakes, and remakes. The same things over and over again. And remakes and sequels. And just the same slop put out there for money making purposes and everything. And movies have just become that. It's like AR slop basically with a lot of stuff. The movie The Year is wild. If Paramount actually commits to this, the bigger question is whether they can maintain quality while massively increasing output. 30 movies a year is insane, but if Paramount actually follows through, theaters are going to have a lot to work with. The bigger question is whether the quality can do that. Just that 30 movies a year, 1% won't manage to film Twitter because they want movies to die because even more movies. Sloppy. Putting financial penalties behind 30 movies a year after the guarantee is wild balance of the film sports all. No single studio has released 30 theatrical movies a year over 20 years. They're inheriting billions in debt they buy Warner Brothers. And so, promising scale production like this sounds completely insane. And Ellison trying to win everyone over who could legislate antitrust violations it would be like. Oh, bro. 15, 30 theatrical releases a year is a massive win for movie theaters and era dominated by streaming TV theatrical window and live titles that exist in the Yeah, like you could, releasing 30 movies a year is a good idea because you could put most of those movies in theaters and make a lot of money off of them themselves. Sell a lot if you actually end up buying Warner Brothers. Theater companies believe they're dumb as hell. So I guess we're throwing quality out the window. 30 movies a year to appease the slap cast and investors, plus the people who have to consume and buy this shit because they don't matter. Paramount buying Warner Bros. Now, like a fictional movie script with antitrust laws and origins on to reject open. Um, spoiler alert says it seems like they're going to modify the prologue of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man with his villains fighting against the X-Men Avengers Doomsday.
Four-seam fastball. High outside.
They handed out a bunch of different scripts to a lot of people. The only 100% real one is Robert Sweet. Every time something leaks, you don't know which script it came from. Just wait for the movie to drop or something to leak from what you can read. Otherwise, you're just going to get stuck. Oh yeah, the D23 Marvel show is coming out, and they're going to talk about what they're going to do with the series there. Really, ha ha ha! I don't know who has the full script of Robert. Maybe Chris Hemsworth, even Robert. I don't know even it, but Evans had the full engaged script of, like, for example, Holland, who thought he was filming the wedding with Cody Fuser. They have to. They just can't. They can't just kill off Toby and Wolverine like it's nothing. They sure they come back in Secret Wars, but it'd be super anticlimactic to see two legends die at the start of the movie. It wouldn't surprise me if they do that, and then bring them back. Won't die. Toby's universe won't be destroyed, but what I think is that Toby, Wolverine, and Deadpool will be rescued by a huge alien. Sure, but the movie will make us believe they died. TVA will already destroy Toby and Wolverine and be rescued in the future. Sure, but the movie will make us. If that's true, they're going to upset a lot of fans and they won't give Secret Wars a chance. Not quite like that, but yeah, we spent most of Doomsday with a pissed off look on our faces. In Infinity War, Loki and him and Hadal killed and leave and lose no doubt. Well, it's just that they have to do something interesting at the beginning to hook us in the room. Imagine something interesting happens in the movie, it wouldn't be an adventure. Yeah, they were likely going to kill somebody off in Doomsday and then bring them back in Secret Wars. It will be a double-edged sword. In fact, it's much better to say die from getting the need to make the person seem like catastrophic and doom like a fearsome villain. Because there wasn't a long build-up like there was in Thanos. The only way to give that person generate a shock for years. They die, but at the end they come back. Doom kills everyone, creates battle world, and brings them all back to life. Remembering nothing, Toby is surely one of those entitled persons. In Secret Wars, there'll be more development, in just like the Clinton Commanders. According to the leaks, they don't die even though it seems like they do. They don't.
Four-seam fastball. Down and in.
Somehow they'll make a Secret Wars for that movie, but the movie makes you understand that if they do, it's okay. So from the basic tone of the movie and the fight, well, Tony Spider-Man is not going to die in the first act. He will later join Wolverine and Deadpool to fight Doom and TVA. He will be back in Secret Wars. killing you, these are basically. So I think y'all never get the Luke's right. Only his world dies, not him stop with the movie will anyway make you believe he died and hope post credit quickly. So the leakers just pulled another plot out of their asses so they don't end up looking like liars. They're saying they're going to change it. These male employees appeared because they're supposed to be dead, but one appeared in AH became vampires. Now they realize it's more profitable for the box office not to kill off Toby Spider-Man. It will rewrite the start of the movie. Because they tried to do that in Avengers Endgame, or tried to do that in Infinity War, and they brought them back in Endgame, and it didn't work, so they're not going to do that again. People believe they rewrite Toby Spider-Man death, even while Marvel raises Toby all the way to death. Basically, the post-credit scene of TV movies with Toby Spider-Man is based on the Legends of the movie that's on Fantastic Four ship. So that was what they wanted at first, and they changed it to the Luke story. Villains they are good now are like Robin Serum effect and similar Doc Ock Pain God, good at the end, Sandman Cure, who is left the villain because he did it. If it's current Toby, his villains would be dead. Not dead, but very old. They were turning the timeline so much real through audio. Was known for much now Goblin Doc Ock fighting this movie. Yeah, I mean, if they do bring Toby back in Secret Wars, most of his villains are either going to be too old or they're going to be dead. Yeah, and who is he going to fight? They're going to bring back. It would be interesting to see them fight Magneto. Yeah, that would be really cool, and that might be something that could work. But if he's against the X Men and Avengers Doomsday, that would be pretty cool. Because Tobey Maguire is returning as Spider-Man, Avengers Doomsday, and Avengers Secret Wars. Toby should wear a comic accurate Iron spider suit at least in one movie. big win. My OG Spider-Man is coming back. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think it would be awesome. I mean, we haven't seen these two. We haven't seen the OG Spider-Man 6 Far From Home. So it'd be really cool to bring back Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, and do things to he deserves Avengers movie. Toby in his Iron Spider suit. Imagine Toby pulling up in a comic pack with Iron Spider suit. And Peter will explode. Please don't make Toby put that on. Where is he even going to get an Iron Spider suit? I don't think a Tony Stark is this suit. Yeah, where is he going to get an Iron Spider suit? Tony Stark ain't around anymore to make those suits anymore. He died in Endgame. So Iron Man's been dead for a while now in the MCU universe. And according to the multiverse storyline, he's already dead. If there's Iron Man doesn't exist in this universe, no, he shouldn't. If Tobey Maguire is going to be wearing the Iron Spider suit in Avengers Doomsday, to me, in my opinion, he should wear the Iron Spider suit just in this movie in one scene. All those other scenes, he should wear his regular red Spider costume, the Avengers Spider suit. It says Gears of War E-Day Early Access Beta peaked at 14,331 on Steam, beating Gears all-time max of 10,196, and Gears of War Reloaded all-time max 4,819. This is only the early access, which is limited access. We should keep bigger numbers for the beta. The 13th, 17th. I think they're gonna have an open beta with Gears of War E-Day on August 13th and 17th. And I'm gonna play that. Yes, I think we're gonna reach much bigger numbers with Gears of War E-Day when the open beta comes out. It's gonna be even higher on Steam after that. Gears is first and foremost a console franchise.
Or Steve Vessel. High anxiety.
Nah, Gears does pretty well on PC. Misleading post comparing Steam numbers to previous years' titles. Previous years' titles pushed on Xbox. Gears 5 has very high numbers to Game Pass pushed and released even in beta to Xbox and PC via Microsoft Store on Steam. I think Gears 5 wasn't a bad game. I like playing it, but I hadn't played it in a while. I didn't think it was better than other Gears. I think E-Day's better than Gears 5, but yeah. This is not misleading. Clearly, it's comparing current Steam peaks to the older games. Steam peaks. Microsoft Store and Xbox don't play a factor in, but they are spaces. Not really, especially since the Xbox One generation, where every copy of first-party games was a PC version. So that would be Gears of War 4, Gears of War 5, and both remakes of Gears of War 1. Four games available on PC. Yeah, like since Xbox generation, most Xbox games have been on PC, so that does count. If the Steam numbers that our Xbox taxes would have used if the numbers were bad, but hey, they just weren't too. I played the beta through Game Pass and only see like one Steam player per game. I can't imagine how many players on Xbox. PC players can use Game Pass and they show up as Xbox in game. At least it did for me. Yeah, I think Gears of War Reloaded showed up as Xbox players on PC. Same 90% of the time. Steam played it on PC Game Pass 2 days ago. To be honest, actually, it's crazy where it seems to be. I agree, it's misleading considering Gears 5 age. No one played that on PC, so it has way more Xbox gamers. And Reloaded was the first Steam completely on Game Pass, so that would be completely less than like I said, Gears E-Day is not only a beta but a pre-order. These comparisons make no sense. I think E-Day hasn't had the numbers it's supposed to have yet because most people haven't pre-ordered Gears on PC. And they're waiting, and people are waiting for the open beta to play it, see how it is first before they pre-order it. So it's going to get way more. EA's going to get way more numbers when the open beta comes out. But Gears 5 is still good. People did play Gears 5 on PC. So the numbers were not as high as EA, but they were still really good. Gears of War Reloaded was a good game. Xbox should make a live play account for games. Steam has always had it so with Xbox. Steam numbers don't mean anything for games on multi-platforms. That's not true. Ten, games tend to sell better on Steam for multi-platform releases than on console because it's a way because the game looks better and plays better on PC. So that's not true. Steam numbers do mean a lot for multi-platform games because they actually are better. They they actually look and play better and are smoother on PC than on console. That's just a fact. It's just a fact that multi-platform games play better on PC than they do on console. Like, go play GTA 5 on console, then go play it on PC, and there is a major difference of way Los Santos plays compared to
When you're not ready for that pitch, you're just going to swing and miss or cough it up, wasting at bat. You're going to let it go.
just
You
like
better be ready to
it's
swing.
a no fact that Grand Theft Auto 6 will be running and playing better on PC than on console. Once GTA 6 comes out for PC, it's gonna look and play far better than it's gonna play on console. It's just a fact. Just like Red Dead Redemption 2 is way better on PC compared to console. Rockstar games release first on console and they come to PC later. And they look and
Sure
play
got it
better on
in the exact
PC.
location to fit your run. Athletic work. You got the swing and miss. And a sure bit of sign of
EA
relief
player
after
counts
seeing that
dropping while
produce
5 is
all.
going up, and numbers speak for themselves here. Console looks like we're locked into Gears 5. That's why when EA E-Day plays so much better than Gears 5. Gears 5 was $5 below. It was at like 200 players.
Ball left side. Fires over to Bellinger. It's a 1-2-3 inning for the Rockies. He continues
I want the
to
numbers from
roll on the
Xbox
mound.
PC app too if they're available. Don't forget those aren't included unless they share it from Steam, which seems like it's unlikely they're going to cross platform. Yeah, I think the numbers are way higher than they say they are for Gears 4 E-Day. They're just going to be they're not as high right now because you have to pre-order Gears of War E-Day to play the beta, and it's an early access. But I think if there's an open beta or the open beta comes out for E-Day, that's when the numbers are really going to skyrocket. And I think E-Day is going to do really well.
They're producing more than a hit per inning. This hit center field. So now back to the top of the order.
I'd imagine due to the quick fall off, the majority of the Game Pass open reviews people realize they weren't really going to stop playing. And some still are, and then the people that pre-ordered are the only ones left. Yeah, the ones that pre-ordered it are the higher numbers, and I didn't even know eBay was on Game Pass. Really surprised people wanted Marcus and Don back in the game.
Let's see if he's willing to use the whole field right here. Definitely pounding him away.
0-2 now. Just a slow ground ball this time. Says it's a first, and that's the first out in the bottom of the fifth.
Up next for the Yankees, the Maker, number 99.
So now, with one away and a man at second, Aaron Judge, the next to hit. Steve fastball.
battery, please charge. Low battery, please charge.
And that is that. So another good inning for him on the mound. 6 shutout innings now. This is back down to the bottom of the 6th, and there's a new pitcher on the mound, Tanner Gordon.
Just trying to keep this one close here, and this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
That one misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Rockies have some action in the pen. Jaden Hill, the hard-throwing righty, is up and loosening. Thompson getting cranked up as well. All that outside. That misses. Ball 3. Foul ball. Payoff pitch. And he can't come up with it. Flips it. And they get him. The misplay made it a bit messy, but they cleaned things up for the out. So next, Austin Wells. He's already homered in this game. That one line in left field. That's base hit. So a man aboard now with 1 away. Flares it into the outfield. And that gets down for a base hit. Quick throw back in. Leading runner holds at second with 1 gone.
Couple of singles back to back. Nice job of driving that pitch the other way on a line. You know, hitters, they take so many reps in the cages, working on going to the opposite field, and it doesn't always translate into the game, but right there it did, and he did it perfectly.
At the plate, Anthony Volpe.
Hitter's got some good opposite field power. What I like about something being hit to the right side into the outfield is if the base runner at second has a very good read and can determine whether or not he can score on that base hit. Maybe some action here on this next pitch. Couple runners on. Probably a challenge pitch coming.
The Yanks trying to break this one open here in the bottom of the 6th. That's ripped into the outfield. 2 away now. On the ground, right side. Oh, can't pick it up cleanly. He can't flip it to the pitcher in time, and everyone's safe. The bases are loaded. The bases all loaded up. Garrett Cole will hit next. In the air, right field. And that's the inning. And the Yankees leave them loaded, but they lead it 3-0. Here at New Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, we go to the top of the 7th. Brenton Doyle digging in for the Rockies. I think when you contemplate him as a player, the first thing you think about is defense, and you think about that great arm.
I also think about the speed. If he can get on, that's going to give him one more thing for that pitcher to think about. Jordan.